Title: Introspection. A 2-volume examination of racism and religion. Author: Michael E. Stover. Introspection. A 2-volume examination of racism and religion. Copyright 2022 by Michael E. Stover. All rights reserved. Published by Book Writer Corner, 433 Walnut Court, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania 15237, USA, www.bookwritercorner.com. Preface. Okay, so over the course of many years you have had many thoughts and ideas covering a variety of subjects. As these occurred, you write them down for no other reason than to preserve them for your own amusement. Then, after some time, you realize that these accumulations have begun to coalesce into one overreaching subject. You believe that these writings, representing independent expressions of self-awareness, just might be interesting reading for other people. So, you search for just the right word to serve as title for the publishing. Eureka! Let's use introspection. A quick check of my old, 2005, Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, 11th edition found what appeared to be the most perfect definition that could match my work: a reflective looking inward, an examination of one's thoughts and feelings. Checking the latest MW dictionary, this definition has not changed. But, I thought I should check other references. Checking with good old Wikipedia, their definition read: introspection is the examination of one's own conscious thoughts and feelings. Well, I thought, I can live with this, but then I continued to read on. The posting went on to note that the actual definition and meaning of introspection has been discussed by philosophers for over 1,000 years without a firm consensus of what it is. It even seems that the arguments have become so divisive that modern psychology has dropped the word from dominant physiological vocabulary. Great, I thought, my choice of the title word is no longer in use. Well, it got worse. My next and last reference pull-up was a publication by the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, first published the February 2, 2010. Reading this, I discovered that to actually be introspectionate, whatever it is, had to meet a majority of several criteria. This publication was obviously written by eggheads, for eggheads, and after I more or less finished reading, a few Tylenol were needed. No disrespect to the eggheads, but I was looking for a professional, concise definition of what introspection was / is so as to directly tie it to the reasoning behind my writings. Not to be defeated though, I decided that I was simply going to use the direct definition provided by the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Should some philosopher or psychologist happen to read this book, they should feel free to criticize any misapplication. Everyone believes that they have at least some level of control over their lives. We listen. We speak. We analyze. We decide. But reality is seldom the direct result of these actions. The crushing truth is that there are many unforeseen that affect humans, and they are the true determining factors that guide our lives. Moreover, they are beyond both our control and ability to foresee. No one expects to be born with birth defects. We do hope, though, that if we are lucky enough to enter this world in a healthy state, we will not be subsequently impacted with cancer, mental illness, heart attack, or any of the seemingly endless list of possible physical and mental afflictions. Then there is crime, family conflicts, wars, and many other situations that can influence both body and soul but are purposely overlooked. After all, why worry about such things that will only happen to other people? And then reality bites deep. If given the time and opportunity, could not each of us chronicle our lives up to a certain point in time? The answer is sure, and one only needs to sit down and list both the positive and negative events they have experienced. Probably a good thing to do, as even a simple listing of events and their order of occurrence would give reflection as to a person's current life status. And would it not seem logical that a follow-on desire would be to examine one or more of these formative events as to their importance? I think it is a safe thing to say that everyone, at some time or another, engages in some form of introspection. They may even do so many times throughout their lives. But, for a variety of reasons, these efforts will usually be very shallow and short-lived experiences. Why? The answer falls within the construct of their lives that prevents an adequate amount of time and/or opportunity to do an in-depth examination. The eternal optimist may pledge to do such an examination because they believe the future holds promise for positive results. On the other hand, many people become so beat down that they fail to see any promise of better things to come, so why waste the time? No matter the reasons, it is not my objective to criticize anyone's practice of self-introspection, or lack thereof. It is important, however, to explain how it came to be that a once physically and mentally vibrant person, with little or no time to spare for reflections on the past, was forcibly presented with the opportunity to do a detailed self-evaluation. In May 2005, after a year of undiagnosed pains and illnesses, I was finally diagnosed with Lyme's disease. Despite receiving the standard medical treatments, it eventually became clear that the disease had me in its grip, permanently. My physical abilities began to diminish, resulting in being unable to continue with woodworking, golf, hunting, fishing, and eventually just about everything I had previously taken for granted. Surprisingly, despite these very critical setbacks, I was able to fight off serious depression. I knew what was causing it, so focusing on defeating it was and remains possible, thankfully without physiological and/or medicinal help. Coinciding with my 2005 diagnosis of the Lyme's disease, I retired after a 35-year career of public service with various Commonwealth of Pennsylvania agencies. I looked forward to starting a part-time engineering consulting business, working from home and providing services to the rural community where I lived. However, it soon became apparent that even though the demand for these services was steady, my ability to meet the demand was not equal. Incapacitating pain and general discomfort, lasting weeks and sometimes months, soon shattered my hopes for growing my engineering business and doing volunteer work. I realized that for the first time in my life I was undependable. This was a crushing realization and something I truly regret even to this day. My pattern of life changed. Simply put, I could no longer schedule future events, trips, or make any commitments because on any given day I could be, and often was too sick to honor such promises. Seemingly hemmed in on all sides, I started to contemplate the remainder of my life. What would my final years be like? And so my period of forced introspection began. Not surprising, my first subject was to explore my religious beliefs. I started to put down thoughts and questions that I had been harboring for many years, not to write a book but just to have a continuously enlarging reference to keep me on track. To be honest, in typical engineer fashion, I was going to tear into the contents of the Christian Bible, remember my church teachings, and then insert my individual introspection to come up with a final solid understanding of it all. Your laughter can begin and continue. But I tried, and the reader may easily relate to the finished position. During this expedition, a somewhat connected but separate subject matter emerged that I decided to subject to my introspection process. This was the alphabet people, more commonly known as the LGBTQ+ community. Again, a combined scientific study of history, both biological and social, seemed to be the best approach to provide a background for an introspective analysis. But I wavered and eventually decided to include this subject with discussions on religion. In a more recent field of discovery, I found myself become increasingly interested on the subject of racism. Why had this term become such a flashpoint for hatred and political discord in a nation that was founded on principles that were intended to defeat such problems? As I delved into this condition, it soon became apparent that a historical study of the human race, Homo sapiens, would be the key to understanding the present. And so I engaged in such study, but with a temperance that the past and present work of anthropologists and other scientists would not overwhelm my free thoughts. And so you are asking, why did I not pick any really controversial subjects? My writings have been assembled into 2 volumes, starting with racism followed by religion. I hope you enjoy. Volume 1. Racism. 1 chapter. History. The rise of one species to prominence of power and accomplishment. From prehistoric time to the present, it has led the Homo sapiens from a perpetual condition of questionable continued existence to that of total dominance over the planet. All-conquering, throughout history it would and will continue to subdue, in one form or another, every other species but one, itself. That is, it may very well subdue even itself if it fails to reverse the ever-increasing number of subraces it inexplicitly seems to desire. 45,000 years ago, on a cold snowy morning in what is now the county of France, a small group of Neanderthal hunters slowly crossed to the edge of a low ridge line, expecting to see their prey below them, a small herd of wild sheep. It has taken them hours to maneuver themselves into this position, one that would place them ahead of the sheep if their initial plot of the sheep's travel path proved correct. Anticipation of seeing the positive results of their stalk was slowly ripped from their faces as they viewed the scene below them. After not initially seeing the expected, realization on what had happened and was still happening below them brought forth concerted grunts and low growls of anger. There, highlighted by the bright red blood strewn across the snow-covered slope below, were the corpses of 2 sheep being attended to by another group of hunters. The vocal expressions of anger were quickly subdued by the group's leader, and a quick motion of his arm directed them to return to their original prone positions and be quiet. As proven many times by his strength and hunting experience, it was his responsibility to lead these hunters in successful hunts to ensure the survival of his clan. It was also his responsibility to lead any effort needed to protect the clan from harsh elements, predatory animals, and intrusions by other Neanderthal clans. Semi-nomadic in nature, Neanderthal clans moved as the animals they hunted moved. Despite centuries of existence on the European continent, their overall numbers were not great, resulting in relatively few meetings between clans. In most cases, such meetings were relatively cordial and often involved trade, including men for women and/or women for men, to address gender imbalances in the clans. It can also be imagined that the limits of territories were established during such meetings. So, as he lay there on that ridge top that morning, the clan leader had much to consider as to what course of action he should take. The leader at first considered the odds. His group was outnumbered by the intruders below, but that number included women and children. After careful observation, he determined that the number of his men at least equaled the number of adult males of the intruders. So, his decision was that a cautious but peaceful approach should be made to this new clan, with an expectation that trade may be possible, especially with regard to the excess females he could see in this new clan. He stood up and motioned the others to do likewise. He would expose his group and allow the new clan to see them and react. And react they did, gathering in a protective crescent-shaped line with men in the front and women and children behind. After a short amount of time to allow both groups to calmly view each other, the leader began to slowly walk down the slope to meet this new clan. As he approached them, he began to feel uneasy, which quickly gave way to fear as the distance between the two groups shrank. To his amazement and growing fear, facing him were tall, erect men and women fully dressed in smooth skins, the likes of which he had never seen. The men were all armed with either long stone-tipped spears or some type of wooden device perched on their shoulder as to be somehow thrown. But apart from this, the leader was shocked and made instantly afraid by what these people actually looked like. By comparison, these people were slightly darker in skin color and had much less facial hair than his men. In fact, their facial features looked nothing like him and his clansmen. Had he stumbled into a clan suffering from a disfiguring sickness that could affect his people? After an uneasy standoff period where both sides closely viewed each other, the leader raised his right arm to waist level, then slowly swept it horizontal back and forth across his body. This was a gesture of peace that he had shared with other Neanderthal clans in the past. A few seconds later, one of the new clan's men raised his right hand, open hand pointed outward, then lowered his arm and repeated the Neanderthal sign. With a sigh of relief, the leader gave out a sharp grunt, turned and walked away with his hunters in tow. There would be no conflict today with this new clan, but much thought must be given to what this all means as to the well-being of his clan and what to do in any future encounters. As they retreated back up the slope, the leader looked back several times to make sure that the new clan was not following. When he was certain that no danger remained, he began to shift his thoughts to possibly catching up to the sheep herd. The clan was still counting on him to secure food, which would also provide skins, bones and tendons needed for everyday life in this harsh environment. During their meeting, he had not seen or recognized anything of immediate value in the smooth covering, skins and weapons displayed by the new clan. And, since the women of the new clan were so ugly, he decided right then and there that no future attempts would be made to approach this new clan for trading. Let's jump headfirst into the quicksand. Anthropology is a very detailed and confusing science, trying to explain the origins and evolution of mankind. With each new archaeological discovery and study of the findings comes seemingly both confirmation and invalidation of previously established data and conclusions. For the layman, suffice that these overall findings and studies give us broad parameters of hominid origination and development. But by far the most interesting information after the point of human origin is the routes by which the Earth was subsequently populated. In an article by The Human Journey titled Out of Africa, the opening statement is somewhere between 80,000 and 50,000 years ago, a single migration out of Africa became the forebears of all non-Africans. The article further explains that genetic research established this statement. What you can see from the DNA of all non-Africans is that they all originate from one small band of Africans that came across the Red Sea. If it was easy to get out of Africa, we would have seen multiple lineages in the DNA of non-Africans, but that there was only one successful exit suggests that must have been very tough to get out. Now, as I noted before, here's where it gets complicated. The article further states that there were 4 migrations out of Africa by Homo sapiens starting 106,000 years ago, with the last occurring between 45,000 and 29,000 years ago. The successful migration was actually the third migration period between 59,000 and 47,000 years ago, when our little band skipped across the Red Sea. There is evidence that some Homo sapiens did escape the African continent into Middle Eastern lands during the other migration periods, but these escapees must have died out. Okay, so now we know how a small group of early-age sapiens escaped the African continental boundaries and from there would progress outward to populate the entire world. For our purposes, we focus on the monumental collision of these early-age sapiens with their hominin cousins, Homo neanderthalensis, otherwise known as the Neanderthals. Common thought is that the Neanderthals managed to escape Africa as far back as 800,000 years ago and then finally reaching Europe some 120,000 years ago. So, These nomadic to semi-nomadic peoples lived in relative peace with no other hominid competitors for approximately 75,000 years until early H. sapiens appeared about 43 to 45,000 years ago. These people would become the Cro-Magnons. Then began a period of approximately 5,000 years where the two cohabited Europe before the Neanderthals died out about 39 to 40,000 years ago. Was there interbreeding between the two? Doubtless, as recent DNA research seemingly confirms this. But in a relatively short period of time only one group would survive. Why did the Neanderthals die out? The most logical explanation is that the African H. sapiens brought with them pathogens against which the Neanderthals had no immunity. A confirmation of this conclusion is the historically more recent example of the indigenous peoples of both the North and South American continents having no immunities to the pathogens brought over by European explorers and settlers. And there are probable other, much older examples to consider. Homo erectus developed in both Africa and Asia, Peking man and Java man, with some evidence that this occurred in the later location first. Then, H. erectus populations did escape from Africa into the Middle East and Western Asia between 1 and 2 million years ago. The question therefore is whether any colonies of H. erectus were in existence in Europe when the Neanderthals invaded Europe. In Asia, were there H. erectus descendants around when the small band of H. sapiens that escaped Africa some 50-80,000 years ago and eventually reached Central and Eastern Asia? If the previous DNA claim is correct, then the Eastern migration component of this group, subsequently migrating all the way across Asia, down the North American continent and eventually into South America would have met and interacted with any H. erectus remnants. Since there are no H. erectus peoples around anymore, what was the cause of their demise? Did they simply die off, or could this have been the first examples of a people's lack of resistance to pathogens brought along with the intruders? Was H. erectus systematically killed off or simply absorbed over a period of time? Probably a combination of all three. Now, if the reader of all this is confused, well, so am I. But I refuse to go into this mostly speculative world history of humanoid evolution in any more detail. That's for the eggheads to pursue. For me, the account, backed up by DNA research, that one small band of H. sapiens escaped the African continent to subsequently populate the entire world is all I need to progress in my analysis of the main discussion of racism. Besides, the next area of consideration is sufficiently complicated in itself to warrant a closure of, shall we say, stage 1 of the history of race. That is how we came to define and recognize differences in H. sapiens evolution into different classes, races. End of Chapter 1 of Volume 1. 2 Chapter Race. In the 1780s, members of the Göttingen School of History established 3 biological anthropology races, the Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid. About this same time another anthropologist suggested that a 4th grouping or race classification, the Australoid, should also be recognized. Oh, if only the classification and establishment of the term race could have stopped there. From the perspective of a layman's research into this science of anthropology, it is truly impossible to grasp the complexity of discovery, study and pronouncements that have been made during the past 200 years. Bold statements, often base the study of a single specimen such as a partial skull, a single bone and even a single tooth, were presented as irrefutable fact. Dating of these finds was based on evolving science. Conflicting interpretations of data by scientists. Religious influences skewing study results. Nevertheless, these undertakings stoked a ravenous appetite for justification of the evolving science of racial classification. There was a special need created by the expanding colonization of the world, primarily by European nations. There was an overpowering need to place peoples of different color, physical attributes and cultures in a proper order. That is to say, in order of proper status from high, Europeans, to low, all conquered peoples. Thus dawned the age of geopolitical and cultural racism. During the latter part of the 19th century and into the 20th, new archaeological discoveries of past human existence throughout the world mushroomed. The focus was to be on recent, the past 5,000 years, human societies. And these efforts had to be carried out in the form of a dance around wars, government interferences, religious biases and slowly evolving science and technology. Nevertheless, new archaeological discoveries provided a treasure trove of more complete and intact human remains and artifacts. The data collected and subsequently analyzed started to provide a more accurate picture of human evolution, both physical and cultural. But, with this new supply of information came an insatiable thirst to completely define human races. The idea of 3 or 4 classifications being adequate simply was no longer adequate. Thus a concentrated effort was put forth to accurately identify and tie down the actual number of distinct races. The problems facing the anthropologists in this endeavor, and there were many, revolved around the fact that on the European and Asian continents there had been seemingly countless incidents of intermingling between the basic Caucasoid and Mongoloid races. Also, there was significant evolutionary and cultural changes within these two base race classifications, independent of the intermingling. Take for example the Caucasoid race, the extent of which covers a huge area from Scandinavia to northern and eastern Africa, then across Central Asia and down to India and Sri Lanka. Today, no one could mistake the physical structure and appearance of a resident of Norway from a resident of India. All other factors aside, these differences could be explained simply by the different environments under which the different groups developed. If the different environments involved in human evolution were the sole determining factor in the subsequent development of subraces, a classification process to explain why people from Norway look, act, speak and worship differently from the peoples of India, the whole issue of race distinction would be rather straightforward. But of course, environment has not been the sole determining factor in race identification. If only those humans that evolved into a distinct subrace would stay in one place, not commingle with other subraces and of course not overpopulate and exceed their environmental resources, the world would be a rather peaceful place to live. Given the actual history of human evolution though, what a preposterous ideal this would be to embrace. From a group to a clan, to a tribe, to a nation, to an empire, to a superpower. As a pendulum swings, the human race has traveled from a barely surviving existence to the threat of extinction via global overpopulation and geopolitical aggression. Throughout this history there has been one overreaching scenario. Having survived diseases and other limiting factors, a unit, clan, tribe, nation, etc., of humans, formed by either singular or composite ethnic characteristics, culture and religion, overpopulates and exceeds the available sustaining capabilities of the geographical area that it initially controls. The inevitable consequence of this condition is that one of two choices must be enacted. In what I would define as a rational approach, conservation of resources and advances in technologies, along with a population reduction plan, can work if embraced by a majority of the population unit. The chances for success will be greatly enhanced by the establishment of peaceful trade with other foreign human units. Trade to acquire new sources of foods, raw materials, advanced tools and other products may nullify the otherwise limiting features of their static geographical boundaries. However, the success of such an approach may spawn either nationalism, religious supremacy and/or racism ideals. And, when that two-headed dragon rears its ugly head, then the acquiring of outside resources by aggression and/or conquest becomes the norm. During the 20th century the nation of Japan was faced with just such a dilemma. And thus, from previously undertaking and maintaining a rational approach to control its limiting societal and geographic features, it chose to pursue what has been the most popular historical option of addressing overpopulation: war. By the 1930s Japan had reached a situation of critical mass. Its insular national structure could no longer be maintained or allowed to progress by the current combined limited native resources and restricted trade policies. Those facts, combined with a growing desire to become a world power to bolster its vision of the racially superior Japanese people, forced them, in their determination, to take action. There is no need to recount the subsequent events that followed, ending with their surrender to Allied forces in 1945. But it is important to note that from the beginning to the end of this period, the Japanese proceeded under the belief that as a race of people, that they were superior to all of their enemies. Even with the clear knowledge that the United States had more people and a much larger industrial base with which to conduct a war, they did not believe a country made up of many races could come together and be as strong and unified as they were. The example of Japan's transformation from a rational approach to the problems of overpopulation to one of radical expansionism was not the first and will probably not be the last such example of this type of cultural and racial bias. Even as Japan launched its transformation, in Europe at about the same time, the Germans invaded the Soviet Union to acquire new lands for its burgeoning population. And again, racism played a major part in this undertaking. The Aryan race needed to take over land from the mixed Euro-Asian peoples who currently resided there and would subsequently be enslaved or killed off during and after the war. Race and nation, nation and race. The development of a nation or empire by a singular subrace of people is a rather recent historical development. When Homo sapiens encountered the Neanderthal peoples on the European continent, this was a meeting of two members of the Hominidae family tree. The conquest of one over the other, in the relatively short period of 5,000 years, was probably more the result of an invasion of pathogens to which the resident group had no resistance to, rather than from open warfare. However, it would be inconceivable to not speculate that conflicts between the two groups did not occur. It is also appropriate to imagine that during this period that small clans of the invading Homo sapiens merged into tribes for better protection and to enhance the chances of successful aggressive forays to secure better hunting grounds and overall environmentally friendly land areas. And so it was that one branch of the Hominidae tree withered and died while the other began to flourish and to form many new branches. Out of Africa, H. sapiens' outward migration was primarily along the eastern Mediterranean Sea, then around the Black Sea. Before reaching the Black Sea, southward branch-offs would have begun to eventually populate southern Asia. Around the Black Sea, additional branch-offs to the east occurred to cover all remaining portions of Asia. Continuing on, the migration began to overrun the European land mass. Including settlers in Western and Central Asia, the Southern Asian branches and the final migration into Europe, this overall migration was by what was later defined as that by the Caucasoid race. As our anthropologists tell us, these initial migrations were just the first of many that would occur throughout the Europe-Asia land masses. Reverse migrations became common. Settlers of the Caucasus mountain region decided after some time to make a follow-up western migration into Europe, bringing with them their fair skins and blue eyes. This began the whitening of the darker-skinned original migrants, eventually spreading from the northern Mediterranean shoreline to Scandinavia. In our recent history, anthropologists found it necessary to break down the Caucasoid race designation into three subraces: the Aryan, Indo-European, Semitic and Hamitic. Today, thanks in large part to the actions of Hitler and the Nazis concerning the purification of the Aryan race, these classifications have fallen out of favor. Starting approximately 5,000 years ago, the coalescence of clans into tribes and into peoples led to the development of early unified societies across the world. But it was a rocky road indeed, and undertaken primarily by conflict. Sticking with the Caucasoid race for examples, in a reverse migration, Near Eastern peoples, having very limited DNA affiliation with sub-Sahara Africans, moved back to the African continent, settling in the Nile River Valley. I could not find any evidence in my admittedly limited research that this reverse migration ran into any native humanoid residents. The lands here were fertile and must have seemed to be a paradise by the migrants. Societal and cultural formations progressed, and about 3150 BC the Upper and Lower Nile peoples combined to create one nation. A leader by the name of Narmer was chosen to be the first pharaoh. Egyptian history is probably the most studied of all peoples, from theories that an advanced alien race was the source of this great early society to it just happened. By whatever creation, the accomplishments of the early Egyptians were nothing less than fantastic that even today holds a continuing fascination for study by archaeologists, anthropologists and related scientists. During the rise and tenure of the Egyptian Empire, similar developments of advanced societies were occurring throughout the world. China and India in Asia, Mesopotamia in East Asia, Greek and Roman empires in southern Europe, Aztec and Mayan empires in Central America and the Incas in South America. The one common denominator in all these societies was their phenomenal abilities in stone masonry. So, why did this not develop with the colonization of the North American continent by the Mongoloid peoples? Imagine history books detailing the discovery by early explorers of the North American continent of a race of advanced peoples. A short distance inland from Plymouth Rock, these first explorers were escorted to a huge city built of stone, including pyramids and temples of that society's religion. Aqueducts bringing fresh water into the city, paved streets busy with wheeled horse-drawn carts, and many other civil engineering improvements not even seen in most European cities. What would have been the Europeans' impression of these peoples? And what would have been the history of the future interaction between these two races? Yes, it is safe to say that eventually, by deception or just brute force, these so-called indigenous peoples would have been colonized just like their Central and South American cousins. But the real question here is, why were these North American peoples so much different from those that continued on to South America? Were there two different subraces of Mongoloid peoples that left Asia and then took two different paths when they reached the North American continent? Just imagine what it must have been like for a relatively small group of people to spread out across this massive expanse of land, traveling across and colonizing from ocean to ocean. There are enough different physical characteristics between indigenous North American and Central/South American peoples to suggest that they came from different subraces. Evolutionary changes due to different climates of habitation could also explain this. But what can explain the stark differences in cultural development? Whereas the Aztecs, Mayans and Incas developed advanced civilizations, highlighted by their masonry structures and other engineering accomplishments, the North American Indians seemingly became satisfied with a basically Stone Age existence. When they were discovered by the Europeans, this existence earned them the title of noble savage. Any respect shown by this designation did not last very long, however. I'm sure the DNA eggheads have examined all this already, but I am not going to delve any deeper into it. End of Chapter 2 of Volume 1. 3 Chapter world colonization and slavery. It was almost beyond imagination. Mother Earth was engaged in a period of time, many millenniums long, during which hominins slowly colonized the Earth. If hominins are anything, they are and have always been explorers. If not, they would still be confined within the boundaries of the African continent. But escape the incubator continent they did, and thereafter did not stop this initial period of exploring until reaching uninhabitable and unreachable polar regions. This period is what I like to refer to as the first Earth colonization. By the end of the 15th century AD, European nations were beginning to experience an epiphany. The land and resources of the European continent were finite, and every nation therein fought hard to protect what they had. Unfortunately for many, what they did have was either insufficient to protect them from other predatory nations or did not allow for the expansion of their empire. Endless wars had proven these positions over and over again, yet sadly continue to this very day. If a nation had any chance of winning any future wars of conquest or in their defense against aggression, they had to secure the needed wealth and resources elsewhere. The second or modern world colonization began and was made possible by the advent of improved land and sea transportation. Land trade routes from Europe to Asia were improved and stabilized. But it was to the oceans where the most significant advances were made. Shipbuilding reached new levels of prowess, and this was matched by the courage of early seafarers. For the next 4 centuries, wooden ships under sail would embark en masse from Western European harbors as those nations raced to secure the wealth of the rest of the world for their own. Wealth in land, minerals, materials, food and slaves. From the Americas to Africa, India, Southeast Asia, China and even Japan, the race encompassed the globe. Not surprisingly, the conflicts that had dominated European history up until this time simply transitioned over to the new colonies. New wars were fought both on land and at sea to protect one's trade routes or capture those of a competitor's. But it was during the creation and subsequent operation of these colonies that the seeds were sown for a future worldwide period of unrest and warfare. In almost all of the modern colonization efforts, it immediately became apparent that the armaments and tools of the invading Europeans were vastly superior to those of the indigenous peoples encountered. The history of the Spanish conquistadors' conquests is probably the most vivid example of the importance of technological superiority. With only 600 soldiers, Cortés invades Mexico and systematically destroys the Aztec civilization. The thousands of Aztec warriors armed with Stone Age weapons were simply no match against the conquistadors' steel swords and metal armor. Similar conquests of the weakened Mayan and Incan civilizations followed. Large amounts of gold and other treasures were shipped back to Spain. But the soldiers did little of this work. That became the plight of the now enslaved remnants of the conquered indigenous civilizations. But they had help as the Spaniards and then other European nations brought with them other previously enslaved peoples to do this work. Initially, as the western Atlantic Ocean and Caribbean islands were discovered and claimed by the Europeans, African slaves were brought in to perform settlement work. Later, as the conquistadors and others pushed outward from these base settlements to the Central and South American land masses, these slaves were brought along with them. Hominin slavery has existed in the world probably dating back to some of the earliest populations. Thousands of years before the birth of Christ, artifacts from the Mesopotamian and Egyptian empires showed depictions of the capture and possession of slaves. Through trade or conquest, slaves were acquired and forced to do the menial chores of the receiving peoples. Slaves became an economic commodity. At the time of this modern global colonization, the European nations were well aware of the use and treatment of slaves both in their countries and in other parts of the world, most notably in Northern Africa, the Middle East and Asia. Slavery was just a normal part of life. It served to provide manpower where there were deficiencies in this regard, and the business was lucrative. The root causes of slavery are rather simple and play at a very core of human nature. On an individual basis, it is very human for one to want to dominate another individual. To accomplish this, there is the exertion of size, strength, speed, cunning and other attributes in a one-on-one challenge. To the winner goes control and the loser subjugation. In prehistoric times, this meant that the winner gained leadership status, breeding rights, and treasure. This basic formula has not changed over time. It has only changed in magnitude and complexity, clan to clan, people to people, race to race, nation to nation, empire to empire. Today, if your DNA indicates a majority reading as part of the original Caucasoid or Caucasian race, you are considered white. If your DNA points toward the Mongoloid race, then you are yellow or red. If your DNA points toward the Negroid race, then you are black or black/brown. But, within these generalized color-coded designations there remains unavoidable distinctions, or shall we say a grading of peoples based primarily on the actual skin tones. Thus we have the distinction between interracial bias and intraracial bias. Although both conditions are understandable because, after all, they are part of our human makeup, they are caustic and are the reason for many episodes of strife, suffering and even genocide throughout the history of the human race. End of Chapter 3 of Volume 1. 4 Chapter. A Perfect Storm. Helen of Troy was said to be the face that launched 1,000 ships. The death of George Floyd was the act that launched tens of thousands of protesters throughout many cities in the USA and around the world. In the case of the beautiful Helen, daughter of Zeus and wife of King Menelaus of Sparta, her abduction by the Trojan prince Paris created a perfect storm by providing a unifying excuse for the otherwise mutually suspicious Greek kingdoms to unite in a crusade to attack the great city of Troy. Helen's abduction was the perfect independent non-Greek spark that allowed the usually self-centered Greek kingdoms to unite and correct this affront to Greek royalty. On May 25, 2020, on the streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota, George Floyd was arrested, handcuffed, thrown to the ground by Officer Derek Chauvin, who then placed his left knee on the neck of Mr. Floyd with such force and length of time as to cause his death. Virtually the entire event was recorded by a bystander in such graphic detail as to leave no doubt of the fatal act. Included were verbal expressions from Mr. Floyd, including the now infamous "I can't breathe." It is reasonable to project that at the time of George Floyd's death there was virtually no one in the world who imagined that this gruesome event would be the spark to ignite a perfect storm maelstrom of national anger, racial unrest, mobilization of anti-government extremist groups and last, but not least, the release of pent-up stresses by thousands of young peoples. It is the usual practice of news outlets to not repeatedly show graphic scenes of violent physical assaults, especially those that result in death. But in the case of Mr. Floyd's gruesome assault, they began to show the event over and over while waiting for the inevitable expression of outrage by the black community. With certainty, there would be explosive protests in Minnesota which they would cover with gusto. But they simply did not foresee what did happen next. Starting the night of May 25, within the next few weeks massive protests, involving thousands of people each sprang up across the country from Seattle and LA on the west coast to New York and DC in the east. And, very quickly these protests turned violent with assaults on police personnel and equipment and then surprisingly assaults on governmental and community properties. As the protests progressed in scope and size, looting became commonplace at almost every site. In DC there was the possibility that protesters would succeed in overwhelming initial defenses at the White House where, if they had succeeded, final protections would have resulted in a bloodbath. How did all of these massive protests get organized and turn out so many people in so many locations almost simultaneously? In hindsight, an obvious determination was that several anti-government, socialist/communist and anti-racism organizations had been lying in wait for any new police-caused death of an unarmed black man to occur. With the complicit actions of the news media in the repeated showing of the actual event along with following racial implication commentaries, the opportunity for these organizations to act was presented on a silver platter. As expected, taking the lead in calling for protests was the BLM, Black Lives Matter, organization. Formed in the years after the death of Trayvon Martin and subsequent acquittal of George Zimmerman in 2012, by the year 2020 it now advertises itself as the Black Lives Matter Global Network. With financial and widespread communications resources, the BLM quickly mobilized and called for simultaneous protests across the nation and even other countries. What the leaders of BLM could not have known with any certainty was the huge response to these calls that would come from known anti-government, left-wing political, read anarchists and communists, criminals and thousands upon thousands of COVID-19 created out-of-work young people of all races and political beliefs. A perfect storm. In response to the November 7, 1938 assassination of a German diplomat in Paris by a Polish/Jewish student, Hitler's Nazi Party used this event as an excuse to execute its stated anti-Jewish policy in the most severe and direct form. Led by the Sturmabteilung SA, Storm Detachment, and otherwise known as the Brown Shirts, Jewish-owned infrastructure to the tune of 7,500 businesses, 1,000 synagogues and countless schools, hospitals and homes were severely damaged or destroyed. In many cases the Brown Shirts' destruction and looting of these facilities was assisted by neighbors and other citizens. 91 Jews were killed and approximately 30,000 mostly young male Jews were arrested. They were sent to existing concentration camps. During the 2 days of November 9 and 10, 1938, Jews throughout Germany were systematically assaulted, arrested and their possessions destroyed. Known as the Kristallnacht, Crystal Night or Night of Broken Glass, this was in reference to the piles of broken glass littering the street from the broken windows of Jewish-owned businesses, homes and synagogues. But this reference says little about the totality of the carnage that occurred over this 2-day period. In response to the May 25, 2020 murder of George Floyd, a black man, by white police officer Derek Chauvin, the activist organization BLM, Black Lives Matter, called for the immediate conduct of actions to once and for all stop the persecution of black/brown peoples by white police officers. That night the first of many months of protests and riots took place in Minneapolis. And so began the American Kristallnacht. Bolstered by many local, state and federal politicians and other sympathetic individuals and groups, the ensuing protests and riots, many with widespread looting, spread across the nation. The media could hardly keep up with events, a whirlwind that they greatly helped to create. As it evolved, this uprising octopus grew many tentacles. It cannot be known for certain what messages the BLM organization wanted to bring forth as a result of this incident. Certainly, one was to continue the narrative that racism was rampant in the nation's police departments and that this incident was just the latest in a widespread culture of discrimination and unbalanced police-authorized violence against black/brown peoples. However, as the media would expose, there is no evidence of such imbalances. Police, of all colors, use lethal force against peoples of all races as the situation warrants. To be certain, the violent apprehension and restraint of George Floyd was indefensible but far from the norm of police conduct in America. But this fact was totally ignored, as was the prevailing countrywide standard of subsequent independent investigation of such cases and any necessary adjudication of the parties involved. As discussions began as to what would occur with investigations into George Floyd's death at the hands of a white policeman and the brining of criminal charges against all the officers involved, out of nowhere protesters started a call for a new movement. Defund the police became a new national battle cry. Again, without supporting factual evidence, the movement gained rapid approval from many cities and counties and tactical support from many national politicians. Calls ranged from revamping police departments through enhanced training efforts to the complete abolishment of police departments. Municipal governments wrestled with this issue and in some cases did enact changes. These efforts received detailed coverage by the media. But underneath all of that, cooler heads were softly at first, but then with increasing gusto expressing a truism. Defunding and/or abolishing police departments was simply a very stupid idea. As BLM-sponsored protests spread across the nation, it did not really distract from their anti-racism goals that the protests turned violent or wandered into other subject issues apart from the initial police brutality white-on-black complaint. Tearing down Confederate war statues and other landmarks fit in with their messaging. Looting was explained as the oppressed minorities breaking forth from long-standing economic shackles. But as the protests continued, the parallel emergence of the defund the police movement placed the BLM's role of anti-racism leader in jeopardy. It didn't take a genius to figure out that if and when the police department staffs were reduced or even abolished, crime would correspondingly increase. And, where that increase in crime would occur was no secret. As shown in the city of Baltimore's experience with the carte blanche prosecution of policemen for accidents or subpar performance of their duties, the reaction of the police force in near total was to pull back from proactive measures of crime prevention to one of after-the-fact response only. Crime numbers exploded. Police morale plummeted. So it was no surprise that as the defund the police movement began to gain traction across the country that early police officer retirement spiked, officers quit, and the morale of those officers remaining soured. Nationwide crime numbers exploded as again, proactive police efforts were either silently abandoned or actually eliminated by some municipal governments. And where did most of these increases occur? Primarily in black/brown communities. Residents, activists and the more intelligent politicians in the black/brown communities were rather quickly confronted with a truism of their own. It was one thing to beat the drum about police brutality, both real and perceived, but another when the results of these actions placed their lives in a state of heightened danger. Increased incidents of murder, robberies, drive-by shootings, riots, looting and other crimes were making their communities virtually unlivable. But their increasing cries of desperation were drowned out by other events in the fall of 2020. In the fall of 2020 there was no clear path to managing the COVID-19 pandemic. The debate over lockdowns versus open economies and schools raged on. Masks or no masks? Would we ever get a vaccine? The massive protests of the past summer had subsided in number as the base messaging of police brutality had been addressed and promises made to improve national policing standards. College students had for the most part returned to their studies in one form or another. Jobs were quickly returning and the economy overall was starting to rebound. Together, these two events eliminated the masses of young people that had supported and populated the summer protests. Faced with this loss of that resource and the growing evidence that their movement was hurting the black/brown communities where they had received the majority of their moral and economic support, the prominence of the BLM organization in national matters waned. The 2020 presidential election, or more precisely its contested outcome took center stage, soon to be shared by the approval and rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines in 2021. Add to this the continuing debate on school attendance/effects of school closures, the discovery that the promised vaccines did not prevent infection, the disastrous pullout of troops from Afghanistan and other policy disasters of the newly elected president, and it became impossible for the BLM organization to remain in the limelight. That is, except for their subsequent spending habits, but that's another story. Silent witnesses. Frank and his wife Helen had been married for 42 years, raised 3 children, and were now experiencing the births of their grandchildren. This latest development was taking the sting out of being empty nesters. Recently, discussing those grandchildren that had been born and how many more might eventually come into the family was a wonderful and warming exercise. To be sure, everyday requirements of life were still in focus. Normal living expenses, the last years of mortgage payments and other financial obligations all required their attention. But there on the horizon was an increasingly clear picture of a more simple lifestyle. Retirement for both of them was just a few years away, and the transition to post-retirement living, what with pensions, Social Security, Medicare/Medicaid, life insurance coverage and so forth, was gaining a foothold on their thoughts. Frank and Helen lived in one of the counties surrounding the city of Philadelphia. Helen had commuted every day of the week to a center city job. But she had been instructed by her employer to work from home in the spring of 2020 until some type of control could be reached concerning the COVID-19 pandemic. Life was good in these surrounding counties. Good schools, churches of many denominations, numerous commercial and business establishments, and very good professional police and fire services all contributed to a stable and safe standard of living. In the late winter and early spring of 2020, the evolving course of the COVID-19 pandemic had the attention of the entire world. People were worried as to how the virus would not only affect their health but also their financial well-being. Media viewership spiked to new levels, and like millions of other people, Frank and Helen became regulated to an almost mandatory nightly viewing of the daily news. Against this backdrop, coverage of the May 25, 2020 murder of George Floyd had a muted impact on them and many other people. Because that event would not normally have a direct impact on their lives, as opposed to the continuing COVID-19 saga, the event was marginalized by many people. It was expected that demonstrations would likely occur in Minneapolis, but after allowing for people's voices and complaints to be aired, the uproar would subside as standard police investigations into Mr. Floyd's death and needs for prosecution of illegal conduct were initiated. What happened next was anything but predictable. Frank and Helen viewed the events on May 25, 2020 as disgusting and deplorable. They eventually stopped watching the news that evening as the repeated showing of the actual murder of George Floyd became too disturbing to watch anymore. Their thoughts and discussions about what they had seen delved into what this event may have on race relations in the country. Both of them interacted almost every day with so-called minority people. From their point of view, race relations had improved to new heights under the Trump administration. Historic high employment levels within all minority groups, races, improved funding for minority colleges and universities, and other inclusive programs had all been accomplished under the president's direction. After the May 25 events, Frank and Helen continued to watch the news and were part of the nation's dumbfounded witnessing of the summer protests/riots. And so it was one evening that the protests came to Philadelphia. On their TV, they watched as a group of black street toughs aggressively confronted a line of police vehicles. Behind them were hundreds of onlookers cheering them on. Soon, the outnumbered officers left their vehicles and retreated back to regroup under a highway underpass. Some of the forward abandoned vehicles were trashed. Then, in a flash, the horde of onlookers stormed a nearby store, smashing in the front door and windows, and looted the establishment. All the outnumbered police could do was look on in disgust. Helen's mouth was hanging open as she watched in amazement as this rioting and looting was taking place in the city where she had worked in for so many years. She even recognized the intersection where all this was occurring. As she tried to make sense of what she was seeing, a movement to her right suddenly caught her eye. This turned out to be Frank launching himself from his recliner and then storming past her on his way to the garage. She briefly saw that his face was red and the barely audible sounds coming forth from his mouth were not church hymns. If the improvement of race relations was one of the goals of the 2020 summer protests/riots, the final results were anything but positive. As the Franks and Helens of the country sat tight waiting for political, social and religious leaders to address racial inequalities, actual and perceived, and provide a pathway to understanding and addressing these issues, events spiraled out of control. To the dismay of many wishing for a calming within the conduct of the 2020 protests, the attacks on statues and other historical markers not only centered on Confederate generals and politicians but also expanded to include historical figures and monuments that were in any way associated with slavery. Christopher Columbus, George Washington, Ulysses S. Grant and even Abraham Lincoln were just some of those targeted. These attacks did not sit well with many Americans who did not even recognize then that these attacks were but a harbinger of future discourse. In the fall of 2020, the presidential election and COVID-19 pandemic superseded virtually all other news stories. This continued into 2021 with the January 6 Capitol riot, swearing in of the new president and the initial rollout of COVID-19 vaccines. The new president, immediately upon taking office, signed numerous executive orders and instituted new policies that were upsetting too many people, businesses and industries. Arguments on mask mandates, school closures/online teaching and the failure of many employees to return to pre-COVID jobs remained strong news stories. On the positive side, most people took the relative lack of racial unrest news coverage to indicate that things had finally settled down and that future discussions would proceed in a more rational approach. Most people, that is, except the parents of school children. Schools closed during the pandemic shutdowns and the advent of the substitute online teaching programs resulted in many parents quitting their jobs to stay at home to facilitate these efforts. In helping their children participate in this new teaching methodology, they made some very troubling discoveries while reviewing the subject's contents. Intertwined within normal curriculums were highly objectionable subject matter bashing the country's history of white supremacy, slavery and racism. Although first put forward by academians in the 1970s, the term critical race theory was a new discovery for many people. Advocates of the theory started to step forward and became targets for parents who felt betrayed by the public school system. And the professors who formulated the Hate America theories and slyly indoctrinated generations of new progressive teachers, administrators and professors smiled their evil smiles. And then the school boards became the targets. It stands as the prime example of what is occurring in this nation's wrestling match with itself concerning race relations. The 2021 governor's race in the Commonwealth of Virginia boiled down to what is being taught in their schools concerning the history of racism. Angry parents confronted school boards, demanding the purging of CRT and related content from school textbooks. The debates became heated with parents being silenced and some escorted from meetings by police. It became so bad that a letter was sent to the DOJ by the National School Boards Association, NSBA, requesting that these angry people be declared terrorists. The NSBA claimed the letter was not an official communication, but the DOJ was subdued into considering what, if any, their response would be. In support of the school boards was the teachers' unions. Then this issue was politicized and eventually decided by the election of the Republican candidate and his "Take Our Schools Back" campaign rhetoric. This election result is being hyped as the prototype and determining factor for successful campaigns by all politicians in the 2022 midterm elections. Frank and Helen have stopped watching the evening news together. Results. As of July 1, 2022, the final tally of results of the George Floyd murder and tsunami of reactions thereto is still being counted. Safe to say some of the results may never be fully resolved or ended. From an understanding of the events and reactions by most people, it would seem logical that the following could be put forth. 1. George Floyd, a black man, was murdered by a white policeman. The policeman was put on trial and found guilty. Other officers involved will also be put on trial and may or may not be found guilty of charges filed. All will have the ability to file appeals of any convictions. Media research found that there are relatively few examples of police misuse of lethal force or accidental actions that cause death in the apprehension of criminals, and that white-on-black cases are a small percentage of these. But when such incidents do occur, the media and community response is extensive, and rightfully so. Such coverage, if done in a crazy fashion, can cause more harm than good. In all cases, there is a comprehensive investigation as to the events and, if necessary, charges brought forth against any illegal actions. Despite emotional outbursts by family members, activists and politicians in many such cases, the experiences surrounding the George Floyd case confirmed that our legal system is fully functional in providing justice to all. 2. Imagine a poster of Uncle Sam sporting a black eye. The result of the 2020 protests/riot/looting was a smack in the eye of this nation, resulting in huge losses in respect and prestige by many foreign nations. Our own citizens have been left with feelings of bewilderment, anger and disgust. What was gained? The answer to that is nothing. The perfect storm of conditions that allowed the protests to occur is unlikely to ever be duplicated. The one-time opportunity to initiate a serious discussion on improving race relations was squandered when the protests became violent and facilitated looting. The incredibly stupid defund the police spin-off movement has only caused bitterness in all communities. Its experimental consideration and partial implementation has and will for many years negatively impact primarily black/brown communities. Empathy from other races/communities is unlikely to exist for quite some time. Frank left the room after watching a news recap of the weekend carnage that had occurred in one of our biggest cities where 2 black children had been fatally struck by stray bullets. He stood in the garage, out of Helen's sight, where she could not see the tears running down his cheeks. 3. It has been a long time coming. A secret that has never been much of a secret has been exposed. Wrapped within a cloaking shroud of false honesty and housed within some of our most revered institutions for these many years, the plans to convert America into a socialist/communist nation have now been laid bare. In all past conversions there have been several core ideals and principles used to guide the conversion. First and foremost is the takeover of the central government by either peaceful or violent means. Once secured, consolidate power in such a way as to prevent any type of reversal by opposition groups. To ensure future compliance by the masses, institute a state-run education system that can be used to indoctrinate students. The curriculum will be decided by the central government. Free speech will be prohibited. If this all seems familiar, it is because this blueprint, in one form or another, has been used many times in the past. In the current efforts to convert capitalist America into a socialist nation, several points of attack are being used to force the changeover. One of these is to discredit individual and national accomplishments because many of these were perceived to have been gained at the expense of others. In the long-time workings of the liberal left, feeding off what I call privilege guilt, white people, turning a blind eye to the earned accomplishments of themselves and their ancestors, have the suicidal goal of correcting the disproportionate social, economic, educational and representative status of these others. Others that have been the victims of systemic racism by white people. The only way to do this is to take from the earners and give to the others. Yeah, we have such a great history of this type of approach working. End of chapter 4 of volume 1. 5 chapter. Introspection reveal. It started as a small rain shower but eventually became a hurricane of confusion and doubt. Was / is racism the primary cause of worldwide strife, or is it an afterthought, something manufactured to serve as an excuse to mask the true causes? I was born on July 11, 1949 and became a member of the world population that was in the throes of recovering from the horrors of World War II and likewise in the beginning of new geopolitical and ideological conflicts. Allowing for the normal period of youthful bliss, by the middle of the 60s I was becoming aware of then current geographic locations of conflict, Vietnam, the Middle East, while also trying to keep abreast of the ongoing Cold War developments. But the real hot topic of this period was the conduct of the civil rights movement. As a northern boy, I did not have a true perspective of what this movement was all about. News coverage of the Watts riots, the Selma to Montgomery March, the killing of both black and white supporters of the movement and the burning of both white and black churches just did not compute. Why were these things occurring? I was just trying to finish high school, playing sports, going hunting and fishing, attending church, seeing girls in a new and different light, handling family issues and so forth. I was just not in a mature mental state to handle all of these matters at the same time, much less than in any detail. When I was a young lad during the late 1950s, living in an all-white small town in Pennsylvania, we did not tell racial jokes. As passed down from our parents' mindsets, we told national jokes, targeting the people from European nations that had a history of going to war and having their asses kicked. The one joke I can remember was, why do Italian tanks have 5 speeds forward and 5 in reverse? Answer, in case they got attacked from the rear. Another was, how do you tell the bride from the groom at a Polish wedding? Answer, she has the cleaner t-shirt. These were simple stupid jokes, but they mirrored expressions by our parents and grandparents. They were the residual domination memories from their ancestors' successes or failures in national wars fought on the European continent. Our town had no people of color, was not in a state that had tolerated slavery, and any battles with resident Indians were only briefly listed in our history books. So why would we target these peoples for jokes? My first experience with segregation occurred during this period. My mother was a wonderful humanitarian and truly believed that all people should be treated equally and with love and compassion. She insisted on participating in the Fresh Air program, where black children from New York City were sent out to small-town families for the summer to escape the high city heat. If a pairing went well, a child would request a return to their initial host family and often returned back there for several years. Our visitor was a young black girl who did come back for 6 years. During this time our town did not have a community swimming pool. No problem for us, as all we had to do was travel to nearby Hershey, who had a huge 3-pool complex. Or normal way to get to Hershey was for my 2 older teenage sisters to drag me the 1 mile to the center of town, stick out a thumb and get a free ride. Well, that first year with our NYC visitor, when we decided to go swimming, as we assembled to start our walk, I asked where she was. My mother told me that she, as a black person, was not allowed to go to the Hershey pool. She told me not to say anything, just go and have a good time. She said it was a rotten thing that would hopefully change sooner than later. As one last reference to my mother's true spirit and beliefs, she once told me a humorous story about herself when she was a young schoolgirl. At that time she attended a one-room country school which surprisingly, considering the location, had a young black boy in attendance a year or two older than her. One Monday morning in the fall during roll call, when this boy's name was called, he rose to his feet and loudly explained that this would be his last week for coming to school. He said that with the colder weather he could no longer walk to school because he had no shoes. That night my mother told her parents about this. 2 days later she showed up at school with a new pair of shoes and 2 pairs of socks. When her name was called she stood up and presented the shoes to the boy. That evening after school he was waiting outside for my mother and began chasing her, repeatedly throwing one shoe then the other at her. She ran all the way home afraid to look back at her pursuer. The next day when she reached the school the shoes were neatly placed on the front porch. She never saw the boy again. Mount recollection of this time was that the hosting of Fresh Air Children was well received by participating communities and people. At least in our household, it was considered an effort to meet and interact with new people and gain an insight to life in a big city as reported by these children. My observations of the prevention of a person of color from entering a public swimming pool was disturbing, but only mildly, as I was just too young to in any way to understand the full gravity of what segregation was like in many other parts of the country. That story was just not covered in our local newspapers and TV coverage. I can remember my dad bringing home our first tiny BW television during this time, was practically non-existent. Eventually, I entered high school where in playing sports I competed against black players from other schools. In college my fraternity had black members. Then I got a job and for the rest of my life I worked with and interacted with people of all colors, from many countries and with different religious beliefs. So it was, when I finally retired from work, that I had the time and opportunity to seriously reflect upon what I had experienced and learned over the course of my lifetime. After some consideration I decided that I would like to put my thoughts down on paper for 2 subjects that had always held my interest and curiosity, racism and religion. Upon reflection, I could have picked more difficult subjects, such as why serial killers are really God people or women never really complain, but then decided upon the 2 easier subjects. Most of my subsequent writing sessions have ended with Tylenol toddies. So now it's time to examine the results of all this layman's research and subsequent introspective thoughts about racism, where it came from and where it is in our modern society. My first discovery is actually a question. Within the overall species classification of Homo sapiens, what are the modern-day names and geographical locations of the separate races? Do they exist, and if so, who is responsible for these classifications? The current Merriam-Webster definition of race for the biological application is a group within a species that is distinguishable, as morphologically, genetically or behaviorally, from others of the same species. But then this reference source goes on to provide additional definitions. These are, any one of the groups that humans are often divided into based on physical traits regarded as common among people of shared ancestry, and a group of people sharing a common cultural, geographic, linguistic or religious origin or background. What I had hoped for in undertaking a rational and orderly introspective approach for examining this question just kept crashing. It was like tripping a breaker when the amps exceeded capacity. It eventually became apparent that the modern-day definitions of race are simply too broad and all-encompassing to allow for an application that could 100% identify the race of any one person. And who decides if and when these definitions specifically apply to a grouping, tribe, people of a geographical location or area, nation, religion, etc., and a declaration of a race is made? Who approves such a declaration? I guess this is why no one has tried to do so, except, of course, that by the United States of America government. As an examination of this issue, let's look at 2 very different examples. People living within the nation of Japan almost exclusively meet almost all of the definitions for identification as one race. However, do they meet the definition, Merriam-Webster, for an indigenous people, being the earliest known inhabitants of a place that was colonized by a new dominant group? Here I profess ignorance as to any evidence being found of another hominin species inhabiting Japanese islands prior to the colonization by Homo sapiens. Proceeding then under an assumption that Homo sapiens were the first inhabitants of these islands, then the answer is no, because they were thereafter never colonized by a new dominant group. They were, of course, defeated by the USA and its allies during World War II but never really colonized. Possibly, the best identifier definition for the Japanese people would be aboriginals, whose MW definition reads implies having no known others preceding an occupancy of a particular region. When you view a native Japanese man or woman, you immediately recognize them as such. If any people in the world deserve to be identified as a separate race, under modern-day definitions of race, it would be the Japanese. Now let's look at the people living in the nation of Italy. Italy has an amazing history. At alternate times throughout its existence it has conquered and been conquered many times with resultant influxes of peoples, including slaves, ranging from Nordic regions, Northern Africa, Eastern Europe and Asia. Today, walking the streets of an Italian city one could view native inhabitants that either look like any blonde-haired, blue-eyed vacationing Nordic skier to a 5'6" tall, olive-skin-colored man who looks just like my Uncle Mario. But both are native-born Italians. However, as a nation, Italians only meet two of the criteria for being identified as a race. They all speak Italian and live in Italy. Okay, so what racial classification do we assign to Italians? Beats the hell out of me. And there are many other peoples in many other countries that fall into the same identification quagmire. This is especially true for European nations. Indigenous peoples of the European continent is a murky subject. If we can assume that the Neanderthals were the first hominin species to inhabit the continent, this discounts the even possibly earlier Denisovans and other Homo erectus inhabitants, then the Neanderthals could be considered the true European indigenous people. From this, archaeological discoveries and studies identified the confirming subsequent colonization of the continent by a dominate group, modern humans, Homo sapiens. Then within a 5,000-year period of cohabitation the Neanderthals died out. It would be a safe bet to recognize that this indigenous to dominate colonization group action was repeated in similar form throughout the world. But what is really the most important aspect of this model is that it has continued to be repeated throughout our ensuing history up to this very day. That is, a group, clan, nation, empire is continually being overthrown by a new dominant group, clan, and nation empire. With limited evidence, anthropologists can guess as to who participants in the pre-record were keeping millenniums. Then, from at first limited to subsequent detailed written records, it became possible to distinguish where and when separate continental areas and their people were colonized by a new group of people. In this repetitive colonization process, the colonized, or shall we say conquered people usually face two options. Under the best of circumstances, processes of assimilation would be instituted. This could even consist of allowing the colonized people to retain their country name, culture and overall society. They would be ruled under a proxy leader or government instituted by the colonizer nation. However, the second option resulting from colonization was too often employed. When the takeover conflict was finished, the former nation was destroyed in name and power and the residue population was, in one form or another, absorbed by the conqueror. The conquered people were subject to harsh and deadly consequences. Genocide was employed in many cases, and slavery as a business was instituted. Old nations became just a historical footnote as the more powerful and conquering ones emerged, until, of course, they were conquered. To be sure, there has always been great resistance to assimilation processes by colonized/conquered peoples. The differences between conqueror and conquered, cultural, geographic, linguistic, religion and societal practices, are so strong as to resist any type of long-lasting assimilation. Examples abound. A recent one is the creation and then breakup of Yugoslavia. Initially formed in 1918 after the end of World War I from remnants of the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires and Kingdom of Serbia, it experienced nothing but turmoil. It was reformed 1949 as a communist state, but the unrest between ethnic and religious groups remained, then accelerated until this one country was fractured into several independent nations. The history of Yugoslavia is fascinating reading. But the question I have is, do the breakaway nation's inhabitants have the claim to be considered separate races? After all, with the reasons for the breakup of Yugoslavia being each nation's overpowering desire to keep and practice their original separate cultural, geographic, linguistic and religious beliefs, this successful recreation of that status meets at least one of MW's definition of race. So why have these people not been afforded a separate race designation? Yes, we all know the answer to that why. They are white, members of the great and powerful white race that dominates the worldwide other races. What a crock of you know what. Or is it? Well, as many of you may have guessed by now, I have been pointing to a discussion of race as it exists in the United States of America. There is no other nation like it in all of history. From all men are created equal to life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness, it is a 200-plus-year experiment in government that stands apart from that of all other nations past and present. And it will be within this great nation that the divisive issues of race, racism, white supremacy, and bigotry must and will be resolved. But how do we do this? My address thus far has been to exemplify that we do not have a precise identification method of race identification. On the other hand, do we need one? For me, the answer would be no. When a person takes up residence in the USA and pledges to adhere, in all legal and cultural ways, to the American way of life, then what need is there to distinguish different races? Let's look at this in steps. 1. Our government OMB requires race designations on census forms to include white, black or African American, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian Native and Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. A space may be added for other race. So, let's look at the very inconsistent criteria used for these race designations. Taken from question number 9 on the 2020 Census questionnaire, we have two races, white and black or African American, which are denoted by skin color alone with a sub-designation required for continental and national origin. Does anyone think that most people in the USA know how to answer this sub-designation, country of origin? Okay, maybe those that have just emigrated here from another nation. But most do not even know the family tree surnames of their ancestors past those of their grandparents. Also, surnames may be identical in the populations of two or more independent nations. And what, pray tell, does the offspring of a white and black or any other mixed-race couple do at this point? Well, they do what the majority of the rest of us multi-generational citizens do when confronted with this question. They just mark one of the boxes, spin the needle and then write down the first nation that comes to mind. At this point they will have recognized the absurdity of the questionnaire and their answer, accurate or not, doesn't really matter. The next block on the form is for American Indian, or Alaska Native. Here they want the name of the enrolled or principal tribes. For an American Indian the name of their ancestral tribe would typically be known. But how anyone could trace their ancestry back to ancient civilizations such as the Mayans or Aztecs seems impossible. Unless somehow proven by DNA testing. Anyway, there is a myriad of other subcategory choices available for this question. Next on the questionnaire are 9 blocks to choose from, 6 being a race designation based solely on past residence, or having ancestral residence, from a specific foreign nation, Chinese, Filipino, Asian Indian, Vietnamese, Korean and Japanese, 1 as being a native Hawaiian, 1 as a resident of the independent state of Samoa, Samoan, and 1 as a member of the indigenous peoples of the Mariana Islands, Chamorro. So, without any designation criteria other than from what specified nation, state or geographic location a person and or his ancestors originated from, our federal government has declared these people to be separate races. Oh, my head is really starting to hurt. But our government was not done yet. A person could still declare himself, or herself, a member of a separate race by checking one of the next 2 boxes: other Asian, or other Pacific Islander. And as a sub-classifier you have your choice here of listing either a nation of origin or a name for residents of a nation that sub-identify as a people. And last but not least, the final block that can be checked is some other race. I would love to see the answers for origin under this race classification. There's so many ways you could describe the utterly confusing and abstract thinking that went into these designations. Suffice to say that it was accomplished by the federal government. Some of these designations, American Indian and Japanese, come close to the Mr. definitions of race. Then again, the 3 definitions provided are themselves, with few exceptions, out of touch with actual world population groupings. Nowhere is this truer than in the USA, where we have classified races as it applies only to us. Thus we, our government, fosters division and discord every day by their decisions. If the problems associated with completing question number 9 are not bad enough, what about completing question number 8? If you are not a person of Hispanic, Latino or Spanish origin, mark the first block and go on to question number 9. If you are of this origin designation, you then have 4 choices to further define your origin country. But, as noted in the instructions, people from these origins are not part of a designated race. Take for example those people that identify as Mexican American and mark block number 2. Unlike a person who can skip this question because they identify as African American and for which there is a specific block for them to check under question number 9, what block does a Hispanic, Latino or Spanish person check off under question number 9? What is the criteria that allows for the use of a suffix, American, to designate one as a race, African, but not for others, Mexican? 2. Can we and should we identity different races within the populace? Look at the current status of this, which block you mark on the census form and other similar documents. Then consider all the turmoil when people, groups, news outlets and our government throw these racial classifications into any and all discussions to support their opinions and prejudices. Has it ever been shown that the creation and use of these race classifications have been a unifying component of the American society and nation? That nation created to be the melting pot of all peoples. I think not, and the proof is in the information contained in the daily news. Let's look at the designation of the government's African American classification. A black/brown person who is immediately identified by skin color and other anatomical features as being a descendant of indigenous peoples of the African continent. Okay, so what race are they actually? Is African American an actual race? And, what if you mistook a person who descended from Australian Aborigines for an African American? Would the dark skin color of peoples in other parts of the world qualify them, simply by sight, to be identified as black? Would they want or appreciate being lumped into a single, black, race designation? After all, there would be no cultural, geographic, linguistic or religious commonality between them. So why not just call all black-skinned people black, with no other prefixes or suffixes? Wait. Isn't that we have already done with the combined peoples of Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, Australia, and many parts of Asia, North and South America? Sorry if I left out pockets of these peoples in other places. Yes, we just call them white, in total disregard to the defining MW criteria for identification of a race. Then we have the issue of the race classifications for native peoples. Merriam-Webster's definition of native is simple and direct, belonging to a particular place by birth. Yes, we all know that the federal government created these race classifications for the purposes of monitoring and distribution of public funds and aid programs. But as far as race relations and clarity of overall societal well-being, these fictional classifications cause way more harm than good. Just imagine a Swedish couple legally immigrates to Alaska. 2 weeks later the mother gives birth to a baby girl. Thereafter she will be considered an Alaska native and member of a separate race. Absurd. 3. It should be clear to most people by now that race classification is a failed experiment that has no future. A coherent definition for race seems impossible given the worldwide mixing of peoples and their cultural, geographic, linguistic and religious backgrounds. In the most relevant example of this, what race designation do we give to the offspring of a biracial couple? What designation do we give to the next generation grandchildren? To be sure, this is a continuing process that may not sort out for many years to come. But, for our government to persist in trying to monitor social order and needs under an anal racial designation system, that has no scientific or logical underpinning, is just plain stupid. Get rid of the word race. We can obtain the desired information from other sources. Domination. My second discovery, or more accurately described as a conclusion, is that we may be thinking about race and the racism turmoil 180 degrees opposite from where the discussion and resolution efforts should be. When you first look at another human of the same sex, your initial inherent instinct is to assess your position in the domination equation. Is he bigger or smaller, stronger or weaker looking, more handsome or uglier, better or worse dressed, and so forth, considering all visible physical attributes. If words are spoken, an assessment will be made as to his education and intelligence levels. All of these subconscious assessments are completed within a few seconds and a decision then made whether to continue with more interactions or terminate and continue on. Which one you choose will be guided by your conclusion that you would likely dominate or be dominated by the stranger. If the encounter is with someone you already know, after a quick check of what you have previously decided about domination with this person, your interaction with them will be dictated accordingly. Your conduct will be that of the dominator, dominated or neutral, like with a lifelong friend. First impressions in meeting other people are never 100% accurate in accessing them under any set of criteria. And, this is not of any importance with what will be just a single meeting. But when a first meeting is followed by subsequent meetings, like an introduction into a new social grouping or your first day at a new job, then other inherent human traits come into play. These will include like/dislike, envy, jealousy, admiration, disdain, indifference and prejudice. Pay close attention to this last word. Prejudice is the cancer that kills off all independent thought processes. They become forfeit to the publicly expressed opinions and mindset of others, that you have knowingly or unknowingly adopted as your own. Therefore, when you meet or witness a person, that by dress, conduct, skin color or other identifiers you have already decided your opinion of them, then you have become prejudicial and given up the ability to think for yourself. Regretfully, this rejection of self-determination in lieu of the convenient adoption of those opinions of others is all too commonplace. Domination by humans is an intrinsic, straight from the gut trait that guides our daily lives. You live every day under the umbrella of being the dominator or dominated at all levels, individual, group, nation, religion and so forth. It can't be ignored or disregarded. But attempts have been made to snow it under and hide its true impact on society. Mr. Thomas Jefferson, in writing our Declaration of Independence, put forth two of the biggest lies in history in an attempt to do just that. He wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness." Mr. Jefferson's reference to these truths are in reference to claims in the first paragraph of the Declaration, which reads, "The separate and equal station, by governments or nations, to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them." Trying to be kind here, what the hell are the laws of nature that would apply to the status quo between nations? I don't recall ever seeing the word combination nature's God used anywhere else before, but I guess most of us will get the same meaning. But it's the same question again. Where is it written that God has laid down laws for interactions between human governments? Likewise, where in the Christian Bible is the statement by God that all men shall be born with the rights of life, liberty and happiness? So, to reference these two, fictional and spiritual, laws as the power to justify that all men are created equal and are endowed with our certain inalienable rights by the Creator is neither logical nor correct. There has not been born, nor will be born, two human beings that are exactly alike. As with snowflakes, each and every human is unique. To proclaim that all men are created equal is a bold-faced lie and discredits their very, very important uniqueness. Isn't it funny that the people that so want this to be true are the same people that are always preaching diversity? At its core, the all men are created equal ideal is just the attempt by some to elevate one group of people at the expense of bringing down people of another group. We see it in our schools. Keep dumbing down the curriculum and testing so that those at the bottom can at least be passed on through the system and the average students can now get A's and get on the honor roll. Meanwhile, the bright students are unchallenged and look towards graduating with a subpar education. There cannot be any greater reason to explain the overall failures of our public education system and the reason for the exodus of many students to alternative private and religious-sponsored schools. Another example I like is where your son's baseball team enters a 6-team postseason tournament and wins. Each kid is then presented a participation trophy the same as the ones presented to the kids from the team that did not win even one game. All of these types of equalization efforts are designed to negate the domination dance. All must fail, for if an equalization philosophy ever becomes dominant in this country, then it is doomed to collapse or be overthrown by an invading country or alliance that still believes in those domination practices that have been shown to produce the strongest leaders, scientists, inventors, militaries, economies, etc. The only rights a human has upon birth are those that have been established by the community into which he was born. If you truly believe that you have been given the inalienable rights of life, liberty and happiness by the Creator, there is probably nothing I can say to change your mind. But say I will. In America and other nations where abortions are legal, you, from the time of conception, do not even have the right to be born. And only in America, where generations of people have only known living the good life, has the arrogance grown to substantiate such unfounded claims of inalienable human rights. Just ask a survivor of the Holocaust what they feel about their experience with guaranteed human rights. If you follow the teachings of the Christian Bible, in the very first book of Genesis, God gives man dominion over the entire earth and everything therein. So there you have it. From the very beginning of time, regardless if you reference the scientific or religious start, the practice of domination is recognized as something that all humans will be subject to. Also in Genesis, after Eve causes Adam to eat the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, God proclaims that henceforth her desire shall be to her husband and he shall rule over her. On the scientific side, how old is the practice of domination within the human race? Well, the old joke is, what is the oldest profession? This refers of course to the practice of prostitution. Well, it's not really a joke. From the long line of our hominin ancestors, it is safe to reason that the first practice of domination was that which the males of the species practiced over the females. I don't think you could rationalize that this was a conscious thought process at that prehistoric point in time. Like sexual interactions throughout the animal kingdom, each sex had a role to fill in its society and in the continuation of the species. I believe the real need to practice domination initially was as it applied to surviving in their environment. You may call it the survival of the fittest, but I like to think of it as the need to succeed. Just think about it. From the earliest hominins to the present-day so-called modern humans, the practice of domination has dominated our conduct, whether it is between individuals, between groups or between nations. The reasons or needs for this conduct are many. Gaining sexual pleasures, becoming a leader, advancement in one's vocation or profession, securing personal or national wealth, and protection from or aggression against other groups are just a few examples. These are the reasons, but what are the consequences? For all the winners in the practice of domination, there are usually many losers. That's just nature, the way things are. After all, if there were no rewards for being dominate, then what incentives would there be to practice it? In its most basic form, the incentive, if this is the best word to use, is survival. But with the dominated, this brings forth a whole new spectrum of resultant emotions. How to handle being dominated is, I believe, the singular core reason for worldwide human strife. People on both an individual and group level simply do not like to be dominated. Nobody wants to be considered less than and identified as defeated, conquered, second best, inadequate, slave. These are the identifiers of the dominated, and once labeled as such, provides the mental framework for a lifetime of dealing with being a member of one or more of these classifications. And, in many cases, how do we identify the dominated, based on the past history of human groupings? Why, we invented a word, and that word is race. In the first part of the 20th century, there were two major domination dances transpiring across the globe. As I matured through the last half of the century, learning the history of these events became an important part of who I am. Being of European descent, the causes and effects of domination practices employed during this time period as they occurred in Europe, East Asia and North Africa held the majority of my attentions. That is not to say that events in Asia did not also demand some attention. World War I, World War II, the Korean, Vietnam and Cold Wars dominated family and friend discussions, news coverage, and political structuring and discourse. As I traveled through the later half of that century and into the 21st, I gradually had to confront an ugly truth. During the first half of the 20th century, my ancestral homeland, Germany, and other European countries/empires had engaged in a 40-year-long bloodbath the likes of which were unequaled in all of history. By the millions, people were slaughtered to satisfy the need for national and racial domination and by the resistance to these efforts. These events were mirrored in Asia by the conduct of the Japanese Empire. World War I was a war of continental empires, the result of which was the outright destruction of some, and others modified through gains or losses in wealth, lands and influence. World War II completed this destruction of the colonial empires and the Japanese Empire. The British Empire could claim a degree of survival, but all of its colonial nations became fully independent, and today the use of the term British Empire is only used to refer to past time period statuses and events. What did arise from the ashes of World War II was emergence of two so-called superpowers, the United States of America, USA, and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. And it only took a few short years after the cannonballs stopped flying before a new game of domination between these two giants began. It is interesting that both nations consisted of unions, states for America and conquered nations/peoples by the Soviets. Both nations were formed by revolt from empires and both fought civil wars of ideology and consolidation. Both nations were considered biracial. But the ideologies that were finally adopted, democracy versus communism, could not be any further apart from each other. So, I guess it was only natural, just part of our human nature, that a war of domination between these ideologies should be waged. I don't want to get bogged down here with some sort of recounting of the Cold War and side-hot wars in Korea and Vietnam. There are sufficient historical accounts of them to satisfy anyone's interest. What interested me was how the Cold War ended and its aftermath. Apart from the buildup of weapons of war and threats to use them, ultimately the Cold War was decided economically. That is to say that the USA and its allies simply outspent and thus economically dominated the USSR and its allies. In the period between 1988 and 1991, the USSR collapsed like a house of cards. The union that had been formed by force and maintained by terror burst apart, with the previously enslaved nations quickly declaring their independence. The dominated were freed in relatively short order. With the loss of most of their previously enslaved nations, the USSR was transformed into the Commonwealth of Independent States/Russian Federation in 1991. And in so doing it went from a position of dominance to that of being dominated. The most feared military in the world would be systematically disassembled. With the lack of funding to maintain previous levels and numbers, military hardware was sold off or left to rust away in warehouses and shipyards. The number of operational units was drastically reduced. The only saving grace was the inheritance of a vast stockpile of nuclear weapons and their delivery systems, the possession of which ensuring that no foreign powers could act militarily against the weakened nation. When the magnitude of the USSR's collapse and the resulting reduction of national prestige and power were fully comprehended, the people of the new Russian Federation were left humiliated and angry. From dominating to being dominated, the world held its breath to see how they would react. Well, if anyone doubted the resolve and determination of the Russian people, the history of this country's ability to absorb catastrophic impacts and rebound from them should have guided their thinking in this regard. Not surprising, leadership of the new federation was initially a free-for-all and the operational effectiveness of the government was poor. But then, in 2000, a new leader took over the presidency. Except for the fact that he had served as a foreign intelligence officer in the KGB, little was known about Vladimir Putin. This would soon change. During his first 2 terms as president, the Russian economy began to rebound as economic growth reached 7%. And it soon became apparent that Putin was hell-bent for leather to restore his nation's pride and power. He had to relinquish the presidency after 2 terms under the Federation's constitutional requirements but continued to serve as prime minister from 2008 to 2012 under President Medvedev. He was instrumental in subduing the Chechen separatist movement and Georgian conflict. He was re-elected president and then continued his rebuilding efforts without fear of being removed from office. As the years passed under his new and untouchable leadership, Vladimir Putin began to expose the world to his long-standing desire to recover lands, peoples and nations lost during the breakup of the USSR. With each new acquisition would come the return of respect and pride to the Russian people? The tables must be reversed as the dominated were returned to be the dominating. Russia is still rebuilding its military might, although recent accomplishments in this sector have been quite remarkable in quality and quantity. But military power would not in itself reverse the equation even if it were possible to match the abilities and volumes of Western military might. That lesson had been learned. Sufficient it was, with its huge nuclear arsenal, that Russia did not have any fear of a direct attack upon its soil. But Russia is a huge nation and contains vast natural resources, especially oil, natural gas and various minerals. It was realized that providing these resources to other nations, that had little or none of their own, brought about 2 results. 1. The sale of these resources would result in huge economic gains for Russia. Second, once on the hook to depend on Russia for these resources, with little ability to secure alternative sources, these nations would be in a pickle. Russia would now hold domination over them economically and politically. By 2014, Putin had decided that the time was right to take advantage of civil unrest in Ukraine, and through a complicated political and military process it was able to reacquire the Crimea landmass. The response by Western nations was loud but amounted to little else. Moreover, unrest in eastern parts of Ukraine remained a flashpoint and presented an opportunity for Russia to regain additional lands if it so decided to act on it. Economic stability and the return of a feared military had reached fruition. But more importantly, the fishing expedition in Western European countries, the backbone of the NATO alliance, had almost reached the desired economic and political results. Those nations had adopted a policy of abandoning nuclear and coal-fired energy production in lieu of green energy sources and by purchasing relatively cheap oil and natural gas from Russia. The West had taken the bait. Pipelines were laid and this transfer of wealth was well underway by 2021. Russia had but to wait a little bit longer and then set the hook and obtain economic and political domination over many of the NATO nations and weaken the NATO alliance overall. During this same period, and one has to assume in conjunction with his plans for NATO oil and gas dependency domination, Putin was asserting his resurgent military might by amassing over 100,000 troops and vast military equipment and supplies along the border with Ukraine. If this effort was at first intended to intimidate Ukraine into entering into negotiations to turn over eastern portions of the country to Russia, it failed. Not only did the Ukrainian government dismiss this possibility outright, but it made it known that by whatever means available to it, that it planned to recover the Crimea lands back from Russia. On February 24, 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. The war between Russia and Ukraine will be studied and reported upon in great detail. Sufficient to observe that by July 1, 2022, Putin's gamble, based on probably wrong assumptions, was in deep trouble. Ukraine did not roll over and play dead in response to the invasion. It has fought back ferociously and the military outcome is undecided at this point. Worse, Russia's actions have rejuvenated NATO's outlook for its military preparedness needs, and Sweden and Finland have decided to enter into the alliance, which is a very serious defeat for Russian geopolitical aspirations. Nations that had once decided to supply their countries with Russian oil and gas now scrambled to come up with alternatives to ensure that they would never be held hostage by Putin's Russian Federation. In the end, whenever that may be, there will be an accounting of Vladimir Putin's plans and actions. He has gambled much and ultimately stands to gain or lose geopolitical, economic and domination status. Will Russia emerge to a new status of a global power equal to that of the old USSR, with domination in some form or another over border nations and NATO, or will they suffer defeat and end up worse off than what they were before these recent bellicose actions? Answers to these questions will take years to sort out. If they so desire, psychologists can have a field day explaining the thinking at both individual and national levels for both parties in the years leading up to the invasion. The domination equation will take into consideration the human feelings that existed in the minds of both the dominating and dominated. Very human emotions such as satisfaction/dissatisfaction, love/hate, resentment, envy, fear and others would all be analyzed. But in keeping with an overall consideration, did race/racism play a part in this conflict? Remember, racial conflict was not a consideration between the USA and USSR in their Cold War. A classification system is noted in Wikipedia postings concerning Slavic peoples. The actual history of Slavic peoples, where they came from, where they settled and so forth is worth reading about. For modern associations and political structures, a three-tiered classification system apparently exists and breaks down Slavic peoples as belonging to East, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, West, Czechs, Slovaks, and Wends, and South, Serbs, Croats, Bosnians, Slovenes, Macedonians and Montenegrins. As discussed earlier in this chapter, peoples in the independent breakaway nations from the former Yugoslavia satisfy Merriam-Webster's definition for a separate race classification. Therefore, engaging in a little reverse engineering from this discovery, a final race designation for the people of Croatia would be White, Slavic, South Slavic, Croatian. From this rational line of thought, the current conflict is being fought between the White, Slavic, East Slavic, Russians and the White, Slavic, East Slavic, Ukrainian races. There we have it, pure scientific evidence that this has been a race war all along. But, there is a duality to consider here. How is it that these peoples accept inclusion in the modern-day race classification of white but will also fight like hell to create and maintain separate cultural, geographic, linguistic and religious nations without demanding corresponding separate race classifications? It just seems like there is no need for separate race classifications to continue the centuries-old domination dance between them, but they all must maintain their good standing in the worldwide cherished white race classification, or maybe, just maybe, they have finally reached their desired size and scope of civilization and don't give a hoot about what made-up race classifications other people have assigned to them. Has their current soup recipe, after all the experiments to improve it by adding or subtracting ingredients failed, now been confirmed as the best with no need to do anything more but enjoy? At this point, after exposing the utter futility of trying to systematically explain and identify what constitutes a modern-day race, I so want to jump into how all of this impacts discussions about race/racism in the USA. But before that, I believe it important to continue historical discussions of domination versus racism based on another outcome of World War II. By the 1930s, the Empire of Japan needed to expand to secure food, minerals and other supplies, or come up with a plan B to dictate what its future standing in the world would be. From the stance that it was a nation of racial purity, it chose a path of domination not only of other East Asian peoples but also over its only true competitor, the multiracial USA. Eventually the war was lost and the Empire of Japan was no more. The defeat caused shame and loss of faith throughout the country as realization set in that the dominator had now become the dominated. Previous beliefs that they were a superior race were crushed. For the proud Japanese people, it was with great foreboding when they witnessed foreign soldiers by the thousands pouring into their country at the war's end. They must have feared the worst given the draconian government that had controlled their lives up to this point, and one that had committed the cruelest and evil acts upon those nations and people that it had conquered. Would the Allies seek revenge and be committed to being the same kind of cruel overseers? In these first months after the war, hatred existed on both sides. War criminal trials were announced and the populace braced for any declaration that Emperor Hirohito would be tried as a war criminal. But then a miracle occurred. Onto the shores of the island nation of Japan strode a giant of a man. Renowned as the leading American general of the Pacific Theater War, Douglas MacArthur had been assigned by President Harry Truman to serve as Supreme Commander of Allied powers in Japan. His primary duties were to oversee the final dismantling of the Japanese military and, if needed, quell any uprisings, thereby allowing a new government to form. MacArthur proved to be a shrewd political leader almost as good as his generalship qualities. On September 27, 1945, Emperor Hirohito came by motorcade to visit General MacArthur. Prior to this meeting, MacArthur had argued with his superiors in Washington that placing Hirohito on trial as a war criminal, what many in Washington wanted to do, would destroy the country. Continuing civil unrest and possibly civil war may be the result. So when Hirohito arrived at MacArthur's headquarters on September 27, these matters had already been debated and the decision made to not try the emperor. Instead, it was hoped that the emperor would serve as a unifier and work with the occupying forces to help rebuild the country. And then something happened of a magnitude that simply could not be imagined beforehand. A picture was taken of the emperor standing side by side with the general to commemorate the meeting. This picture was then sent out and published in all the Japanese newspapers and other newspapers around the world. If ever a picture was worth 1,000 words, this one was it. There before the world was a picture implying that the emperor of a defeated nation would accept the offer of the leader of the conquering nations to work together to rebuild his nation. I don't think words could ever adequately describe the feelings of relief and joy that the Japanese people must have felt when they viewed this picture. Most Japanese had never seen their emperor in person or in print. Prior to the short speech of surrender that allowed the war to end, they had never heard his voice. But now there he was, standing side by side with the conquering general in a photograph conveying the message that the two sides would be working as partners to rebuild Japan. Where once the Japanese people had pledged their very lives to die in battle for their emperor, it would now be the accepted expectation that they would work tirelessly for the emperor to rebuild the nation. To cement this concept, the emperor would go on to hold mass rallies across the country where millions could see and hear him asking for their help. About the same time as the status of the emperor in post-war Japan was being formulated, the existing Japanese government was working furiously to create a political framework under which reconstruction could proceed. Working under MacArthur's guidance, the occupying powers never assumed control over the civilian government. The existing national constitution was repealed and a new one adopted. In a most remarkable turnaround, the new constitution prohibited Japan from ever engaging in war again, and it would not have a military except for a very small self-defense force. Supreme Commander of Allied Powers General Douglas MacArthur's guidance of Japan's post-war reconstruction was nothing short of brilliant. By the time Allied occupation ended in 1952, Japan was well underway of a most remarkable rebuilding effort. Relieved of any requirements to rebuild a military, 100% of these efforts could be directed to re-establishing a sustaining economy which would likewise allow for the re-establishment of a peaceful and rewarding quality of life for its citizens. Of equal importance was that these efforts were proceeding under the near total absence of any controls or restrictions by the former conquerors/dominators. There was no need for them as strong mutual policies of understanding and friendship had developed between Japan and the USA. But the need for dominance by Japan did not totally disappear. As its recovery progressed, Japan saw that one day it could be the dominant economic power in Asia. Ultimately, this goal was not only reached but exceeded as their economy rose to a level rivaling that of the USA. That goal was never reached though, as questionable financial policies and practices and a worldwide surge by other national economies caused a downturn in their economic fortunes and power. In what can be described as the New World Order economic business plan, the nation that could produce the needed technology and products at the lowest costs would rise to the top of the domination equation. Various nations rose to the top of segmented portions of the worldwide economy, experts in a single field or product. But one, China, conquered numerous economic fields and by 2022 was neck and neck with the USA as the top economic power in the world. I guess it just can't be helped, basic human nature being what it is. The world is now entering a new period, a new dance of domination. And never have the protagonists been more equal in economic and military power. However, the United States of America is well versed and has a long history of engaging in such a dance. But China is new to the game and their conduct, aspirations and goals going into the scuffle are basically unknown. Under the theory that history will repeat itself, prior to the start of World War II, the USA tried to discourage Japanese aggression in Asia by withhold oil and scrap metal exports to Japan. Many have argued that this and other sanctioning efforts by the USA were the straw that broke the camel's back and forced Japan to go to war. Are current USA sanctions, primarily tariffs on goods imported from China, going to repeat stresses that may result in rash consequences? These early types of sanctions could just be the start of back and forth economic battles that hopefully never progress to war. But then again they could. I hear little to no conversations in the media that race, as defined by any method, is directly involved in this new domination dance. Although China has somewhat of a different history than Japan with respect to being conqueror and conquered, there does not appear to any efforts being made to identify the Chinese people as a separate race. With the current definitions for race in use today, it would appear logical that if they so desired they could easily identify as such and use it, racism, as a tool to attack the USA's position as a white racist country. But there is no indication that China plans to develop such propaganda. Instead, it seems that this contest is being identified by both sides as a contest between two very different ideologies, communism versus democracy. For Communist China, they have entered the fray as a very unified nation, by the accepted and forced willingness of its people. This represents a very strong position of power that can be applied to any political, military and economic conflicts with the USA and its Asian allies. Against that, what can the USA and its allies count on? Yes, it's finally time to look at the status of the USA's position of power and what is strengthening it or tearing at its guts. Baseball, hot dogs, apple pie and what's that in the sky? Colonial rule, the Alamo, the Civil War, European imperialism, Pearl Harbor communism and terrorism. These were the events turned rallying cries that a nation of diverse peoples used to band together and defeat aggressor forces. So the question becomes, if an aggressor nation of equal economic and military strength should attack the USA today, is there sufficient union among the populace of this nation to successfully prevent or overcome the attack? Today, the United States of America is a deeply divided country, and is so in many areas of consideration. The nation has become divided by different political ideologies. The founding principles of a democracy, with personal freedoms under a small central government, are being challenged by a movement toward a socialist/communist-style powerful central government with only one ruling political party. This is the main discourse tearing the country apart. But there are others. By the summer of 2022, the Biden administration had allowed and encouraged the immigration of millions of illegal aliens who, once across the border, fanned out across the country. From over 140 countries, both friend and foe, it is a mystery how all these diverse ethnic, cultural, geographic and linguistic peoples will fit into the American society. As has already been experienced, these poor and homeless people will have to be supported by the federal government for who knows how many years, and at great cost, before any reasonable degree of assimilation is reached, if ever. And make no mistake about it, many countries have used this opportunity to infiltrate spies, agents, terror cells, fake students for integration into colleges and universities, and other subversives. Most of the agents will have entered the country without surrendering to the Border Patrol agents. Accordingly, we have no knowledge of who they are or where they ended up. China, Russia and other nations have completed a massive successful espionage operation. Should open hostilities ever erupt with the nations that sent these people, it is almost certain that they will be preceded by, and thereafter supported by, massive sabotage and terrorist activities. Law enforcement agencies will be unable to see it coming, be unable to prevent it, and the nation's peace and security will be destroyed. If the economic burden and national security issues of this immigration fiasco were not bad enough, consider that there is an even more sinister and evil component to it. Beyond comprehension, the policy of our duly elected federal government officials has created a modern-day slavery industry. With but a few exceptions, no one is getting to and across our southern border without the approval and oversight of the Mexican drug cartels. For the thousands upon thousands of young men, they are allowed to cross only after agreeing to go into economic bondage and servitude to the cartels. Once across the border and checked by the Border Patrol, they are released into the country with information of where to go and who to contact to begin payback to the cartels for their facilitation of getting them into the country. And how is this information available? Because the cartels, working as a recruitment agency, have already lined up companies willing and able to give these people jobs. Financial slavery. Also, for many, they will directly go to work for the cartels' organized and supported gangs operating in the USA. Gangs that will serve as the final conduit to get illegal drugs, including those laced with fentanyl, into the hands of young Americans who in turn will die by the thousand from overdoses. Women are not afforded any special exceptions to the cartel's financial mechanisms for getting people across the border. They will also be assigned a payback number to the cartels and also be directed where to go and who to contact once inside the country. However, along the way to get to the border, many of them are raped, even children as young as 5 or 6 years old. For many, their destination in the USA is to brothels and other components of the sex slave industry. The rest will go to jobs lined up for them by the cartels, just like for the men. Okay, so we now have federal government instituted immigration policies that have allowed the creation and operation of a modern-day slavery business right here in the good old USA. Where is the outrage? Seriously, where the hell are all these civil rights agencies, groups, bleeding hearts and sympathetic DOJ? Where are our religious leaders? Where's the Pope? Where is the BLM and similar organizations that you would think are kindred spirits to the plight of enslaved people? Where is the media? Oh, that's right, most of them are surrogates of the political left, and it simply would not do for them to criticize their masters. Their mantra is that Americans, especially white Americans, only have negative racist reactions to the current immigrants because the majority of them are non-white. Got news for you, sucker, if any of the majority Hispanic, Latino or Spanish illegals ever consent to filling out a census form, their likely answer to question number 9 will be to mark the box for white. I guess it's possible that at some point in the future these indentured and enslaved people will pay back their debt to the cartels and be free. In colonial times, the need for help in building the country was met with the importing of indentured servants from Europe. After their period of indenture was completed, they were free to go out and work for themselves. Eventually, the supply of Europeans willing to accept these terms for immigrating to the new nation dried up. In answer, more African slaves were brought in as a self-renewable workforce. As another example, Eastern European people were brought over to this country to work in the coal mines and other heavy industries. These were free people in name only. The reality was that they were economically enslaved by their employers. From the Tennessee Ernie Ford song, 16 Tons, St. Peter don't you call me cause I can't go, I owe my soul to the company store. How these peoples eventually escaped their bonds makes for good reading. But what I view as the most important result of these people gaining their independence is that once free they did not hesitate to fully embrace the American dream. They began to assimilate into the overall population, bringing unique skills to help in the ever-expanding national growth. They paid their taxes, supported the schools and churches, and when needed answered the call to serve in the military. They were the new ingredients added to the national soup. Will all the illegals that have recently entered our country with the federal government's blessing eventually become strong citizens and add positive ingredients to the national soup recipe? Yes, you are going to point out that this was not the way the African slaves were integrated into the American society. And if you are on the negative side of this discussion, your comment may be that they have never been fully integrated. Unless you are going to adopt a separate, receptive mindset, I don't believe it is possible for anyone to grasp the different set of circumstances that exist for understanding the plight of descendants of both the African slaves and the conquered American Indians. In both cases, it was expected by the ruling descendants of European countries that eventually, these peoples, once freed from their bonds of slavery and occupational dominance, would assimilate into the American society because in their opinion who would not recognize the overwhelming advantages. And that thinking was and is the problem. The former slaves began to spread out across the vast American landscape. Free but segregated in the South into insular black communities, more and more individuals fanned out seeking better acceptance in other parts of the country. At first, acceptance of a few individuals by the receiving communities went fairly well and work for the new residents was available. But eventually, as the numbers of colored people increased, resentments by the receiving communities likewise increased. The ups and downs of the national economy had a lot to do with how black people were accepted. Even more damning, however, was that for these people of color, full acceptance and integration into their new communities was severely hampered by the fact that they lacked any formal education. Yes, after gaining their freedom, some efforts were made to educate the black young, but just think of the hurdles faced. Prior to being freed, these people had no history of formal education systems, neither back in Africa nor during their incarceration in America. They were unable to provide any assistance or guidance for their young to understand what was expected of them or how to succeed. Initially, none of these children even came from a married mother/father household. Slaves were not allowed to marry, just breed as their masters instructed them to do. Just imagine the quality, or lack thereof, of these first segregated schools. Lack of funds, there was no rush by the surrounding white communities to allocate funds for black education, to establish any workable infrastructure to pay for qualified teachers. Actually, the black community had no qualified teachers, and trying to recruit white teachers must have been nearly impossible. From the very start, the education of black or colored people in this country embarked on a voyage with as many constraints as the chains and shackles used on the ships to transport the first slaves. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but neither he, his administration, nor the American populace in general did so with an understanding of what would be required for the freed slaves to be fully integrated into the American society. There was no plan. Fast forward to the start of the 21st century and there still is no plan for erasing the utterly dismal performance of black students in our public school system. How to correct this? The very first and important thing to do is for the university eggheads, school boards, teachers' unions and individual teachers to confess their failure. How do we continue to justify paying these people for failure? Also, despite throwing billions upon billions of dollars at these schools in futile attempts to reverse this performance, we know that has not worked. So, efforts must focus on what are the actual reasons for this problem. Interestingly, not really, one of the main targets of the wokers these days is probably the most important societal goal that we must achieve to reverse the failures of our public education system and strengthen the bonds of our national society. I am referring to the term nuclear family. Lumping MW definitions with those of other references, a simple and usable definition would be the primary unit of society consisting of parents and their children. What seems to drive the wokers nuts about this is a perceived assignment of a lesser societal standing for other family unit constructs such as single-parent families, mixed families and so forth. But what is even worse for them is that the gap in numbers of nuclear families between the white and black peoples is huge. Accordingly, this represents a clear case of racism, white supremacy, economic bondage and on and on. It is no secret that the overall number of nuclear families in our society is shrinking. You can find information about this, its history, causes, impacts and so forth in many articles and studies. But the one truth that stands out in all of these is that the nuclear families are the most basic and therefore primary unit of our society and must therefore be preserved and steps taken to reverse these downward trends. What steps? Well, for the first step, I suggest that the university eggheads from the relative sciences unite and come forth with strong confirmations that we need to have this basic unit of society. Second, there must be a clear identification of the current negative factors attacking these families and the development of remedial actions to reverse them. Then, I suggest that our churches, synagogues and mosques and all religious leaders get off their butts and unite to initiate an internal, within the nation, missionary program to talk directly to the American people about family values. Not just from the pulpit, but actually send trained missionaries out into the country for direct contact with the people. And, whatever we do, keep governments out of these efforts. They will state that they want to help, but you know as well as I do that they will only screw things up. It's time for the American people to stand up on their own and do something for themselves and their country instead of giving the problem over to governmental agencies where nothing ever gets done. This time we must first do the work and then send people to Congress that have participated in and fully embrace restoration of family values and structure and will now pass legislation to implement these measures. In my opinion, unless we the people act together to develop a comprehensive plan to bring the education level of our Black and other disadvantaged ethnic peoples up to the levels enjoyed by most of us and achieve the goal of an equal countrywide standard, we will fail to eliminate the underlying causes for this senseless and endless bickering about racism. And, this must be done through a thorough and comprehensive reorganization of the public school system. To hell with alternatives like charter and special religious or private schools. We must have a uniform standard school system that works for everyone. Many other nations have successfully created and operate such systems. Maybe it's time for our professional educators to go back to school and find out how to correct the current mess. But, just addressing this issue by itself will not bring about overall success. Equal education can only be achieved by an underpinning of stable family units, which will include not only the traditional nuclear family but supported alternatives as well. School curriculums must be co-developed by school boards, teachers' unions, teachers and community-based advisory groups. Curriculums must not convey historical events in a one-sided negative context promoting biased opinions and documentary. Curriculums must not be a sounding board for radical or political activists. And last but not least, all of these efforts must be undertaken beyond the control of the politicians and bureaucrats of the federal government. In earlier discussions, I briefly included the plight of the American Indians insofar as the failure of any plans by the conquering American federal government to provide a workable public education system. Like the descendants of the African slaves, the Stone Age Indians had no history of formal education, had no written language, and thus were in the same boat as the black people. Efforts were undertaken to forcibly remove Indian children from their homes and teach them English and other subject matter in Western-style schools. Eventually these efforts mostly failed, but with lasting resentment of this forced education practice. All of these considerations were further complicated by the establishment of reservations. The American Indians were not very different from the invading European peoples in many ways. They engaged in domination dances between themselves in both individual and tribal levels and practiced slavery. They could roam throughout this vast landscape freely until bumping into territories claimed by others. A domination dance would ensue, a victor would emerge and the defeated then left to roam in a new direction if any survived. Then came the white man, Mr. Paleface. Again, if the reader requires more specific information on the battles, wars and eventual outcomes of the red man/white man conflict, there are plenty of books, videos and other references available to meet this need. But what I want to focus on are conditions as they exist now. Because the defeated Indians were allowed to retreat to their reservations and create de facto nations within the overall USA nation, this by itself was enough to ensure that a true assimilation process could never occur. Yes, this segregation of the two peoples stopped armed conflicts. But, it also effectively stopped any chance of assimilation between the two. One race still dominates the other and all the ugly results just keep repeating themselves. The American race dominates the American Indian race. I don't see any solution to the plight of the American Indian as long as he or she considers life on a reservation preferable to one in the general national public. You sometimes get the impression that as long as they have tribal lands that they can call their own, they will somehow be able to recreate a semblance of the old ways' existence. Even though the chances of such a recreation are slim to none, it is better to continue to dream of the possibilities of it rather than finally give in and tear down the reservation walls. A little story. Imagine, if you will, one day a country woman decided to make a soup. Into her kettle she placed all her fine ingredients and continued the cooking process until the soup was ready. She tasted her creation and found it to be very good but still lacking just a little bit of something. Overnight she thought about this and the next day she added just one new ingredient. She cooked the soup again and when ready tasted it. It was very good, better than yesterday's soup, but upon another sampling she still thought it could be better. So that night she thought about her soup and then decided to add 2 more ingredients the next day. Tomorrow came, she added the 2 new ingredients, cooked the soup, and when ready she tasted it. Like before, it was better than the previous day's soup, but still could be better. This process continued day after day until one day when she tasted the soup she could not decide if that day's soup was better than that of the day before. She kept repeating the same process of adding new ingredients as before, but in the forthcoming days she could not determine if the soup was getting better tasting or worse. One day she peered into what was now her large soup cauldron and stared at some of the ingredients floating on the surface. Some of the ingredients she recognized, but others had changed into something unrecognizable. The country cook pondered over what she should do with her soup. If she continued her process of adding new ingredients, it seemed certain that its taste would get worse instead of better. She thought long and hard about this. The next day she warmed the soup and offered all of it to the people of the nearby village. When all had eaten their fill, there was great happiness throughout most of the villagers. The soup had tasted like nothing they had ever tasted before. But many of the villagers voiced subdued opinions that if she added a little bit of this or a little bit of that, the taste would be better. That night the country cook had many thoughts about her soup and the reception it had received by the villagers. She decided quite correctly that she could never again duplicate its composition. At midnight she finished loading all of her possessions into her ox-drawn cart and started her journey to another land. Behind, she left an overturned cauldron and a note which read, "Here is the original recipe for my soup. Please do not attempt to recreate the soup that I gave to you. It was not the best, but certainly not the worst. If you try to recreate it, you will only have disappointment and destroy your memory of what was good." The next day the cook made camp close to her destination, another village of mostly contented and hardworking people. As she prepared her evening meal, her thoughts inadvertently caused the most evil smile to form across her face. She could just imagine the chaos and strife that was going to transpire in the other village when the residents tried to create just one perfect soup recipe accepted by everyone. She knew that a few people would be satisfied with the original recipe and heed her advice about not trying to improve upon it. But others would certainly proceed to add new ingredients in a variety of attempts to create their perfect soup. By greed, arrogance, jealousy and prejudice, the soup contest would tear apart the once unified village society. The taking of sides by different subgroups would set up the framework for discord throughout the community as other issues were brought into the overall discussions of society differences. Where once such differences were accepted and simply viewed as individual preferences, they would now become flashpoints spurring arguments and community strife. By now the cook's face had transformed into one of complete happiness. She was certain that her soup challenge would eventually turn into a fight for domination, with one subgroup achieving control over the rest of the villagers. But the dominated would certainly fight back in any way they could, ensuring that the village would experience many years of unrest and possibly even dissolve entirely as a stable unit of society. Her face continued its glow as her thoughts now began to ponder what the people in the next village might be like. I wrote this little fable as an exercise to demonstrate that how people react to being dominated can have significant impacts on the stability of the community in which they live. For whatever reasons, the country cook found herself as part of a group or as an individual that was being dominated. It could be that from her original community she was ostracized from that society for any number of reasons. Those reasons could be as being a member of a minority religion, a recent immigrant, having visible physical disabilities, or was part of a minority group that had been branded with a negative societal moniker, such as an invented race name. However the words race/racism were created, their only use today is for assisting any number of dominated subgroups to fight back against their dominators. The Merriam-Webster, and other sources, definitions of race are a ridiculous namby-pamby, wishy-washy efforts to solve an unsolvable conundrum. When the cook placed ingredients into her soup, each one was clearly identifiable. Corn was corn, peas were peas, carrots were carrots, and so forth. But when these and future ingredients were subjected to repeated heating and reheatings, there were breakdowns and combinings such that many ingredients lost their original colors, composition and taste. This is a perfect analogy to what the world's current soup of mankind is. Where is the point when the new is perceived or determined to be counterproductive, and thus the need is expressed for a people to retreat back to a more simple and socially practical existence? Will the Yugoslavia breakup be the model for a future breakup of the USA? I always like to provide examples to help explain my reasonings. Okay, so the Constitution was written and placed into operation. It provided the original soup recipe, but before long new ideas, ingredients, were added as amendments. Looking at the Second Amendment, it can be assumed that the originators believed that they had produced a clear and concise right of the people to bear arms for unspoken intents. But as the years progress, those unspoken intents have been debated back and forth many times. Today, there are two sides as to what the Second Amendment means. On one side is the belief that the amendment provides the irrevocable right for all Americans to own firearms and if needed use said firearms to defend themselves and society from attackers both foreign and domestic. On the other side of the argument, however, are those that believe that whatever the unspoken intents of the original need for this amendment may have been, they have been eroded over time such that they no longer exist. There is no well-regulated militia, only crime and chaos caused by this government-authorized insane gun culture. No one should be ashamed of their ancestry, its accomplishments and failures. The differences in evolutionary development of ancestral groupings are just that, differences. I sometimes dream what it may have been like if when discovered by outside groups the native African peoples were just observed but otherwise left alone. They were living under organized societies that fulfilled their needs and had done so for many millenniums. Yes, there was strife and conflict present and domination dances were non-ending. But their ignorance of what was occurring throughout the rest of the world was blissful. This would change of course as the greed of the encroaching peoples overcame all other considerations. It is almost certain that the indigenous African peoples practiced slavery. But now they all would be exposed to slavery on an industrial scale based entirely on the color of their skin. Final thoughts. Use of the word race to identify any grouping of humans must be abolished. People shall be identified as being a citizen of a specified geographic location or nation within which they are native to or currently legally, as a citizen, reside in. Visitors within such locations or nations shall be identified as citizens of and from their native locations/nations. People who are legal citizens of the United States of America shall identify as being Americans regardless of any and all ancestral origins. There shall not exist any subclassifications nor prefix/suffix identifiers. It must be recognized that the history of Homo sapiens covers the inclusion of every individual and group in the practice of dominating or being dominated, including the practice of slavery, either by physical, economic or other means. None of us are immune in sharing this guilt. Therefore, no one can point a finger at another for ancestral or even current repulsive actions without admitting to their own ancestral or current practices. History teaches us lessons, not the providing of rhetoric and excuses to justify the creation of destabilizing practices and words to fight domination woes. I must profess a lack of understanding of just how the American Indians view their status of being an American Indian or just an Indian. Do the borders of their reservations serve as fences meant to keep them in or prevent others from entering? Do they project as citizens of these tribal nations or America as a whole? Or both? I think many people believe that while this situation is not perfect, just leave IT alone. And that's what I'm going to do. IT will take someone a lot smarter than me to come up with a workable solution. Only when the white and red people both agree upon a format for a final reconciliation will this issue be resolved. End of Chapter 5 of Volume 1. Volume 2. Religion. Chapter 1. The process. Just think of what it would be like to not think at all. So, what's the big deal about that? The devout Christian will answer. When we die and our spirit is released back to God from whom it was given, there will no longer be any need to think. In heaven all our needs will be taken care of. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. John 14:2. As far as what will actually happen to us when we die, our spirit, remains mostly a mystery. The Bible says that in heaven we won't be flesh. Okay, then since the only memories we will have when we die will be as flesh, the actual details of a spiritual existence can only be guessed. The only real and tangible thing that Jesus says about this is admonishments that we don't know what God's existence is like. He says that He goes to prepare a place for us, true believers, but the details of what that place will be like are not explained. Let's suppose for the moment that we die and are granted entrance to this spiritual existence in heaven. No longer are any physical body to worry about and the memories of the many pains it endured during its short life simply washed away. No more deep thoughts on how to pay for Billy's braces and future college education while balancing the mortgage, vehicle, food, clothing, and other everyday expenses. No more deciding on what is good and what is bad and how to handle the many situations regarding each. It seems certain in this scenario that we will no longer have to think about anything. Everything will be taken care of and we will just enjoy a carefree existence for eternity. But what if we are denied entrance to heaven? Yes, this is the dreaded option number 2. At the pearly gates, we stand judged as unworthy to enter and are banished to hell. Down there, wherever that is, the devil and his angels take charge of our spirit and chuck it into the furnace or into a lake of fire to be tormented until the second coming of Christ. What if in this spiritual existence one of the torments is that we retain the ability to think? To think of our spiritual pain, our past sins which landed us in hell, and how long we will have to suffer these torments until the second coming of Christ and the final destruction of the devil, his minions, and hell itself. I doubt too many people want to consider or think very deeply about this possibility. I can't stop thinking that it is actually a possibility. Of course, there is a certain number of people who may read about such thoughts with grim humor. They are atheists. For them, there are no deep thoughts or considerations necessary. Quite simply, when we die, that's it. No more thoughts or any kind. Just nothing. One person dies and one is born and the human race goes on. Spirit is what the cheerleaders display at the Friday night football games. My use of the Christian Bible and beliefs to express these ideas and present questions is because that is my upbringing. Safe to say, though, that all other religions also address some form of afterlife existence, how to get there, and what it will be like. Do we really want to go to war about the differences? Since there is no one alive who can prove what truly does exist in the afterlife, what could a war settle? And, what if the atheists are right? At the other end, if we have only a few vague ideas about thinking at the end of our lives and beyond, the origin of thought at the beginning of our lives poses almost as many questions. Can any of us truly remember when we had our first thoughts? The key mental process of any human's early years is survival. Our basic needs for food, temperature control, hygiene, and acceptance, love, are instinctively satisfied by our ability to cry. New parents marvel at their child's ability to loudly cry for hours. Little did they know that their initial practice of picking up and holding the child whenever the slightest whimper was detected would lead to the child becoming spoiled. Eventually, the parents realize that they are the cause of the problem, and along with the mounting fatigue created by this situation, finally decide to put their foot down. The child fights back, expressing its displeasure by the only means available to it. But again, this is purely instinctive. There is no thought process involved, just the normal human survival process, albeit taken somewhat to the extreme in this example. At birth, humans, like all other higher order species, have a brain uniquely formed to provide the basic needed physiological functions. The crying function noted above is what could be called a secondary function needed to carry on and protect the initial core functions. Yet, this survival function is carried out by the brain without what we recognize as a cognizant thought process. Not much more of a brain function than pooping in a diaper. So when does a human child have its first thoughts? At what point does a child recognize the words and their meaning as spoken to them by their parents? At first, the tone of the words spoken by a parent would convey meaning to the child. The words spoken by a mother to her child during the day when both are rested would convey a different meaning than the same words spoken by a half-awake father at 2 a.m. Where mommy got a smile with her words, daddy instead gets a crabby crying child who refuses to be comforted until mommy wakes up and talks to the child in the same tone of comfort as before. Hands thrown in the air, daddy retreats back to the bedroom, briefly thinking about tomorrow's work schedule before collapsing onto the bed. In this example of an infant human's differing reactions to the tone of words spoken to it, does this reaction process represent the first instance of thinking? Is there a new brain function or process involved? The infant cannot recognize language at this point. But some form of mental analysis, it can distinguish the differences in meaning between messages by the different tones received. Obviously, new connections are being made within the brain to allow and facilitate this. But, are the very predictable physical reactions of the infant to two different stimuli considered thought processes, or just simple, non-thinking reactions? At what point do the functions within the cerebrum evolve from purely instinctive to thought processing, thinking? Is this a point in the continuing physical development of the brain? It seems a slam dunk that a person's increasing abilities to think, reason, and perform other functions processed within the cerebrum would coincide with the continuing development of that part of the brain. While the instinctive portions controlling body functions would continue to evolve and strengthen to meet the needs of a growing body, likewise, after the initial spark, the portions of the cerebrum dedicated to thinking would also grow. Consider, if you would, the dawn of an infant's discovery of resistance, otherwise known as their discovery of the word no. Hey, the world is a difficult and scary place. When faced with the reality that it recognizes and must think about answering instructions, not to its liking, the immediate answer is no. It does not want to eat the new types of food that they are instructed to eat. They revolt further when the parents insist that they must eat the food. They develop moodiness over the whole issue of eating pleasurable/non-pleasurable foods. The same process will occur with other situations such as potty training, clothing wearing, bathing, etc. But, it would appear certain that during these initial, shall we say trials, we witness the first instances of a child's thinking. Fast forward now to our mental capabilities in the period of what we refer to as our later life. Reflections on our lives highlight that although instinctive thought processes have remained throughout, What we now may refer to as mature thought processes dominate our lives. Where once confronted with a problem or situation would have resulted in the quick application of acquired knowledge, we have adopted a more systematic review process. Now comes additional introspective thought processes which weigh that which has been learned with that which has been determined, by you, to be true. And I dare say, this is how wisdom is obtained. It is at this point that the concept of pure thought runs invariably into the morass of scientific study and discovery. To my point of view, to pursue an examination of any subject or topic using the concept of pure thought and introspection is to refrain from detailed preliminary research. The thinking is that such research will corrupt the pure thought process. One cannot think clearly with the discoveries and other unanswered questions of others floating around in your brain. No, your mental examination of any subject is meant for you to develop questions and then seek answers. That said, it is silly to not recognize that in most cases, people a lot smarter than you have already invested considerable time and effort into studying the same subject matter that you are pursuing. And, they have studied in detail how the human brain functions when so stimulated. But so what? The rest of this volume is an accounting of my thoughts on religion. It exposes my frustrations on reaching acceptable answers on some subjects and resolutions for others. Along with frustration because questions cannot be answered in your thought processing abilities comes joy in actually undertaking it in the first place. So enjoy, or not, what I have concluded from my thought processes. End of Chapter 1 of Volume 2. Chapter 2. My Salvation Journey. A View from 6 Feet Under. Well, here I am, all snug and peaceful in my coffin. What a couple of days. The sound of the heart monitors abruptly changes from a monotone beep to a shrill screech. The following morass of shouts, sobs, and incoherent whispers. A strange series of movements without any effort or thoughts on my part. And just now, a feeling of final placement and then an ending of, what? What has ended? Nobody, and I mean nobody, knows what will be the transition of feelings that occurs once our earthly body ceases to function and our fellow humans pronounce us dead. In the Bible's New Testament, the story of Jesus' resurrection in 3 days into a body that may not be touched, but can be seen and later witnessed rising to heaven has never been repeated. From his death to resurrection, nothing is known of Jesus' thoughts during these 3 days. That is, his spirit's thoughts, because human thoughts would have ceased with his death. So, what will be the timeline between the end of thoughts like we had before the death of our human body and the transition to spiritual thinking and being? That is, if such a transition actually happens. This question of transitioning from human existence to spiritual is but one of a seemingly endless list of questions we all have concerning the afterlife. From questions concerning what will the afterlife be like, thoughts invariably revert back to whether an afterlife actually exists. No sense in trying to cope with the many unanswered and unanswerable questions concerning an afterlife when it becomes clear and certain in a person's mind that no such spiritual continuation occurs. Just fabricated promises that are meant to prevent the masses from reverting to mob rule. It has always been an uneasy and unnerving fact that all religions use threats and even terror to maintain and grow their membership. The words damnation, heretics, excommunication, shunning, inquisition, and many other similar expressions weave a historical tale of religion's efforts to control their members. When individual civil liberties were practically non-existent, these were effective tools. But in the last few centuries, the rise of civil liberties, won at great cost in human lives, has muted these threats. All religions have seen a corresponding erosion of the control of their membership and even a loss of membership. A person no longer has to belong to a religion or even believe in God and the afterlife to live a long and prosperous earthly life. However, some religions are not conceding such a loss of power or membership. The current leader of such retroactive efforts is the Muslim religion. An obvious erosion of religious control in the past 50 years has spawned a pointed and often violent retrenchment of this religion's more strident components and beliefs. Many progressive Muslim nations' civil or monarchical governments have been toppled to be replaced by religious leaders, while others await possible similar fates. The Muslim religion simply will not allow its structure and membership to adopt the liberal doctrines and personal practices of other religions. Will these efforts result in a religious world war? The psychological need for a human-to-God relationship and bond is a true phenomenon. Archaeological findings indicate prehistoric burial rituals that strongly suggest a religious component to those societies. Studies of societies that survived into recent times without written histories also found spiritual beliefs that were handed down by word of mouth through centuries of existence. Societies with written records of religious beliefs and doctrine merely confirm that the history of man is the history of a man seeking God, many different gods. Can anybody fully explain this psychological need? But, it should be so easy. Past a certain age, and assuming one is fortunate enough to land in a society that fosters religious teachings, it seems certain that every individual is forced to come to terms with the question. The question is simply, is there life after our worldly death? The answer to this should be easy, a slam dunk in modern terms. From the one true God should come one religion with direct confirmation as to the certainty of an afterlife existence and specifications as to how to obtain it. Do we have that? Sadly, we do not. Instead, we have hundreds of past and present religions all righteously claiming to have the answers we all seek. So, how do we choose? Why must we choose? Which one is the right one? For 99+% of the world's population, their religion, or lack thereof, is a product of their environment. In the past, this was simply a matter of when and where we were born. But in this modern, increasingly cosmopolitan landscape, into which family one is born seems to be the current determining factor. A Jew can be born in any number of countries and grow up to practice the Jewish religion in virtually the same way as another member of that faith located half a world away. The same can be said for Christians, Muslims, and many others. The same can also be said for those of no belief or faith. And, in no place is this axiom more prevalent than here in the good old United States of America. Having been brought up in a society rich in religious teachings under a wide variety of formats, I may be an instant hypocrite in this regard. What I mean by this is, who is to say that the wretched poor and uninformed members of countless societies past and present do not have the same desire to answer the question? It may even be that they have an inherently stronger desire in this regard because they lack organized religious guidance. And, in most cases, they live a life fraught with more hardship, pain, and anger than the religiously blessed societies. I am therefore inclined to assume that at some time in everyone's life, those not cut short by infant and adolescent mortality, war, disabling mental diseases, or other factors which eliminate the ability and opportunity to rationally address this issue, the question must be answered in some definite form and fashion. All of us will approach the end of our lives in one of three distinctly separate categories. The apparent leading category is that of the fervent believer who, in the absolute manifestation of faith and belief, actually looks forward to the end because of the promised wonderful afterlife. Many actually wish for the end, willing to forego any remaining worldly pleasures and participation simply because those things don't come close to what they believe awaits them in heaven. Alternative thoughts and doubts don't exist or are squashed upon inception. But, is this really a case of ignorance is bliss? At the other end of the spectrum, let's say category number 2, is the atheist, content in his/her rock-solid knowledge that there is no God, no afterlife, and no need for troubling thoughts that actions were taken during their lifetime will somehow negatively manifest themselves when they die. Worldly death is simply the end, period. What you did with what you had is all that matters, and only while you still breathed. If categories number 1 and number 2 were ones of little or no doubt, category number 3 is the category of doubt. Moreover, it is the category that I suspect most of the world's population finds itself in. I count myself a member in good standing. It's that inability to swallow, hook, line, and sinker, the unsubstantiated fact that there either is or isn't a God. We can't see him, he doesn't talk directly to us, and we can't find any of those artifacts that he was reported to have created or instructed to be made. If only we had the Ark of the Covenant, 10 Commandment tablets, Noah's Ark, etc. No, we have to choose between a faith that's either true or not true. For most of us, that is simply too much to ask for. We know there is no heaven, but we pray there is no hell. How many human beings have and will end life in this world without resolution in one of the non-doubt categories? I consider myself extremely fortunate to have been born into an American society that spiritually and legally worships religious freedom and education. Raised as a member of the Evangelical United Brethren Church, later to be merged and become the United Methodist Church, I was a faithful go-to-church every Sunday member up until my college years. During this period I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. But, as my intellect developed, I came to reject the church as an institution that I wanted to belong to. Pious and upstanding members of this solemn Sunday morning institution suddenly became all the wrong types of people, doing the wrong kinds of acts, sins, during the rest of the week. As these people/acts were exactly those preached against by the pastor during his sermons, the knowledge that I was sitting next to them that very minute left me with deep and unresolved sadness, even anger. And so began a rebellion against churches and an odyssey of self-examination and religious questioning that has not ended to this day and may never fully resolve itself. Good old category number 3, nevertheless, it is the engine that drives me onward. The goal, of course, is to come to grips with and personally answer the question. My religious background dictates that I stubbornly use the King James edition of the Holy Bible as my guide through life and self-examination. I just cannot resolve that current religious scholars, seminaries, and others could provide further correct interpretations and expansions of this document. I guess what I am saying is that I absolutely need a rock-solid starting point to proceed from, and I have chosen the King James Version Bible to serve this purpose. It is from this version that I have gravitated to certain passages to guide me in my quest. The passages are: "Let not your heart be troubled, ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions, if it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again, and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. And whither I go ye know, and the way ye know. Thomas saith unto him, Lord, we know not whither thou goest, and how can we know the way? Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father, but by me." John 14:1. The last passage is, of course, the key. Only through acceptance of Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and only through Him can your sins be forgiven, is it possible to use the key to enter heaven and the waiting mansions. So what's the problem? I have admitted acceptance of Jesus Christ and regularly confess my sins and ask for forgiveness. Having the key and the ability to use it seems like a lock. Sadly, I must profess that my life experiences and mental ruminations have produced a huge doubting Thomas. Is all of this, the Bible, God, Jesus, etc., true? That, and that alone is the real key. I must either believe or not believe. There should be no middle ground or gray areas. But there are. Seemingly every day, through various media outlets, the truth of the Bible is cast into doubt because there is no physical evidence to verify the stories contained within. The door is cast wide open for conflicting interpretations and outright guesses as to what is true, what is religious mysticism, and what is pure fabrication. My rock crumbles a little bit more every day. The Bible becomes less and less reliable as a document of truth and factual events. I am left on my own to figure it all out. Can I be that strong? Other than direct references to the Bible, the personal reasoning and conclusions reached in this self-examination is just that, from me and me alone. The religious research that I have done only confuses me. Scientists, religious scholars, and others prove and disprove the Bible's stories and content seemingly every day. This is data to be absorbed and reasoned with, to be sure. But, for my sake, I must decipher the truth or falsehood of the messages alone. Outside influences would corrupt whatever final decisions I must make. Trees. I care not for flowers. Vain and splashy are they, tall and stately are the trees. My soul entwined within. Disease and insects threaten. But the good fight ensues. Bury me in a cool shade. A sprig of hemlock on my breast. Author. What better analogy for a person's life can be made than that of a tree? From seed to sapling to towering adult, the life and travails of trees very closely mimic that of humans. Competing to establish a base in ground fertile or not, growth must regardless continue toward an uncertain future. Along the way, competition for nutrients, water, and the sunlight is often merciless, but success is always measured by the resultant quantity and quality. Many seeds are produced but few survive to sprout. Even fewer grow to saplings and fewer still to mature trees. Those that do survive must fight off disease, drought, and natural disasters. Surviving past these and other impediments, in the end, the aging processes dictate a demise just as with every other living organism on the planet. But along the way pollutants are absorbed and oxygen produced to sustain overall life. To the best of our knowledge, trees do not possess the ability to reason or otherwise change a species' patterned life process. Therein lies the hook for the human race. We do reason, think, postulate, theorize, etc., 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 to the extent that we amaze even ourselves. One day as I was discussing various worldly concerns with a young man, I abruptly asked him what was the concern for every human being. Being quite the intellectual, he smelled the trap right away but could not help himself and commenced to verbally examine religion, health, and other obvious answers that popped into his head. After 15 or 20 minutes of polite listening, I interrupted him and informed him that the only real concern in everyone's life was what was going to happen to them when they die. What does the so-called afterlife hold in store for them? After all, the answer to that question is the cornerstone of every one of the hundreds of religions now and in the past. Concerning this young man and other young men and women, although I am sure that they have given considerable thought to this question, it is simply not the same for members of this age group as with a person of my age, 65 plus. Someone who has had many years of worldly experiences, near-death events, loss of mother and father, and critically, one who realizes that the next years are not limitless. It is my time to decide, and it is my desire to undertake the process by writing these words. As I started these writings, I was confused and distraught. My previously developed beliefs had all been initially examined and found to be full of many holes. My faith had crumbled and cynicism reigned. I invite you to travel with me on a journey of common man self-examination and thought. No deep theologian research, just an average man's reading of a basic text in the attempt to understand his religion and place in life. I want the thought process to be as pure and unencumbered as possible. There should not be, and must not be, a class distinction of religious understanding. All people should know the same facts and be guided by the same religious instructions. Stop. I already know that this is not the case. Class distinction or separation has existed within religious organizations for as long as there have been different educational, economic, civil, and ethnic classes. Moreover, there is a class distinction even between organized religions based on the same factors. Therefore, one of my objectives is to study, analyze and reason why a message of salvation into an afterlife is not the same for everyone, regardless of any extenuating earthly circumstances. So, this is my life and I want to give it my all for eventual peace of mind based on facts, discovered or determined. When I am done, I expect to have either reached a decision on what the afterlife means to me and how to get there, or I will declare my atheism. Of course, bravado aside, I might remain a deeply committed category number 3 person. Time will tell. End of Chapter 2 of Volume 2. Chapter 3. What if? And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. And then shall he send his angels, and shall gather together his elect from the 4 winds, from the uttermost part of the earth to the uttermost part of heaven. Mark 13:26-27. Automatically, search movement stopped and his body froze in a position of silent attention, with all of his highly attuned senses set on maximum. Although he had eaten fairly recently, his core bodily instincts told him that he needed more. Since the frequency of obtainment and amount of food were never certain, no opportunity for a kill could be squandered. This was not a conscious decision. What passed for a brain in his small cranium, nothing more than a small bundle of nerves that primarily allowed the various body parts to function in unison, was simply programmed to act this way. Sensory pads at the ends of his 8 legs would communicate the movement of any potential prey, or adversary, within a 25-centimeter circle of his body, either on or below ground. Antennae constantly swept the air for any type of sonic disturbances, this being primarily a defense mechanism for airborne predators, but sometimes for the obtainment of food. Vents swept in airborne aromas often originating from great distances away but most often from the scent of a terrestrial presence now or previously within the immediate area. 2 multifaceted eyes would provide the ultimate confirmation for whatever the other senses first detected, but he could and often did function in both the hunter and hunted role with the sightless senses alone. Twice that morning his primary senses had determined with certain authority that a female member of the species was in the immediate area. 10 times his size and capable of outrunning him in a race of any distance, his instincts indicated that any encounter at this time would be fatal, for him. Just as he would attack and kill any other arachnid of similar size to his own, even a brother of the same species, it was programmed into him that the female would not pass on making him the morning snack. Normally, if he was in his ground burrow, this occurrence would not cause him to change his resting position. However, the recent lack of food passing in front of his burrow had created the need to leave the safety of its confines. Conduct outside the burrow dictated a major change in awareness and conduct if he was to survive. Both times, the female had approached from upwind, with her scent, motion, and ground impact all alerting him of her coming and subsequent passage. His purely instinctual reaction was to freeze, but in a position to make a dash for safety should his presence be detected. Fortunately, he was not discovered and there was nothing in the aroma of the female to suggest that he should react in any different fashion. Having weathered those encounters, he was just now picking up the presence of flying insects that had recently hatched from the nearby primordial swamp. Coming in for brief rest stops in the savanna that he inhabited, their lingering at the tops of the high grass stems made them a daunting but obtainable target. He quickly made his way 2/3 up the backside stem of one of the tall grasses. Unlike other types of arachnids, his type did not spin webs to tempt and otherwise capture its prey. He was a pure predator, using stealth, quickness, and the employ of massive and extremely powerful grasping front legs to seize his prey before applying his fangs of death. If this were not enough, for prey substantially larger than himself, or to effect a quicker capture, he was equipped with a posterior stinger that could inject a powerful immobilizing poison. Positioned so to strike, the rush, capture, and killing of one of the unlucky insects at the top of the grass stem were over in a fraction of a second. As soon as any chance for escape by the insect was over, the prey was quickly hauled down to the relative safety of the ground and pulled into the root tangle where the nourishing juices of the body were removed. Life continued thus, hunting and being hunted every hour of every day throughout the never-ending summer of this epoch. At the end of one of these days, however, as the sun was setting and the first hint of cooler evening breezes was beginning, an aroma reached the edge of the spider's burrow. Even if it was possible, a conscious thought would not have been needed for what was occurring in the spider's small brain. The aroma was that of a pheromone, the urgent call for species reproduction, his species. After a short burst from the burrow and then a motionless stance to ascertain the exact bearing of the source of the call, his legs seemed to have a will of their own, carrying him to a goal that he could not refuse. Within a few centimeters, the resting female came into view. Aware of each other's presence at the same time, the female quickly turned to meet him, which caused an immediate freeze in his headlong pursuit. In a language that only his species would recognize, the courtship progressed cautiously but purposely until the mating embrace was effected. Although both members of this coupling instinctively knew that the forthcoming breakup would be swift and perilous, primarily for him, they were suddenly alerted to something new occurring within their world. A tendril of smoke had been carried to their position on a soft breeze and caused both to tense. After only a moment, recognition caused an immediate breakup of the union, with each participant rushing along separate routes to escape the oncoming disaster. Not blessed with cross-country movement capabilities, he soon stopped and quickly burrowed into the root structure of a clump of savanna grass. It was in this position that the grass fire overcame his position and quickly him. He would never know, even if he could reason thusly, whether the female escaped the fire and gave birth to his offspring. His type had existed for millions of years with very little evolutionary change and would continue to thrive this way for many millions of years thereafter. No conscious thought of his species' history or future of such existence was possible for him, of course. He was adequately equipped to function at his present level at a purely instinct-driven existence, but neither he nor his type would ever be blessed with a higher form of intellectual development. However, his type would likely be one of the evolutionary survivors, present at the end of time on this planet, whenever that final chapter is written. Ah, am I still there? Consciousness began to slowly envelop him, as if from a faraway source. Floating over a very beautiful and soothing sea of tall golden grasses gently rippled by an unfelt breeze, a thought began to take shape slowly but purposefully. Starting to build into a crescendo of thoughts, a self-reliant mental safeguard immediately brought order to the process, calming him and eliciting a rush of warm feelings. Oh yes, I was in a place somewhat like this time. Time is irrelevant, of course, but this latest participation was very brief. As he reflected and remembered, the experience was fantastic. To hunt and be hunted is always exhilarating, but what specific lesson was provided by this species' existence? The passage continued as these thoughts pursued recognition, resolution, and ultimately, placement as a component in his spiritual makeup. He became aware that this latest encounter was not the first such event. As the assimilation process continued, he also slowly recognized that it would not be the last. Rather, it would be the continuation of a long and glorious process that will lead to a final goal. A goal that was not clear at this point, no matter how long he pondered the possibilities, but one that he willingly was committed to obtaining. The sea of grass was boundless, with small groves of trees interspaced near and far on the horizon which beckoned pause for coolness and comfort. Such thoughts again brought forth revelations. Why do visual objects and scenes elicit feelings of comfort? After all, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, only feelings of happiness, satisfaction, and gentle warmth. Why am I not totally satisfied then? What is going to occur that I don't know of, except that it will happen? The answer came to him as gentle rain, slowly saturating him but with a contented and easy feeling of obtainment. Of course, my education must continue. I know the basic feelings and tenets of life, what feels good and what feels bad. Birth, existence, death, and all the instinctual feelings involved with that level of life. But there is more, and the obtainment of that knowledge calls to me and others like me just as strongly as the power of heaven. Heaven? Yes, it comes to me now. There is a heaven and I have a part in it. What that part is hidden from me now but will be revealed when I have completed my experiences. These and other thoughts played over and over in his mind, as to ensure their capture by sheer repetition. But in each loop of the process, changes and options were brought forth and examined, as to verify and question what had been experienced and learned. No feelings of the passage of time, discomfort, or anxiety were felt during this process. There was always an underlying presence that softly made it known that the process would proceed at his pace and be to his eventual gain. As he gradually realized that his latest obtainment of physical and spiritual knowledge was nearing completion within the timeless world of his current existence, he likewise became aware that he was being drawn to a new mission of learning. Gently, as he passed over a small grove of beautifully colored trees, an opening appeared within which a soft radiant light showed forth. Drawn there by an inescapable passion, he entered the light. Reincarnation. What an interesting concept, or, as in some religions, belief. Are there a finite number of spiritual entities that inhabit the universe? Do they continuously inhabit worldly bodies, and if so, for how long and how often do they do so? To what level do they go? Are humans, and any celestial equivalents, the only temporary inhabitants, or do so-called lesser animals, insects, and other species receive them? In the case of humans and their customary beliefs, the death of the body causes the release of the spirit. There are many references to this in the Bible, but the one that sums it up nicely for me appears in the Old Testament book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, verse 7. In these the words of the preacher, son of David, king in Jerusalem, he indicates that at the end of life, then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return to God who gave it. Can there be any stronger confirmation that the physical body, at some point, inherits a spirit from God, and that upon death it is returned thereto? But what happens to that spirit thereafter, and whence did it come from previously? Likewise, does God give a spirit to everyone even if he knows that the history and future of that person's race or ethnic group is to worship someone or something other than he? And, as the leading story of this chapter indicates, are spirits given to lesser beings? Assuming, as we do, that all the words, leading passage, in the Christian Bible are true, and that in the very first book of that document heaven is defined as the universe that we live in, then the very last words of verse 27 also indicate that we are not alone in this universe. There are elect in other places, other planets, and other galaxies. We know not what physical form these other elect may be, but it is obvious that they have a spirit just like us. Likewise, they have been exposed to the Word of God, for how else could they become part of the elect? By no means an original idea on my part, there occurs a pervasive thought process, or even belief, that we are placed here on this earth to have our faith tested by God. Moreover, it stands to reason that he would do it many times to see how our spirit reacted under a variety of physical and environmental circumstances. Simply, what would the comparison be to the conduct of one's faith between a posh life of physical strength, wealth, and structured religious teachings compared to one of abject poverty, no recognized religious order, physical deformity, and overall daily despair? Between these extremes would also exist an infinite number of other possible life scenarios. The big question would be just how many so-called tests would be required until our spirit is judged and then retired to whatever final resting place? And what would this final resting places be, and would they be based on how our spirit graded out? The good ones go here, the not so good ones go there, and the evil little bastards go wherever or are simply destroyed. Maybe there are no final resting places. After all, what would be the point of such a retirement? A heavenly equivalent of a Florida retirement community? To do what for the rest of eternity? The standard New Testament belief of my religion is that upon death our spirit will be lifted up to heaven, where we will enjoy everlasting life in the mansions that our Father has prepared for us. Jesus confirms this in his teachings. But from the practical viewpoint of my human brain, what dangers lie therein? How did God create this spirit in the first place, and did he create it just for me, my current physical body? This seems highly unlikely, and since the spirit will live on forever, why would not the opportunity to briefly inhabit other physical bodies, on earth and other celestial destinations, not be the norm during this endless existence? As noted in the opening passage of this chapter, in the end, the elect will be gathered from the four winds in the uttermost part of heaven. Believing as I do that the definition of heaven as expressed in the book of Genesis is the universe, the gathering will be from all inhabited planets and other, as yet undiscovered places, not only in our galaxy but from all galaxies and other locations where life may exist. The Christian Bible makes frequent references to a heavenly host. In unclear terms, we are advised that God is not alone. There are references to the heavenly host, angels, sons of God, and so forth to indicate these definite but otherwise non-defined entities. But the most spectacular reference to me appears in the book of Genesis, in chapter 6, verses 1 through 4. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. Genesis 6 1-4. At this point, it should be obvious to anyone that a coherent explanation of these four little verses requires centuries of thought and interpretation by thousands of religious scholars, most likely without any definitive conclusions being made. It is also mind-boggling that these events lead to the Lord's total dissatisfaction with what he had created, earthly inhabitants, and leads to his plans to destroy everything. Thus ensues the story of Noah. But the one verse which fits into the thread of this chapter is verse 3, where God indicates that his spirit will not always strive with the man because he is also flesh, and that his, man's, days shall be 120 years. As I interpret this, God gives or shares his spirit with man, which is then returned to him when the flesh ceases to live. In this scenario, the gift of the spirit is both an individual, man, and collective, men, event, and we are left with the feeling that something of the individual, us, goes with the spirit when it returns to God. Or, as the leading story indicates, is the event of the spirit given to our current physical body merely the next step of his/our spiritual evolution, and when we die here on earth, our spirit returns to heaven or some other place to conduct self-analysis and then be reassigned to some new physical body for the next experience? The thought of how this would actually transpire eludes me, and everyone else, and probably will not be known until my/his spirit is returned upon my physical death. But what about the warning that the gift of the Lord's Spirit upon man will only last 120 years? If taken literally, those 120 years have long since passed and none of us has the Lord's Spirit. Maybe that prediction was for what would be allowed until he destroyed man and all other earthly inhabitants. Again, the story of Noah. It remains to be re-established in later parts of the Bible that the gift of the Lord's Spirit is still with us. These questions need not cause upset or alarm to any of us. After all, what does it matter if any of us accepts the tenets of our particular religious beliefs and said tenets promise spiritual life after our worldly existence? If and when we reach that point, it seems likely that our spiritual form will know its own history, if there is one apart from the present, and merely proceed on to whatever comes next. The interesting concept here is the idea that there could be and is an evolutionary progression to a spiritual existence that somehow parallels the evolutionary progression of worldly and cosmic species. Or, as in the example provided, to experience all forms or levels of worldly existence that will guide the development of the spiritual being. If reincarnation only meant the continuous re-inhabiting of various worldly bodies without some form of overriding purpose, this would seem more like a life of endless punishment rather than enlightenment. Then again, that may be the very fact. So many possibilities to consider. I have no doubts whatsoever that the Bible's evolutionary history of the world and its many inhabitants are very close to what our scientists have established through the examination of geological and archaeological evidence and other scientific studies. The evidence is simply too strong and in your face to think otherwise. Accordingly, it would be an error, I think, to believe that the formation of the earth, its plants, animals, and, of course, man, were created in 6 earth days as many believe the book of Genesis describes. After all, the first things created, light and darkness, were created before there were stars, planets, and other celestial components that would allow for the definition of a day. If we can put that particular timeline argument aside for the moment, the Bible's sequence of creation, first chapter of Genesis, matches perfectly with the scientific accounts of the creation of the universe, earth, and evolution of life thereon. That the human species evolved from earlier simian life forms seems certain. As I read the story of Adam and Eve and their offspring, it seems to me that there already were hominins in the lands outside of the Garden of Eden. God puts a mark on Cain to prevent his murder by whoever in revenge for his slaying of Abel. Who were these whoever's? In the book of Genesis, chapter 1, King James Version. In the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first days. Genesis 1:1. It is clear that both by religious and scientific accounts, our universe started at a single moment in time. Whether this was the actual start of time is open for debate. Is it not interesting that the popular Big Bang Theory calculations indicate that one of the first results of this cosmic explosion was the formation of light? Prior to the formation of the universe, at a time when there may have been no time, the extremely compact, dense, and hot point of origin for the universe did not emit light. Where in space this point of origin existed is also food for thought. But the biblical account says that the point of origin was in the deep and in darkness, no light. The Spirit of God then moves across the face of the waters and creates light. That a correlation exists between the scientific and biblical accounts of this beginning is overwhelmingly obvious. Was God's movement across the face of the deep the cause of the Big Bang explosion? Additionally, the reference to the deep is somewhat easy to grasp. It could be anything you dream up, but the reference to waters creates all sorts of questions and possibilities. However, a clarification does seem to exist within the following set of verses in Genesis. Before examining the next verses, a digression of thought leads me to wonder what light/darkness and day/night were called before these names were put forth in the original biblical manuscripts. It seems obvious that the first humans that engaged in coherent speech would assign names to day and night because of their very important status in the survival of the species. Retreat to the caves, boy and girls, before the night comes on and the many predators that hunt in the night get us. And then we have that entire astrological study and worship issue by early man. The actual physics of light and darkness would not even be recognized, much less understood at this point, and probably would not be so until the control of fire was established. Do all the earliest recorded languages refer to night and day in forms that directly translate between each? It seems obvious that such basic parts of everyday life would constitute not only some of the first spoken words but also some of the first written words. It likewise seems obvious that the different languages' assignment of terms would be directly interpreted between each and every language types. Is it any wonder that the first biblical account of creation deals with light/darkness and day/night? But, does the scientific discovery of the early origin of light substantiate the divine influence upon the book of Genesis author and his account, or was this merely a coincidence? And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second days. And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas, and God saw that it was good." To my thinking, this is one of the strongest and most convincing points of connectivity between religious and evolutionary thinking. The comparisons are easy. This is an account of the creation of the universe. Everything that I have read or listened to concerning creation components occurring within a single day, comes with the caveat or reasoning that the referenced day probably did not mean a typical 24-hour Earth day. If we acknowledge that the second day of creation, like the others, may have been somewhat longer than 24 hours, is it a stretch to consider that it may have been billions of Earth years? After all, I have never been made aware of the method of keeping time that God employs, if he does so at all. If we can make this leap of faith, so to speak, we now can acknowledge that our scientists' determinations on the creation of the universe may not only be mostly correct but dovetail nicely into the biblical account. The fact that both accounts indicate that there was a starting point for this event, calling it the Big Bang Theory, does not signify religious disrespect to me. There is a multitude of questions raised by these verses. In separating the waters from the waters, the universe, heaven, is created and is the firmament that separates the two. In subsequent verses, God populates the firmament with the earth, sun, moon, and stars. Pausing here for a moment, it is of interest to note that the Bible's very first reference to heaven is not that of a defined spiritual location or destination. It is clearly our universe. Accordingly, do subsequent passages of the Bible, which reference the passage of the Spirit to heaven after our worldly death, mean that our spirits will be sent somewhere else into the universe? If so, where, and could it possibly be to inhabit some other form of physical being in a form of interstellar reincarnation? Is this a higher, more intellectual form of physical existence than the human form? Do God and the heavenly host dwell somewhere in the universe? If so, is the location and form of existence that which we will assume when we are reborn? Addressing that which is mentioned only once here, and never explained further, what are the waters which are above the firmament? Is this possibly the place where God resides and the future destination of our spirits? Is it possibly a separate universe or universes, or even a different dimension, something that we humans continuously contemplate but cannot accurately define? Examining questions brought forth in the study of the Bible typically only result in more questions being raised. Such is the case for these few verses. However, the one resolution that I can make from these passages is that the universe, and all the celestial bodies therein, were created. This is the common proclamation for both the biblical and scientific, evolutionary, accounts. In my mind, God did start the formation of the universe, heaven, which has been evolving ever since under a blueprint that he laid down. The fact that neither form of belief, religious accounts and scientific determinations, can firmly define the actual unit or amount of time that this process has been ongoing seems inconsequential. They both agree that it happened. Only God knows why and how it actually started and the length of time involved. Since he always was and always will be, I doubt he really cares about the time involved. Humans, on the other hand, require the measurement of time to define their understanding of the sciences. It would also, of course, be required to provide any kind of historical account of events. This very slight difference in record-keeping, though, should not void the recognition of the compatibility of religious and evolutionary accounts of the formation of the universe. Scientists should not scoff at the Bible's use of single days to define the space of these developments, which obviously occurred over extremely long periods of time. Remember, at the time that the book of Genesis was written, thousands, much fewer millions, and billions of anything were not widely recognized or used units. It would simply be easier to use small basic units of time to illustrate something. It would also be in the interests of the author to build up God's powers by stating that he could do such masterful works in the span of single Earth days. From what I will admit is personally limited input from the scientific community, it seems that they have made significant recent discoveries and determinations about the size, origins, and composition of our universe. Black holes and their effects, dark matter and energies, parallel universes, different dimensions, and so forth are being explained in great detail. One of the more interesting ideas is that our universe may be one small bubble in a vast sea of bubbles, each a separate universe, waters. I don't profess to understand most of these mathematical proofs, but the bottom line for me is that these scientific discoveries seem to fit nicely as a further explanation of the written religious account of these events and characteristics. A few last thoughts on these matters. Isn't it simply amazing that a biblical era account of the creation of the universe, light, darkness, celestial bodies, other waters and universe limits are just those things that science is now in the process of verifying and explaining? Moreover, how can anyone say that these scientific discoveries are not the exact types of knowledge that the Bible repeatedly challenges the reader to obtain? At the time that the book of Genesis was written, none of these scientific facts and theories were known. How then could the author have been so correct about these accounts? Unfortunately, I see two possibilities. That which I wish to believe is that he was spiritually influenced or enlightened by God. This knowledge, or maybe just the account itself, was given directly by God to the author. After all, in those days, we are informed by the Bible that God did speak directly to selected humans. Wouldn't it be nice if such communication existed today? The other possibility, one which I even hate to bring up but must, is that this early author was influenced or taught by extraterrestrial beings about what they had discovered about the creation and evolution of the universe. There are simply enough questions and circumstantial evidence to suggest that the Earth has been visited in the past by such beings. Also, in addition to such scientific knowledge, is it possible that these visitors gave us their idea of religion? What a chilling thought. What if the early accounts of direct interaction between God and the people of Earth were about these extraterrestrial beings' interactions, they or maybe just one of them being called God? Our science fiction writers, working from scientific facts and wonderful imaginations, have provided the impetus to mentally explore a vast universe of possibilities within our physical universe. I do not possess these abilities but remain floored by what has been written. And I am not even well read in this regard. It is simply the fact that there is an, almost, certainty of other life forms in this and other galaxies. It seems probable that life has both risen and fallen in some of the earliest formed galaxies. After all, we, our scientists, are in the process of defining and explaining both the origin and projected demise of life on this planet. When you are talking about events over billions of years, that cycle of birth and death must have happened many times in the past and is in the process of occurring in countless new places within the expanding universe. The unfortunate thing is that in my lifetime, only the theory of this widespread universal life and death occurrence will be stated. I will be long gone from this earth before even the first substantiated evidence of life at other celestial locations will be proven. Then again, if what I have speculated is true, I will know the truth of these theories before any of the poor souls I leave behind upon my death. Likewise, I may be one of those who live on a newly discovered inhabited world, my spirit being transferred there for its next learning experience after many such experiences, including one past existence on Earth. Just think of that possibility. My decedents discover me at a future spiritual, and assumed physical, destination. I am constantly detracted by my wandering mind that sometimes doesn't know when to shut up but just keeps cranking along with a will of its own. The subject of this latest discourse is the human brain. Why do we have a brain this big? And as much as everything I have ever read and heard indicates that we only use a small percentage of the available mental capacity. This is an apparent aberration of nature. All other beasts and fishes of the planet seem to have evolved just enough brain power and brain size to enable them to precariously fit into the ecosystem. Not us human beings though. No, we've got a huge noggin that serves as an oversized hat rack, and in some people, little else. There is something wrong with this. Are we to assume that, unlike all other species, we have developed a brain capacity that someday we may grow into? This is so abnormal in an evolutionary sense. Accordingly, we should explore other possibilities. The one I like is the probability that we, as a species, were transplanted here by a higher order alien race. They just wanted to seed this planet and genetically engineered our species to have extra brain size and power to dominate other species and prosper. They could not have known precisely just how much brain power would be needed to accomplish this, so they gave us extra just in case. We were simply able to accomplish the necessary takeover of this planet with less than the total brain capacity provided. And now, we are in the long-term process of brain atrophy. Take a close look at your spouse and compare his or her rear head bulge to pictures of their grandparents. It is smaller and flatter, isn't it? With the current societal obsession with staring into some type of picture tube for long periods of time, I predict that the atrophy of human brains will take another 100 years until the size of our brains shrinks down to the functional capacity that we now have. Maybe the flathead Indians had it right all along and were just ahead of the times. They just worked on the wrong end of the head, that's all. Just had to inject a little humor into these discussions. So, what have I learned from these mind exploration games? Well, number one is that I don't really know a hell of a lot about much of anything. Likewise, despite increasing discoveries, interpretations, and theories, we as a species are a long way from understanding ourselves, where we came from, and where we are going. But, is it really important that we do learn these things? All my life, not knowing the what about things has really bugged me. I guess it's a control thing. We all want to be in control of our lives to the greatest extent possible. That it's a human thing seems appropriate. So it might seem that all I have done is stir up a hornet's nest of unanswerable questions. Did I have any options though? Probably not, and if I didn't, I would be one of those other people that have just mentally cashed it in. If you can't understand it, just go on to something else that has an answer. Make life simple, so to speak. But that's not me and a whole lot of other people who just can't escape the what ifs. My concluding thought after all this speculation is that I do in fact have a spirit. What this means needs much additional thought though. And, it's way too early to know if I'll be judged a good spirit, an average spirit, or a mean, evil little bastard. Hard to speculate when you don't know the judgment criteria. End of Chapter 3 of Volume 2. Chapter 4. Mortality. One might ask, why, in the middle chapters of a book, would one address a subject that is usually discussed in the final chapter? As I awaited my retirement from Pennsylvania state government service in the spring of 2005, there was plenty of time to reflect upon my 35-year-long career. I was a licensed civil engineer, and much of my government career was spent solving engineering problems primarily in the area of water control. I had investigated thousands of flooding problems and designed remedial projects to repair flood damages and/or prevent future damages. I had performed safety inspections on dams, buildings, and other structures, worked to recognize and address statewide problems relating to stormwater control and erosion and sedimentation problems, and was actively engaged in writing and interpreting government regulations pertaining to these problems. Using this work experience, I was looking forward to starting and operating a part-time engineering consulting business when I retired. After all, I was only 55 years old, and the promise of a long and prosperous stage 3 of my life created easy smiles. In reviewing my past accomplishments and experiences during my government career, I had a satisfying feeling that I had accomplished significant goals, both in quantity and quality. I had met and interacted with people at all stations in life, from the governor of Pennsylvania to teenage gas pump attendants and seemingly everyone in between. I shared and interacted in countless discussions about life experiences with these people, varying from the extreme good fortune of some to the heartbreak and total despair of others. None of this was unusual, although I typically listened, but did not fully comprehend or perceive the relevance of other people's experiences to my own existence. I was too busy experiencing life as a provider, husband, and father, and my passion for hunting and fishing quite easily filled my days and years. Reality cannot be denied, however, and the confrontation with my mortality was simply pending. Would I open this door inward and be sucked into an immediate confrontation, or could I slowly open the door towards me, taking a peek without the commitment that I had to proceed at that time? But, whichever path was eventually selected, the real prize was the stark admission, and finally, that I was mortal. Now to deal with it. Between the ages of 45 and 55, a series of events would unfold that precipitated my date with the realization that I was indeed mortal. Divorce, after a 26-year marriage, and several hospital visits due to episodes of an irregular heartbeat, a continuously irritated GI tract, and a singularly nasty 8-day stay due to a burst appendix with complications were the primary catalysts. Without the skill of my surgeon, the burst appendix would have almost due result in my death. It was very depressing to realize that I was not invincible and would at some future time die and be planted 6 feet under. What would that be like? Would the teachings of my Christian upbringing of life ever after be true? These great unknowns increasingly weighed heavily upon my thoughts. Being an engineer, however, provided me with the necessary drive to be practical and begin planning for the eventual termination. Without any real hesitation, as I prepared to retire, my list of things to do immediately thereafter included two very important actions that I had been postponing for many years. It was now time for my wife and me to prepare wills, and my thoughts dwelled on what I needed to cover in this regard. The second necessity was to purchase burial plots so that this feature of the death/funeral process was taken care of. Since a beautiful, if that's possible, cemetery was located only a few miles away, the location was not an issue. The latter task was completed within a short time of my retirement. Complete reason abandons me as to why, but it took many more years until I completed the first task. The initial consideration of my will is to leave everything to my wife. That's the easy part. The hard part, and that which took many more years to resolve, are what should the will contain should my wife predecease me. Part of me said to ignore this and make up a new will should my wife die before me. I'll have the time, right? I wouldn't, of course, if heaven forbid, we both die in a car accident or similar joint fatal scenario. The resolution did come, however, and came along through having a clearer mindset developed through personal introspection. Anyway, along with the satisfaction of address and at least partial accomplishment of these very necessary tasks came the ever-deepening dread and realization that the door to confrontation and acceptance of my mortality must now be opened. The fact that I was continuously sick during this period with all sorts of medical implications possible, but unknown, all heart, organ, and GI tract tests came back okay, cast a pall over the speed by which I must undertake this confrontation. Because of my illnesses and drug side effects, would I be opening the door inward to be sucked into a brutal confrontation at a speed and magnitude that I could not have imagined and be powerless to control? Or, would I place my hand on the knob and slowly open the door outward, peek at the possibilities, and then develop a rational plan to address all possibilities? Which option did I choose? Of course, I chose option number 3, to postpone making such a weighty decision until such time as I have to. Sound typical? Well, there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that if I was faced with such a decision early in my life, I would crash the door inward, willing to face whatever with a fatalism that only comes with youth. I remember discussions during that period of my life where death was treated very cavalierly, something to occur to all of us somewhere down the line, but not to me for a long time to come. Although I never served in the military, I am certain that this same fatalism is what drives the youth of all countries to perform countless heroic and often unbelievable fatalistic acts. The Muslim extremist who blows himself up to reach martyrdom, the Japanese kamikaze pilot who honors his emperor and ancestors by crashing into an American ship, and the immigrant Irishman who charges the Confederate lines at Fredericksburg to earn his place in his new country. Are these acts the result of well-thought-out plans where consequences are duly examined and weighed? Most likely not, and such acts are only possible because youth seldom examines their own mortality before conducting life-risking activities. When compared to the other possibilities such as promises of immortality, medals of valor, and heroic recognition which will gloriously survive their yet incomprehensible demises, taking the plunge gets little preliminary thought. The door is opened inwardly with a fatalism that is barely recognized or simply ignored. When contemplating youthful disregard for their own lives based on ignorance of all the possible consequences, it is interesting to compare that situation with that of the elderly or terminally ill. Certainly not in all cases, but it is likely that most of these individuals have had the time to study religion, mortality/immortality, and the final consequences of their death. Is it surprising then that many of these individuals desire a rapid death with a fervor equal to or even exceeding that of the young heroes? As I approach this time in my own life, I would like to think that I will have opened the door outward at some past date, examined the future path, and made plans for what will happen, here and in the afterlife, when I die. But what if I have not? If not, I suspect that I will fall into that category of the very elderly or terminally ill that are eventually confronted with pending death with no wiggle room left to put off decisions for a later time. Procrastination is over, with only the most real thing left to occur. And, it will occur, and there is not one thing that you can do to change that. I have often read the term he or she welcomed death in books. Maybe this is a stark admission that death cannot be cheated, and some simply give up fighting at some point and wish for the agony and suspense to be over. I am also certain that this reality is a spur to religious fever in the terminally ill and elderly. As I eloquently pondered these thoughts and how I should address them, both before and after I retired, my illnesses continued to worsen. Physically, I was glad that I retired. But damn, something had to be seriously wrong. What was it? The answer came in May 2005 when, upon testing, it was confirmed that I had Lyme disease. There was no way of knowing how long this insidious disease had been lying semi-dormant after the initial infection. But, when it finally reared its ugly head, my whole life changed. From a person with a strong body and mind, I was quickly reduced to a weakling, causing an extreme mental crisis. I fought back, of course, but each time a recovery looked possible, something else occurred to slap me back down. For the next 18 years, my struggles continued. Up and down I went both physically and mentally. I recognized the signs of deep mental depression. What I do know, even during the occurrence of a new medical crisis, is that some mornings when I was sick, I kissed my wife goodbye as she left for work with more of a goodbye than she realized. I was in so much pain and discomfort that I truly doubted that I would be alive when she returned that evening. Moreover, I felt so bad that I was basically incapacitated and unable to think of or prepare myself for such an occurrence. The same thing occurred at my goodnight kiss, not expecting to be alive in the morning but glad for sleep to take away the pain. It was during these times when I finally understood how people could wish for death. It would be just like falling asleep and the pain would go away. But, if you do survive, life does not allow you to wallow too long and the human spirit fosters recovery time and time again. In the fall of 2009, I became the only person capable of tricking my sister Bonnie into being admitted to a nursing home. The cancer had destroyed both her body and mind and her daughter could no longer care for her in her home. None of us could provide the necessary care as the effects of the disease had progressed to a tipping point and were only going to get much worse. I say much worse but I mean terminal and with little time left. On December 9, 2009, Bonnie succumbed to this terrible disease. Robbed of even a scrap of decency and coherent thought at the end, her passing was judged to be a good thing as now the suffering had ended. I did not weep at the news of her passing, at the funeral, or even afterward. My grieving has to proceed at whatever pace my mixed-up mind dictates, and it is obvious to me that I have not come to a final resolution of the overall event. I will get there in my own time, but in the months afterward, my thoughts ran the gamut of what feelings I should have. The most omnipresent thought, however, was what would my final moments be like and how would I feel as the curtain of my life fell down around me. And, of course, what would happen next? What was really troubling though was the possibility that in the end, I could be like my sister, locked in a mental fog from which there was no escape. Any plans for what I would do in my final days were trashed and unobtainable. Continuing these thoughts, an unplanned rapid death would produce the same results. What fun thoughts to have. No wonder I became depressed as answers just were not there. I continue to weather the long-term effects of Lyme disease and the terrible side effects of the medicines used to control occasional flare-ups. Actually, these side effects seem much worse than the original disease and continually slap me down. Likewise, the Lyme's is being recognized as a precursor for subsequent diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, which I have been diagnosed as having along with other diseases never experienced in any of my immediate family histories. But I realize that left unchecked the primary disease would have left me with all sorts of other permanent physical ailments. That is, even more than has already occurred. Talk about being between a rock and a hard place. Nevertheless, throughout these years of pain and suffering, there have been rays of hope and happy moments. No, more than moments, and these were made possible by 3 loving beings. Without the love and support of my beautiful wife Salin, I don't think I would be here today. Words escape me to fully explain and account for all that she has done for me. If there truly is a God, I give him all the credit for placing her in my life. On a daily basis, I also have received the unrelenting and no questions asked the love of 2 Labrador retrievers. If only they could speak. But then, I guess they do speak to me in their own ways and language. Their messages get through every day and give me those little extra boosts I so desperately need during my black moods. By whatever means it did occur, my thoughts during these past years, supported by my previous experiences, were put down on paper. Some days the thoughts were so strong and pervasive that I simply had to write them down. It wasn't divine intervention, at least I don't think so, but the need to capture these thoughts was sometimes overpowering. This approach did not lend itself to a structured approach to writing a book. It was simply cataloging what I was thinking about at that time. Nevertheless, as more and more words were recorded, a framework did present itself. Basically, let's have an argument for and against God and the institutional religions that supports him. I didn't have much problem with the for him part of the discussions, but the against parts were very upsetting, usually right after I had written them. I questioned how I could think such thoughts. It's the old I know there is no heaven but I pray there is no hell mentality, I suppose. But I did it and it's here it goes for the rest of the book. One last thing. Immediately after completing the initial parts of this chapter, my stomach pains became so severe that emergency tests were made to find the cause. Unfortunately, the upper GIs and camera scoping tests only hinted that some problem may exist but could not be pinpointed. Without a definite cause, I postponed exploratory surgery once but returned to the hospital 1 week later as the pain would not abate. The 1-hour exploratory surgery turned into a 5-hour-plus surgery through a long incision from which a 12-inch section of punctured and abscessed large bowel was removed and, Here is a big surprise: vascular bands holding my stomach at an unnatural angle were cut, allowing it to hang down in a normal position. According to the surgeon, this later condition may have been present since birth and may actually be hereditary. All my years of stomach distress, for which the doctors could provide no explanation for, and for which no direct cause showed up through internal testing, was possibly now explained. Granted, the after effects of the strong Lyme's disease medicines would have made anyone sick, but my chronic condition and inability to recover had always been unexplained. Sadly, it remains unexplained, as the corrective surgery had no positive impact on my chronic GI upset problems. Remember now the earlier discussion of how one feels as death approaches, be it a long time in coming, a short time, or an instantaneous event. Well, as they prepared me for surgery, the surgeon explained what would happen if the exploratory part of the procedure found anything. Namely, if necessary for access, they would open me up down the middle and do whatever was required. Neither of us, of course, knew what he was about to find, but the preliminary explanation that the surgery could cause all kinds of immediate reactions such as stroke and heart attack brought home this thought: I may die today, and many things I should have done will be left for my wife to take care of. My questions on an afterlife may very well be answered in the next few hours, but no one will ever share in this knowledge. Despite this, I welcomed the anesthesia because at that moment I just wanted the pain to stop. I put all thoughts about death aside simply because the necessity of the moment allowed me to do so. On the second morning after the surgery, as I was helped out of my bed for a short walk, the pain in my abdomen was so great that I asked the nurse to call the doctor to give me a suicide pill, this in front of my wife. I now knew, firsthand, why some people beg for death, be it to escape current severe pain or to escape a slow process of a terminal illness. Well, I survived. I'll spare you the details of the long and painful recovery that still continues. But the point is, along with an earlier emergency operation to remove a burst appendix, that I had faced death twice without resolution of my feelings and beliefs of an afterlife, faith, God, etc., and, at those times I didn't really care. I just wanted the pain to stop. Is this how many of us will face the end? Do I still have time? I'd like to think so, and a return to this writing is the only way I'm going to accomplish the task I fear. After all, without modern medicine and the skills of my surgeon, my life here would have twice ended. If I had died, I would know a whole lot more about these subjects but be, unfortunately, unable to communicate them to you. End of Chapter 4 of Volume 2. Chapter 5. Dark Clouds. Face it, there is no God. There, I said it. Do I mean it? I don't know yet. But, if I am ever to have full belief and the faith to sustain it, I must explore the serious doubts that have arisen during the course of my life thus far. Here goes, and God helps me in this endeavor. In the poorly documented history of this planet, the only certainty is that every race, civilization, empire, etc., has had only one overpowering thought. That thought is to invent and/or adopt a religion, or religions that will quell the populace's overwhelming fear and need to know what will happen to them when they die. Just think about this concept. So mollified, and reasonably educated, any populace can be controlled and kept reasonably in line. That this governance can be and is accomplished by both religious and civil authority, acting separately or in unison, speaks to the basic power of religion. And, as it seems as far back as archaeological evidence indicates, this has been the norm for all societies. The bottom line is that people will allow themselves to be governed, no matter how harshly, as long as a wonderful afterlife awaits them. As for me, and this is one of the most irritating facets of my beliefs, if there was an all-powerful and knowing God, would he be so haphazard as to utterly fail to ensure that a straight and factual account be inscribed of his creation of the earth, universe and, of course, man? Instead, we have the Bible, a crazy collection of ancient manuscripts that no one can agree on who actually wrote them and when. Additional manuscripts that were accidentally found rolled up in sealed pots lost in caves. Manuscripts that are seldom factual accounts but instead consist of mysticisms or speak of ideals or express beliefs. Worse, those that are supposed to be factual cannot be proven so. Hell, even the actual authors and date of writing of the New Testament's four main books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are hotly debated and unresolved. If the authenticity of these four books, containing the story of Jesus and including his exact words, cannot be verified, how can anyone believe? Likewise, I make the case in point of the lineage of Adam and Eve provided in the book of Genesis. You know, and Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enos, and Seth lived after he begat Enos 807 years, and begat sons and daughters, and so forth in great detail. But, unless this precise lineage in written form was carried into the ark by Noah, an act of which there is absolutely no mention, how did any subsequent author have this information? Also, Let us not forget that man has developed a written language immediately after being created, which is a real stretch. To that add the fact that translations of those early written texts that do exist cause an everlasting firestorm of dissent between interpreters. To ensure a factual continuation of Earth's history, one of the most important books of the Christian Bible would have been titled Noah, and the history provided therein by Noah would have tremendous credibility. But the fact is, the books of the Bible have no step-by-step timeline or authenticity with respect to authors. The conclusion has to be that it was all made up. Stories are used to create a religion. A pure invention. And there was, and to this day is, no shortage of scholars willing to devote their entire lives to proving/disproving that which can never be factually resolved. If I was to believe in God, is it so much to ask that I have a Bible to guide me that is plainly written, with events supported by facts and listed in chronological order? Isn't it funny that when religious scholars debate mysteries of the Bible, that in the end they meekly state that no definite factual conclusion has been reached and each reader should make their own conclusions? This from those we trust to teach us? The fact is that for any modern religion, there is no one person or group that can sit down and factually explain and substantiate the text accounts of their religion. Those poor devils that attempt to do so find immediate and many detractors. It is, of course, very human nature that once a general religion has been adopted by a society, strong-willed individuals arise to take that religion and enhance it to glorified heights. These enlightened individuals become not only famous but iconic. Monks, preachers, saints, popes, prophets, and others all take their place as leaders and interpreters of their particular brand of religion. Such individuals can become so famous and powerful that their interpretations of past writings become the new version of their religion, blissfully accepted by the flock as the true word. That many such individuals have become rich in worldly wealth seems not to matter whatsoever. But, even the common religious leaders are entrusted with maintaining their religion. How recently, upon the death of a family member or friend, have you heard your pastor, priest, deacon or other people make statements such as he or she goes to a better place? Jesus has prepared a place for them where they will again be joined with their mother and father, brothers, sisters, wives/husbands, friends, etc. A new home awaits them where there will be no hunger, diseases, or pains of any kind. Folks, no matter what, this is propaganda, be its contents real or imagined. And, its sole purpose is to keep us in the fold, and thereby controlled. It doesn't even matter if it's true or false. It only matters that we accept these statements and thereby manage to cope better with the loss of our loved ones. The alternative is to lose one's faith and have the entire system come crashing down with widespread and fatal chaos resulting. If we don't believe that we will go to a better life, then what we got is all that we are going to get and we better make the best of it. Trouble is though, that for many of us, past and present, existence in this world is simply too hard to take, both physically and mentally. As an example of this post-disaster response of the religious elite, I would like to reprint a column from the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, The Patriot News of Friday, March 2, 2012, by none other than Dr. Billy Graham. Dear Dr. Graham, why does God heal some people and not others? We prayed and prayed for my little niece's leukemia to go away, but God didn't heal her and she died. I have to admit it's hard not to feel bitter. And here comes the golden response by the nation's leading religious icon. Dear Mrs., name deleted, I understand your hurt, but I want to assure you that God understands your hurt even more than you do and wants to surround you with His love and compassion during this difficult time. The Bible says that He truly is the Father of compassion and the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our troubles, 2 Corinthians 1:3-4. I don't fully know why God restores some people to health but doesn't do it for others. Someday in heaven we'll understand, but in the meantime, we can only look to Him in faith and trust. If we don't, we'll only end up in bitterness, anger, and confusion, and that's a dead-end road. Remember, God knows what it is to lose someone to death. His only Son died on the cross for us. But let me ask you a question, where is your little niece now? Death has taken her, and you can't help but grieve over her passing. But listen, she is in heaven now, and all her pain and weakness are gone. She has been healed, completely and forever. Never forget, because of Christ we have hope. In the midst of your tears, ask God to help you lift your eyes to heaven and the promise we have of eternal life through Christ. Is your faith in Him? As you can see, our religious leaders have the perfect response for this possible weakening of the faithful. And Dr. Graham delivers the message so eloquently. But let's break this down. He begins by assuring religious authority, the individual, that God does have sympathy for their hurt and wants, not will, to surround them with love and compassion, and cites a Bible passage to support this. But then he relents that he, again, religious authority, doesn't really know the why or wherefore of the reasons why the little girl died. Don't question this, just have faith and trust or else, the veiled threat. Likewise, don't question that the little girl is now in heaven and beyond earthly troubles. Pray to God that the promise of eternal life is true. And finally, the ultimate poker bluff is put forth: is your faith in Him? Not being of sound and rational mind at this time, the bereaved individual is both comforted and warned to accept what has happened as the norm. Well, it is the norm with the respect that we all will die at some point in time. But, this event and the promise of a better afterlife must be tied into religious doctrine, or the flock will dissolve away to atheism. However, there is another real component to the religion/civil government partnership that has developed and evolved over the ages. In addition to comforting the flock in times of grief and stress, there was, in earlier times and still true today, a need to prevent the most violent forms of retribution for criminal and even accidental acts of violence. In times past, revenge acts or vendettas were quite common. And, the conduct of such retributions was not strenuously prosecuted by the civilian authorities, leaving such actions to eventually play themselves out, since impacts on other parts of the society, in general, were few. However, as civilizations became more refined, this part of the civilian law had to be enforced. And it was here that religion stepped in to provide the binding glue to hold the entire concept together. From the an eye for an eye concept that explained and condoned personal vendettas, religion developed and endorsed the refined turn the other cheek philosophy. If religion could convince a victim's family to forgive the perpetrator and his/her family for wrongs committed against it, the vendetta would be eliminated. Get this message to the entire society from the pulpits and the concept itself would die. How can God forgive you your sins if you cannot forgive the sins of others against you? Do we not see this concept played out in our media almost daily, as a mother or father forgives the maniac who killed their son or daughter during a robbery? Or forgiveness of the drunk driver that ran a stop sign and killed 3 teenagers on their way home from a movie? In times past, these culprits would have been eliminated by the victims' families. And if they could not find him after he went into hiding, his family would be targeted. These examples get back to the very real need for religion, doesn't it? Without religion, a society simply could not exist, except possibly in a most brutal dog-eat-dog way. Inhabitants of this planet do occasionally toy with such concepts of the course, and we call those examples dictatorships. You will notice that I did not include kingdoms, empires, and other such societies in my identification of no-religion societies. That is because most of them did include some form of religion in their societal format. It's not that the inhabitants fared much better than those under a dictatorship. They simply had religion to believe that something better was awaiting them in the afterlife. Under a dictatorship, though, allegiance to the dictator and his/her personal ideals are all that matters. Religion is either severely suppressed or totally banned. One has to wonder what a Red Party member under Stalin thought about the end of life and the hereafter. In this regard, I remember the words from a popular song, the first part which I used previously, which went something like, "I know there is no heaven, but I pray there is no hell." Then the song goes on, "I'll never know by living, only by dying will tell, and when I die and when I'm gone there will be one child born and a world to carry on." It's obvious from this one example that I am not inventing the egg or slaughtering the chicken on this issue. Probably for as long as human beings had a few spare moments to think about it, the question of death and an afterlife has dominated the entire thought process. Certainly, the toils and troubles of daily life will provide an escape, but only until disease, war, old age, and other realizations of one's mortality cause the question to resurface. If the old adage of trouble loves company can be invoked, then I guess I can be happy that this issue has caused major problems for most other people at some time in their lives. I'm not alone. But, can there be any stronger reason to invent a religion? Well, yes, there is. Is the real reason for the creation of religion, any religion, that it satisfies a need? Moreover, this can be broken down to the base concept of supply and demand. Or, is it better to express this as demand and supply? At obviously many times in our human past, some smart cookie realized that if he could provide mental relief to his societal group and relieve their many fears, then he would be in a strong position to obtain power and wealth. Societies would have their chiefs, kings, emperors, and other such leaders, but few of these chanced to make really important decisions without consulting their shamans, witch doctors, holy men, and the like. And, as we have seen time and time again, the actual title of supreme leader can switch back and forth between civil and religious leadership. Previous popes controlled their countries by raising armies and conducting wars to retain power and control. Is there any difference in the leadership composition of today's Iran? The durability of humans' embrace of the religious demand and supply concept is most likely eternal. We witness it in full splendor today in this country. By the magic provided by modern media, Our current shamans extol the many promised benefits of religion, thereby placing themselves in the position of obtaining great economic power. Forget civil power. For them, economic power is where it's at, with little or no oversight such as that exists with civilian leaders. Down Texas way, there is a religious leader that preaches that God wants us to be good people and receive our many blessings. He wants us to have a good and fruitful life. We deserve it. Well, he has obviously embraced this concept 100% and has already received his mansion along with many other financial rewards. But there is nothing new here. He is simply following the time-tested axiom of receiving power and wealth by convincing the flock that he can provide them with what they need. In its many variations, this is what religious leaders have been preaching forever and will continue to do so in the future because it works brilliantly. Give the people what they need or think they need. The rains came just as forecast by the highly educated weather prophets. But within their educated self-assurance and bliss, and with all their modern technology, the following events simply could not be imagined. The predicted slow-moving weather system stalled, forming and reforming strong cells of turbulence and heavy rains. Rains that fell in amounts and at rates beyond previously recorded levels and upon mountainous terrains previously parched dry and hard by the summer's heat. Heavy runoff began immediately and systematically increased to unprecedented levels. No man-made structure within the path of this runoff, no bridge, roadway, dam, or flood control structure was capable of withstanding such an onslaught. Catastrophic failures occurred and multiplied in number and magnitude as the rush of waters flowed downward to population centers. Without warning, the first individual housed small communities, and eventually, a city was brutally impacted with severe levels of destruction and the loss of life. The ensuing emergency response could only remove the debris and count the losses in human life. Rebuilding would have to wait as the surviving communities grieved their losses and buried the dead. It is with times like this that religion steps to the forefront to provide spiritual relief to grieving victims. The glue is administered to keep the flock together by professing that although we do not understand God's reasons for allowing such a catastrophe to occur, the poor victims are now in a better place. Give the people what they want to hear and allow the healing to occur. Can any other method produce the same results in society's perseverance? Well, one might argue that the Germans, Japanese, and Russians were held together during extreme catastrophic wartime events by a convoluted mix of national pride and government-sponsored terror. True to a certain point, but these systems proved to be rather short-lived and were torn down by strong religious nations that realized the threat to their co-joined religious/civil government societies. Maybe, to truly examine this overall concept, we have to go back to the origins of the human race as it began its societal development. Development that was absolutely needed in order to survive, both individually and as a species. Drawing upon countless comparisons to nature and the survival and evolution of all species, the first leaders of human society would have been the largest and strongest male member. As a leader, he would be responsible for defending his society against both internal strife and external threats. Quite possibly, like the wolf, his alpha status was matched by an alpha female, and it was only this pair that mated and produced offspring. Scant resources and constant external threats meant that the society had to strictly conserve everything, including an overall sustainable population number. If things improved, he would expand his mating and reproduction efforts to lesser females. Is this not the trend for many animals? And, of course, at some future date when adequate resources were available for a greater population and one that was needed to progress the society in general, more and more males would enter the propagation equation. And when this happened, the leader quite often would find his greatest challenges to his rule from within. Given a taste of the good life, challengers became emboldened. Does not the great bull elk gather a harem of cows which he jealously guards against interlopers until such time as they are ready to breed? And, as those magic moments approached, did not the challengers become more and more emboldened, and ultimately, the number of his cows diminished in number to his personal attention? It is an interesting question as to what the stage or set of circumstances would be in a developing prehistoric human society for religion to be created and accepted by the members. As these initial societies evolved, there would come a point in their development where the size and strength of the leader would be insufficient to control internal, very human problems. Just guessing, but it seems reasonable that these leaders would be constantly challenged by younger and growing males until ultimately the leader was replaced by physical means. Seems to be a lot of history, real or imagined, about this sort of societal interaction. Again, comparisons to the animal world can be made. A male lion will have exclusive leadership and breeding rights in his pride until attacked and killed or driven out by two or younger lions. Not one of these males could overcome the leader's power individually, but work together it becomes possible, and the two then assume joint leadership and breeding rights. The logical progression of this societal evolution for humans was the development of governments where, even though one person would be called the leader, power was shared with government members. But to do this, a glue was needed to keep the masses in line. Religion. During the early stages of human societal development, it must have been realized by the leader and his supporters over time that his strength and will alone were not going to be sufficient to effectively rule. For physical and emotional reasons, humans will not bond together this way. But, if a spiritual belief could be instilled in the population and embraced by the leader, that belief system, read religion, could then become the glue that binds the society together. Since most early attempts to control a leader involved physical terror and bullying, tie religious warnings of spiritual death and destruction if a member did not submit to the leader's administration of those religious beliefs and rules provided near total control. Ultimately, a separate type of religious government would develop, but most often would be subservient to the civil government. An extreme example would be that of Japan, where the emperor was considered a living god. The people's allegiance was to the emperor, which meant that the people had to go to war decided upon by the civilian government, which also professed allegiance to him but actually worked independently. Can it be that our current religion, its beliefs, and writings are the end product of this evolution of code-joined civilian and religious rule? Was the Bible designed to document the religious component and provide the glue for a successful and prosperous society for the evolving Jewish nation, with an afterthought to include coverage for the Gentiles? Are the stories specifically fabricated to provide the needed religious fear components for the population in order to keep them under control, this being an essential need of civilian governments, past, present, and future? Were not the religious leaders in the time of Jesus threatened by his words, and did they not conspire to kill him and thereby his teachings? Let me examine my own thoughts about this for a while. When I do examine my past experiences and teachings relating to this entity we call God, there is never any lack of praise for him. He is the Almighty, perfect in every way and without the vices given to mankind. He always has been and always will be. He is kind, merciful, and without blemish. I could go on with the superlatives, but let us, for the moment, take a look at the Bible's account of God. I find it very interesting that the Ten Commandments and other Old Testament commandments do not even attempt to explain some very human attributes that God has. Say as jealousy, anger, vindictiveness, mercilessness, non-forgiveness, and several more that I have always been warned to not have or strictly control. Of the others, personal shortcomings and failure loom prominently. And yet all of these are attributed directly to God in the Bible. In the very first book of the Bible, God's crowning accomplishment of the creation of mankind in his, actually the word is our image, which suggests heaven is populated by more than one being, own image, and the granting of the Holy Spirit to Adam and Eve almost immediately turned sour. His creation simply didn't understand the word no. Boy, there's one human attribute that has survived down through the ages. But does he show mercy? Not in the least. One small transgression and they are out on their butts to a life of hardship and toil. What was their original purpose in the garden anyhow? While that purpose can be debated, what is perfectly clear is that this was the opportunity to introduce the evil component to this religion. Religious historians seem uniform in their analysis that any successful religion must have both good and evil components. The good God must have an evil devil to confront and conquer. It is up to the participants to choose which side to support, with consequences listed for each path. That Adam and Eve sided with or were so weak as to be seduced by the evil one was sufficient to cause them to get tossed. And from there it gets worse. Of their first two offspring, one murders the other. Nevertheless, the overall reproduction effort is successful to the point that the sons of God develop a lust for earth women, successfully copulate with them, and create a race of giants and men of renown. Trouble is that this subsequent assembly is so corrupt that God can't stand them and causes a flood to wipe the slate clean. The so-called fallen angels are banished to the bowels of the earth to await final judgment, but not before witnessing the destruction of their offspring. If it wasn't for good old Noah, there's no telling if God's original creation would be anything more than a galactic footnote that only God would know about. In any event, the entire scenario shows that the experiment was a failure. God got angry, mean, unforgiving, and even vengeful. Out of Egypt, Moses and his followers are adopted by God. The fiasco with the original 10 Commandments again shows that God gets angry, vengeful, jealous, and even spiteful. The entire 40-year journey in the wilderness and its account in the Old Testament illustrates what a difficult situation exists as God tries to live with and communicate with his people. Trivial transgressions are dealt with swiftly and fatally. Someone picking up manna on a Sunday is in for death by stoning. Aaron's 2 sons are immediately struck dead when they try to burn incense in the holy tent that was not specified for use by God. Overall, none of the poor souls coming out of Egypt are ever going to enter the promised land. A close examination of the commandments handed down by God to his people finds complete compliance to be impossible for humans. To be glib, what was he thinking? He repeatedly calls his people a stiff-necked people. The story continues to play out as the Israelites finally enter the Promised Land and embark on a God-directed campaign of death and destruction to the existing inhabitants. Later, he even directs civil wars in the bloodiest ways. Despite all his efforts, the Israelites diss him and demand one of their own be named king. When King David finally establishes the nation of Israel in its most glorious form and size, it is some 500 years after they enter the Promised Land. If this is all the better the all-powerful God can do with respect to honoring his promise, one has to question that power. From the height of King David's and King Solomon's rule, a downward spiral begins and continues until, in the end, the Israelites are scattered to the winds, and none of the remarkable religious items that God directed to be made survive. Where are the Ark, the Ten Commandment tablets, and all these other items documented in the Old Testament that God ordered to be made and gave special talents to the men chosen to make them? Makes one truly wonder if anything of the story is true. There's no physical proof to substantiate any of it. But one thing remains clear: if there is, a God, he showed himself during this period to have many of the negative attributes usually associated with humans. Some, like the instructions to kill every living thing during the Israelites' attacks on the existing inhabitants of the Promised Land, are universally prohibited under current human laws. That such warfare still does occur today, however, may signify that we were indeed created in his image. But in the end, the biggest conclusion to be made is that God failed again in his interactions with mankind. We humans simply could not satisfy our Creator. And what does that say about the whole idea? I mean, what is the point of all these stories of failure? With our modern, all-inclusive news services today, it is easy to get depressed. Wars and overall human depravity are the engines that drive our consciousness. We can't get enough, and the media delivers a constant stream to satisfy our needs. Disease, famine, war, murder, rape, and other crimes are the norm and are often undertaken under the guise of religious dictate. Where in all this is the merciful oversight of God? Is this what he envisioned when he created the earth, its inhabitants, and us? Why the constant strife, pain, and suffering? Well, maybe the answer is that no heavenly entity exists, never did, and the multitudes of religions that have been created over the ages to identify such beings are just so much wishful desire. They simply serve the power and economic desires of their creators. Face it, the alternative is damn depressing. One of the strongest human attributes is eternal optimism. It is in our human makeup to base our entire existence on hope. If the world is this bad, there simply must be something better when we die. It can't just be this and then the lights go out. Our religious leaders constantly echo the refrain upon someone's death that they go to a better place. They better keep doing this, at a time when this is exactly what the grieving family wants to hear, because otherwise, the doubts will begin to creep in. But what an arrogant thought process this is, and how did we come to have such arrogance? We came to have it because the strongest of all human attributes is self-delusion. And this is exactly what religions count on to keep them going. Think about and talk about something long enough and it can become real, at least in our minds. And our minds are what drive us in our societies. So if we, as individuals and society, believe something, it must be real. The simple conclusion to all this is that religion, any religion, may be nothing more than self-delusion. That people are willing to do almost anything to justify these delusions merely speaks of the additional human nature for stubbornness, even to the point of self-inflicted death of them individually and collectively. Every war has a reason, and what better reason than to protect our religion from their religion? This is but one example of how dedicated the stubbornness of religion can become. There are thousands more. The pit. There is a place that I truly do not wish to visit. It scares me beyond belief. The pit is where I travel to explore my deepest dark thoughts. Doubt, jealousy, and sarcasm are my guides. Revenge and greedy accomplishments are my goals. I can and will crush my enemies and drink sweet wine in their demise. Plans for their downfall flourish. I don't have to be good. I just have to appear that way to get what I want. Author. The pit is that bottomless black hole within which all social reality and civility vanish. It is a place where the darkest thoughts possible for a human being are examined and very often judged doable. Mass murderers and psychopaths reside here and extend the possibility that you too can participate. The real reality is that you are capable of performing the most unspeakable acts of violence, depravity, and degenerate practice. Civil and religious laws are to be challenged and broken. Some people enter the pit and emerge completely changed. The proposition emerges that the degree or time of immersion will dictate the effects upon one's character. Imprisoned, Hitler had the golden opportunity to wallow for long periods within its confines and devise the unspeakable but eventually possible genocide of the Jewish population in Germany and a large portion of Europe. Just imagine his twisted glee when the extinction of the entire European Jewish community became possible. How many Sunday school-educated children grew up to help practice genocide in the Nazi death camps? Christian-educated guards raped, maimed, tortured, and murdered Jews. They liked it, had a good time, and then most simply melted back into post-war societies never to be held accountable. Did they shut the doors on the pit? Of course, they did, for how else could they continue to live? But then, how many regretted their actions and in their own way atoned for them? How many eventually could not live with what they did and committed suicide? And now, with my majority German heritage, I ask myself, how would I have acted when drafted into the German army and my assignment was to one of the death camps? One cannot answer such a question with absolute certainty, of course, but the abject fear is that I would have become a monster like the rest of my brethren. I love dogs, so maybe I would have been the handler of a large German shepherd and trained him to tear off the balls of any Jew who did not move fast enough coming out of the cattle cars and on their way to the gas chambers. The possibilities for fun cruelty would have been almost endless and would have only stopped when the camps were about to be overrun by the Allied armies. And if I escaped capture, how many lies would I have to invent and make to ensure that no one ever knew of my involvement in the final solution? The other guards would never tell, of course, and it only remained that the camp staffing records were destroyed before vacating the camp. Could I marry my father and children and live a good life after this experience? Of course, I could and would have done everything possible to ensure that these things did happen. If these thoughts don't bring one up by the short hairs, nothing will. One might argue that the doors to the pit are never truly opened until and unless opportunity coexists, either by chance or somehow compelled. Guards at the death camps were not raised or trained to be monsters. It was not until the opportunity existed or was compelled did the thoughts possible within the pit come to fruition. As a member of the German military, a guard was compelled by duty and threat to perform the duties assigned. After this was realized or accepted, what else is possible became the work of the pit's psychological mechanisms. It would have been different for each individual, but duty and peer pressure would have concentrated those minds' manifestations into acceptable core techniques. For example, the rape of pretty Jewish boys and girls, separate special confinement, and their murder when they no longer pleased their masters would not only be overlooked by but also practiced by their officers. It would also be an unwritten understanding that these Jewish concubines must all be killed at some point lest any survive to tell the world of this most un-Aryan practice. Knowledge of the camps would become known, but the staff would not be held responsible for their existence. Having a Jewish lover is quite something else and would be highly detrimental within the then current and post-war fatherland if discovered by family and friends and officially documented by the government. Maybe this is evidence that the pit also provides the necessary logic, read self-delusion, to justify any actions. Normal levels of fear are suppressed, and the descent begins quite easily. Darkness envelops me and my worldly senses subside into nothingness. The prospect of free thought invigorates me and anticipation pushes me onward. It also scares the hell out of me as to what dark thoughts I may actually come up with. It must all be a lie. My experiences clearly prove to me that the human mind is capable of anything. Self-delusion is the end to all ends and the engine that propels us forward. There is no God and the evidence is everywhere provided. There are thousands of existing and past forms of religion, each intoxicating its practitioners to believe in the afterlife and the deity that awaits them with open arms. Of course, the rules of each were thought up by the originating humans. The Christian Bible was written by inspired human authors. Right, as if these were any better than the authors of the Quran and other religious texts. The Bible is so riddled with mysteries, hidden meanings and inconsistencies that its scholarly study is itself shrouded in great mystery and seclusion. Just who were the people that decided which ancient manuscripts should or should not be included in the Bible? If there is an all-powerful God, why did he not swiftly extract his chosen people from the Egyptians and clear the land of milk and honey of its current inhabitants by acts of divine power? Maybe we should ask why he chose these people in the first place. Such direct acts would make for great reading, but only as a very short story, and thereby deprive all the individual authors of the Bible of their chance to be famous and influence their religion. Instead, God directs the Israelites to go destroy the Canaanites, Amorites, and all the others in a series of battles which they invariably screw up, and then they themselves are punished and perish by the thousands. And these wars that he directs are not pretty. Go kill every living thing and utterly destroy the cities and everything in them. Being Jews, they often can't resist keeping some of the spoils and are then caught and punished severely for not following the word. And what are these other gods that our God is so worried about? It's not like their practitioners are ever going to get actual instructions from them as our God gives to Moses and subsequent prophets. What seems to be overlooked in my and other people's religious training is that God's second attempt to be with his people, the first was Adam and Eve, is also a colossal failure. No matter what, they cannot adhere to his laws and commandments and are therefore in continuous hot water. Thousands are directly killed by him or by his instructions to the faithful for these misdeeds. This continues up through the appointment of the Jewish kings, their failures, the loss of the ark, and the downfall of the Jewish nation. Why did God not recognize the inherent inability of humans to be proper servants? Hey, He made us, so He should have known the reasons why. In the first book of the Bible, the sons of God descend to earth, find earth girls to be very pretty, and then father children to them. These children then proceed to become so degenerate and disrespectful that God decides to wipe the earth clean of all living beings. Thanks to Noah, the human race and supporting animal life are spared. If children spawned by the sons of God could not cut the mustard, what hope did God ever have of subsequent generations of watered-down genetically inferior humans being good servants? When it comes to the direct interaction between God and humans, none of the Old Testament stories about these episodes make much sense or are very believable. In the very worst sense of reflection, God appears to be a petty tyrant bent on total domination of his chosen servants, read slaves, ever the while paranoid that they will worship some other gods. He serves his chosen by subjecting them to severe hardships and orders them into a seemingly never-ending campaign of bloody conquest and outright murder. Is this the loving God that I was told of? How can I truly believe it? Author. I'm back. I shut the door tight on my pit. I tremble with what I have written. The night that I put these words to paper I did not sleep. Will God ever forgive me for these thoughts? Now you know what my greatest fear and curiosity are. Is there truly a God, and how will I ever resolve this issue before I die? Will there be the golden gates of heaven opening to welcome me into eternal life and peace? Or, will the gates of hell open beneath my feet to be there greeted by consuming fire and everlasting torment? These are the thoughts that invade my mind during my visits to the pit. At these later stages of my life, I want to know if I have been duped into believing something, Christian religion, that has been totally made up and worthless. My practical mind finds more and more doubt in the words of the Bible instead of the anticipated peace. Historical research and exploration as presented by the media fail to confirm even the most basic biblical accounts. How can I believe it? My practical mind also tells me that a third option exists. Simply, when my body ceases to function, the lights will go out and that's it. No more anything. Whatever I did in life, good or bad, a Nobel Prize winner or a lowly wino, simply doesn't matter anymore. My legacy will only matter to those awaiting a similar fate. No tallying of the good deeds, the bad actions, or anything else. Life ends and that's all. I only wasted time asking for forgiveness of my sins. I should have made love to as many women as would agree to the request, and maybe some that wouldn't. If having multiple wives and concubines plus partaking in the services of loose women was good enough for characters in the Bible's Old Testament, why should it not be okay for me to do likewise? As is evident with these confessions, maybe I have not totally shut the door to my pit. I suspect I will visit it again, possibly many times in the future, until I finally pick a path and absolve myself of any contradictory thoughts. Will I accomplish this before I die? I hope so, but am aware that many do not do so. At my age, I see the open casket and hole in the ground awaiting me. Death stalks me and I am aware of its stifling presence for the first time in my life. It could happen at any time and be fast, or at the end of a lingering and painful decline. Will I procrastinate in making my decision hoping that plenty of time still exists, or will I decide soon and spend the rest of whatever life remains with a smug feeling of secure knowledge of the final outcome? It seems obvious that a person's visits to the pit will result in one of two directions. For some, like Hitler, Stalin, Ted Bundy, and others, the path becomes clear. All doubts are cast aside and it only remains for the proper impetus to arrive to put desire and intent into action. I have used those on the dark side for this example, but, of course, the opposite is also true. Popes, pastors and other religious leaders, volunteers for the handling of social and medical ills, and many others see a clear path to follow to do good. Acceptance of God and the promise of life ever after are rock solid and unshakable. Then again, I heard it reported that Mother Teresa questioned the actual presence of God at one point in her ministerings. Could it be that she slipped back into the pit during a period of despair over the impossibility of tasks that she was attempting? This possibility, of course, is the crux of the other outcome from visits to the pit, that is, that part or all of what has been experienced, all teachings and beliefs are cast into doubt. I have to think that this position is where most of us find ourselves, to one degree or another. I certainly consider myself in this position with many doubts to be resolved. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. John 3:16. This most popular line from the Christian Bible was my rock. It is what allowed me to fall asleep at night with a smile on my face. It has also been designated as target number one by the devil within me to focus my many doubts. I guess only begotten Son deals somehow with the fact that Jesus had an earthly mother. In Genesis, it is recorded that the sons of God descended to earth to sleep with earth women. Those sons must have had mothers from somewhere else. But what I really focus on in this passage is the fact that it represents an admission by God that his earlier attempts to coexist with humans were failures. Religious leaders never use the word failure, of course, as this would be totally disrespectful in their eyes. I do not see it that way though. In the beginning, God creates Adam and Eve in our image, again noting that there is more than one being up there. They know no shame in their nakedness or whatever else they do because this concept, knowledge of good and evil, was denied them. One has to wonder why this knowledge was to be denied them. What was to be their future wandering about in this most glorious garden? What was the overall purpose of their creation? Anyway, when they do find out about good and evil through a commitment to the first sin, God kicks them out of the Garden of Eden and thus begins the perpetual downward spiral of sin and punishment for humans. In his second attempt to dwell with humans, he is God and they as servants, slaves. The end is not only the same but was almost predictable. The Israelites simply could not adhere to or satisfy his requirements for the relationship. Another downward spiral of sin and punishment ensues, culminating in the destruction of the Jewish nation, loss of the ark, and a scattering of the remnants across the globe where they continue to be persecuted to this day. Is it any wonder that God finally realizes that those humans that he created simply cannot coexist with him on his previously stated terms? In order to keep some form of relationship with man, he has to bite the bullet and provide a different path to coexistence after life here on earth is terminated. The final, cruel irony though is that his chosen people don't pick up this last olive branch. Man, what a screwed up religion. No, it seems entirely possible that atheists do have the answer. Without a God and his religious and social commandments, life would become rather simple. Since one would not have to worry about an afterlife or offending anyone or anything that would prevent this, your mantra would be to truly live this life to the fullest. Short of breaking the civilian laws, anything goes. Carefree and straightforward to do whatever you want to with no repercussions. One really fun thing to do is join the ACLU or just file a lawsuit to prevent the Christians from setting up the nativity scene at the town square for Christmas. This one seems the best, but any lawsuit to ensure separation of church and state by challenging long-standing religious activities and encroachments upon civil functions and facilities work just as well. What were they thinking about putting the 10 Commandments on the county courthouse front entrance anyway? The court doesn't even act on violations of those commandments per se. Sure, there are similarly restrictive civil laws, but we don't execute or imprison persons who break most of these commandments. Or do we? Damn, I'm going to bring this up at the next Atheists Union meeting. Well, I hope I got all of the anger and vindictiveness out of my system. Probably not, though. In recent years I've become really pissed off at the failure of organized religion and the Bible itself to make sense. I'm a black and white guy, and the constant inability of archaeologists and scholars to verify Bible stories and history gnaws at my conscience like a festering boil. Not knowing just what are true accounts and what are human religious creations bugs the hell out of me. Historical TV series and other writings have cast more doubts upon Bible stories than ever before. We are going backward instead of forward in this regard. Just look at the Protestant Church. There are so many offshoots and new churches with new names that what we are witnessing is like the aftermath of God's confounding of the people at the Tower of Babel. Nobody talks the same religious language. If you don't agree with the United Methodist Church, no problem. Just go get a bunch of like-minded people and start your own new church, free of the teachings and restrictions of that old and out-of-touch church. Do we really believe as Christians that God wanted so many diverse interpretations of his teachings? Again, I blame God for not setting a clear path and a systematic and factual account of his visit to this earth and his desires with respect to his creations. But maybe I'm placing the blame on someone that doesn't even exist, so that's somewhat foolish. Whatever. Without a clear black and white history, the path is open for anything, and that is just what we see happening to the overall Protestant Church. Also, what a golden opportunity to make money. Start a new church, and if you are a good bullshitter, you can con millions out of millions from TV viewers. Cry for the cameras and watch the dough roll in. Oops, I'm angry again, so I'll leave this stage of writing with just the following disclaimer. I pray to God that any of my words of blasphemy will be forgiven as my soul and spirit seek the true path back to your side. I have not and shall not blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. Please give me the wisdom and knowledge to see the way to your holiness. Please forgive my sins in the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. End of Chapter 5 of Volume 2. Chapter 6. Ruminations. Struggles, we all have them. From the time we struggle to exit our mother's womb until the final struggle to prevent or forestall our demise, life's a bitch. Only our human ability to manufacture hope prevents mass insanity. What is one's life but that of mystery and uncertainty? Sandwiched between the two realities of birth and death are a lifetime of questions and doubt. The human mind yearns for peace that always eludes. From the raw reality of subsistence existence for millions of poor and destitute individuals to the posh but often unfulfilling lifestyle of the rich, we each wake in the morning to an initial moment of dread. Experience and training, along with all too frequent self-illusionary mantras, may make such moments brief or even disappear for a time. The mind is quite capable of developing and executing self-defense protocols to lessen the degree and interference of such troubling thoughts. Moreover, the mind is also capable of developing proactive defense mechanisms to completely trick itself into believing that no real threat exists. We recognize these mechanisms as religion and science. In its core function, religion is the buffer between what is real and the hope that something bigger and better than the current state of human existence awaits us. Religion had to be invented. It is simply the logical result of mankind seeking to protect its very existence. Once invented, religion became the tool that was used to guide everyday life. From warring popes to the heathen savages, their respective religions became their way of life, and we categorized them all accordingly. Question: what individual, sect, group, or other human collectives, past and present, does not engage in some form of religious practice? Dictators, such as Hitler and Stalin and their followers, may come to mind, but each grew up exposed to religious customs and beliefs. Also, it must not be overlooked that each targeted certain religions and their practitioners for persecution. Both hated the Jews, and Hitler actually wished to eradicate them. Was it his stated conclusions that Jews were the evil force behind the economical and moral problems facing Germany, or was it really a sick form of protectionism for Christianity? Both tried to operate a government and society bereft of religion. Yet, it seems certain that each would have had hidden feelings of both guilt and fear because of their actions. Did Hitler pray for forgiveness to anyone at the end as he swallowed his pill and pulled the trigger? Was it any surprise that we have God on our side was the message delivered by religious leaders to the Allied forces facing the German, Japanese and Italian armies in World War II? This is despite the fact that soldiers from both Germany and Italy frequently shared the same religions and observed the same religious holidays, sang the same religious songs, and muttered "God help us" in their times of abject fear. The fact that the Vatican was located in Italy and appeared at certain times to condone its host country's war efforts certainly caused much consternation to American and other European Catholics. Failure of the Vatican to openly confront the Holocaust during the war brought only mild rebuke from other Christian religions. But these failures were simply overlooked when the right side won the war. One has to wonder what the Vatican's position and status would have been had the other side won the war. It is merely a fact of history that any form of religion can be modified to suit current conditions. However, the certain and basically only question about anyone's religion is whether it is real. That said, can anyone, from any religion, today produce irrefutable evidence of their core religious beliefs? As the saying goes, I'm from Missouri, show me God, Allah, Jehovah, Shu Mullah of the volcanic mountain or any other divinity, in person. Can't do it? Thought so, so get lost until you can might be an appropriate proclamation. An interesting facet of modern-day Christian religious practitioners and their religious institutions, in general, is that participation appears to be down both in numbers, percentage-wise of the overall population that considers itself Christian, and in time spent participating. Could this not be the result of the vastly improved standard of living and feelings of safety enjoyed by our mostly Christian nations? If one does not feel threatened by its own government, diseases, war with other nations, economic collapse, and so forth, why go to church for support? Stripped of the need, church attendance and doctrine support seem sure to erode, and that's my take of what I see and hear concerning the current role of church/religion in the modern American lifestyle. One does not need any such impositions on one's freedom to pursue happiness. It's only that the methods of obtaining, and the object of such happiness are quite often in direct conflict with religious tenets and restrictions. But, that aside, is it conceivable that in the future, our standard of living becomes so secure that organized religion fades away? Without wars, plagues, and other forms of mass killing to threaten us, and life without major toil, it seems entirely likely that religion will fade away simply because it is no longer needed. We could become so immersed in the pursuit of worldly pleasures that concerns for the afterlife can be ignored. Ignorance is bliss. Of course, the opposite of religious atrophy is also quite possible. Any number of worldwide catastrophes could plunge our advanced societies into total disarray. Faced with such disasters as world war, plagues, seismic upheavals and large meteor impacts that virtually destroy existing societies, the reaffirmation of strong centralized religion and its messages of hope and eternal salvation would be a must for all survivors. It would simply be a repeat of the methods used by past societies to pull themselves out of the Dark Ages. From a strong religion comes a strong society. And it would be a religion that lays down the strong societal laws necessary to enable both survival and advancement of the society. Can anyone believe that the few weary survivors of a worldwide catastrophe trying to rebuild a stable society would tolerate homosexuals, condone abortions, accept atheists, or even accept different religions? Our world's history clearly shows that they would not. In order to survive, persecution of such people and practices would be vigorously practiced. New Spanish Inquisitions would be the norm. To many, science is the true religion. No faith is required, only the postulation of theories and subsequent efforts to prove or disprove the same. 1 + 1 = 2 babies, and we know for certain that nothing travels faster than the speed of light. Yeah, right. To be certain, the evolution of science is the evolution of man. As science progresses, so does man. His standard of living continuously improves, he becomes wiser, and even life itself is stretched. But the razor's edge to all this advancement is the cutting apart of sacred beliefs. The evolution of mankind was first theorized and then proven by continuous archaeological discoveries. Adam wasn't created from a pile of dust in one day, and Eve didn't morph from one of his ribs. How silly. We have the bones to prove that modern man, male and female, evolved in progressive stages over many thousands of years. And just where is the Garden of Eden if that story was true? Anyway, why does God want us? You, me, the next door neighbor, anybody. From the pious to the atheist, all have the opportunity to receive life everlasting by confessing their sins and asking forgiveness in the name of Jesus Christ. This is the promise of salvation to those of the Christian faith and differs only in method to similar promises of life after earthly death professed in other religions. But the core question remains for all faiths: why does your God want you? What are you that makes you special and desirable to spend eternity with your Maker? As a Christian, can I be any more brazen and conceited than to think that the poor Chinese peasant who never receives the word of God is just out of luck? Did he just miss the boat, and when he dies he will? The ending to that statement is not only an unknown but something that is rarely discussed. We have no idea whether he ever had or was granted a spirit. If he never had one, when he dies will he be just like the many chickens he consumed during his lifetime? Nowhere. Or, like the Christian child who dies a few weeks after birth, is he considered an innocent and automatically granted passage to heaven? Since he doesn't have a true religion of his own, the granting of everlasting life by a deity and final destination presents interesting possibilities. Maybe the heavens of the Christian, Jewish, and Muslim faiths take turns receiving these innocents. Spread out the excess baggage, so to speak, so that no one heaven becomes temporarily overcrowded. Such cynicism only affronts when only portions of the world's human population are granted the promise of everlasting salvation. The cynicism becomes the brutal truth when the question is simply ignored. Worse, the branding of such individuals or races as heathens, non-believers, heretics, etc., and somehow deserving of eternal damnation by the official religious institutions smacks of religious elitism. How many of such uninformed were dealt harshly with, persecuted, scourged, and outright massacred simply because they were not of the right faith? And how many wars have and are still being fought because of such doctrines? Hell, the major religions seem to constantly be at each other's throats, so what does that tell us? Christians are charged with spreading the word of God, the forgiveness of sin, and the resurrection promise throughout the world. It is quite possible that in my remaining lifetime, advances in mass communication may make this mission obtainable. Some believe that completion of this mission satisfies one of the signs foretelling the end of time and the second coming of Christ. The end will certainly occur sometime. But what about the millions throughout history who, through no fault of their own, simply did not receive the word? Were they truly less deserving than those who were fortunate enough to hear and embrace the word of God and the promise of everlasting life? Or was their assignment this time to experience life on earth without the complications of religion? With nothing to hide behind and blur one's thoughts and actions, maybe such an existence is a truer test of a person's character and inner self and, should I speculate, his/her spirit. And what of the ones who hear the word but reject it either outright or upon some self-analysis and comparison of what they already believe in? As documented in the Bible, God's experiences with the human race have been less than smooth. In fact, it has been nothing less than a disaster. The first relationship, after God creates man in his image and likeness, and breathes life into Adam's, man's, nostrils, is a very sad tale of the downward spiral into total evil and God's disappointment, which culminates in anger and destruction of all that he created except for Noah, his family and the other occupants of the ark. This despite the fact that God talked directly with the man on a daily basis and the sons of God subsequently take human brides, thus producing God's grandchildren to help populate the earth. With all of these positive influences, it is extremely painful, on an individual spiritual basis, to accept that it all went to pot and the earth and all its inhabitants were almost totally destroyed. Yet again God tries to live with a man, the Israelites, here on earth only to experience similar inabilities by the human race to keep his laws and commandments. His repeated biblical comment that the Israelites, humans, are a stiff-necked people provides insight into his subsequent abandonment of this experiment and the eventual demise of the Jewish nation. However, after reading what was required by God in the Old Testament accounts, it is unimaginable that any group or race of people could have cut the mustard. We of the Christian faith are taught that God is infallible and perfect in every way. Yet, after creating man in his own image, his first two attempts to live with a man here on earth turned into disasters. Was he at fault, made mistakes, or were we humans to blame? This is a very difficult and troubling concept to wrestle with. After all, we were created in his image, given life, a spirit, and the relationship should have been perfect. I personally do not believe the story of Adam and Eve presented in Genesis to be a literal account of events. However, I do believe that man, developed to that point through evolution, had reached a level to which God could now bestow the Holy Spirit upon him. Or, he could have made man aware that he did have a spirit and that it came from him and not someone or something else. Having created the universe, the stars, and the planets and seeded some of the water bodies with the necessary ingredients for life to develop, it is easy to envision that God did certainly guide the creation of Adam, man, and all the plants and other animals here on earth. Unfortunately, somehow in this process of granting man the Holy Spirit, man also became aware of the difference between right and wrong, spiritually, but was unable to control this knowledge and subsequent actions. Removal from the Garden of Eden and the later trials and tribulations of Adam and Eve and their offspring likely was a metaphorical account of the transition underway as the man shifted, during this period of history, from a hunter-slash-gatherer existence to an agrarian one. Interestingly enough, Genesis initial accounts have a man being a vegetarian and having access to all the herbs and fruits, for meat, available on earth. No mention is made of hunting animals or animal husbandry within the Garden of Eden. Later, Abel is a keeper of sheep and Cain is a tiller of the ground. This is a rather clear account of a major human lifestyle transition. Two of the major mysteries of Genesis' account of Adam and Eve are the symbolism of the eating of fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil and why, prior to eating the fruit thereof, did they not first eat from the tree of life. The Garden of Eden reflects a period in time of human evolution where hunting-slash-gathering consumes daily life. As the first areas of development of humans were likely to be near the equator, fruits, nuts, and other edible plants would be available year-round. Using the eating of fruit to signify a certain event, therefore, carries with it an accurate historical reference point. It follows that the expulsion from the Garden of Eden signifies the transition to a more advanced but harder way of living that promises a major expansion of the human race. The relatively small population could not only continue its gathering of naturally occurring foods but advancements in tools and weapons meant that wild animals could now become a relatively steady diet component. Add to this the developing domestication of wild animals and the advent of planned agriculture and the stage was set for a major expansion of the human race. Simply read the lifestyles of Cain and Abel to verify this. The symbolism of Adam and Eve not eating the fruit from the tree of life is, I believe, a way to explain why man dies. The question then, as now, is why humans physically deteriorate over time. We do because that darn Adam and Eve were off doing something else when the first thing they should have done was to ensure everlasting life to the human race by eating fruit from the approved tree of life. Oh well, this story was also meant to show the consequences of not following God's commandments, sin, in addition to interjecting the required evil component of this religion. From hereafter, the devil made me do it becomes a tenet of almost all religions, Jewish, Christian, and others. It is necessary to do so to deflect criticism away from the good God for not protecting his creation from death, disease, war, pestilence, etc. Referencing back to the initial verses of Genesis, the creation of the universe, light, darkness, celestial bodies, other waters and universe limits are just those things that science is now in the process of verifying and explaining. Moreover, how can anyone say that these scientific discoveries and the processes leading thereto are not the exact types of knowledge that the Bible repeatedly challenges the reader to obtain? At the time that the book of Genesis was written, none of these scientific facts and theories were known. How then could the author have been so correct about the sequences of cosmic evolution contained in these accounts? Unfortunately, I see two possibilities. That which I wish to believe is that he was spiritually influenced or enlightened by God. This knowledge, or maybe just the account itself, was given directly by God to the author. After all, in those days, we are informed by the Bible that God did speak directly to selected humans, and Moses was certainly one of them. Wouldn't it be nice if such communication existed today? But, on the downside, we again have no document, signed by Moses, to prove that he did write this and other books of the Bible. The other possibility, one which I must again bring up, is that this early author, or authors which are most likely, was influenced or taught by extraterrestrial beings about what they had discovered about the creation and evolution of the universe. There are simply enough questions and circumstantial evidence to suggest that the Earth has been visited in the past by such beings. Also, in addition to such scientific knowledge, is it possible that these visitors gave us their idea of religion? Again, what a chilling thought. What if the early accounts of direct interaction between God and the people of Earth were about these extraterrestrial beings' interactions, they or maybe just one of them, their leader, being called God? The fact that the Jews came from Egypt, a country that has long been speculated about as having had extraterrestrial influences in the development of their society, makes one wonder. The other main disturbing fact about the initial chapters of the book of Genesis is that the second version of creation is provided. Just when a coherent and practical account of creation is made, this second highly unbelievable version is provided. That it is and should be considered mythical writing is recognized, but the biggest problem is that it casts the authenticity of all remaining verses in doubt. What is fact and what is fiction? Is the very detailed account of Adam and Eve's descendants true or just invented? There is no record of any written language being available at that time to record such births and deaths. Unless such was available to be carried into the ark by Noah, of which there is absolutely no mention, we would have to rely on the idea that that person's memories were sufficient to provide the account. Not a good starting reference point for any religion. The final insult of Genesis' second version of creation is in chapter 2, verse 24, which reads, "Therefore shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh." This verse is paraphrased later in Mark 10:7-8, and in the subsequent verse 9 the admonishment that what therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder is provided. These verses are easily recognized as the core of Christian wedding vows. The problem I have with this, specifically Genesis 2:24, is that this was a civil custom that was for some unknown reason interjected into an otherwise supposedly factual account of Eve's creation, her designation as woman, and a concluding statement that Adam and Eve were naked but not ashamed of this condition. Verse 24 is so out of place inasmuch as it is not an item of the account of the creation of man. Why did Moses insert this statement here? Or, did someone else add it in the process of developing the modern Bible? My main frustration with verse 24 is that it affronts and confounds my need to have a very precise account of creation and the story of the first man. I know, I have already stated that this second version of creation is a myth, so I probably should not get too upset over the book author's insertion of this odd text. But the more I thought about this, maybe the statement did have a much more profound purpose than originally thought. Along with Mark's expansion of its purpose, I have always equated these statements that a man and woman joined in matrimony, regardless of civil endorsements, should not be put asunder by man. This means picking up on one of the 10 Commandments, the one against committing adultery, such that the breakup of a marriage by a heterosexual third-party man or woman interloper is the only possibility. But that is not necessarily the case. A marriage can and is often broken up by an adulterous homosexual affair. Carried one step further, a societal majority adoption of homosexuality would place the institution of heterosexual marriage of a man and woman in danger of collapse. And, far worse than the actual physical and political events is the attack on the God-dictated commandment of the relationship between man and woman. The Bible is resplendent with God's anger on the blasphemy of homosexuality. Although not specifically mentioned as one of man's wickedness of every imagination, those being the reasons for God's decision to destroy mankind by flood, the subsequent blasphemy of homosexual acts were part of the reasons provided for destroying Sodom and Gomorrah and justification for allowing the nation of Israel to forcefully evict the native residents from the Promised Land. Other no references appear throughout the Bible. So, for the modern-day demands of homosexuals to become an accepted and integrated part of worldwide societies, how should they and their increasingly strident demands be viewed? If the recent coalition of homosexuals and other alternative lifestyle people's conduct is any indication, we are in for real trouble. The LGBTQ+ community, who I like to refer to as the alphabet people, have taken a most destructive approach to their social integration. The approach is the forced recognition of their members and community through public displays which the liberal media is all too willing to embrace and highlight. Their strident messages of recognition and acceptance have even progressed to the production of highly objectionable written materials that are now being placed in our school libraries. Worse, they have coerced our school systems to include their messaging in the curriculums for students of all ages. Without a doubt, the physical joining of the male and female components of any species is the natural act of species propagation. There is both biological and spiritual purpose to this joining. It also follows that the continued union of males and females, the institution of marriage, provides for the subsequent correct nurturing of offspring. Can the same be said of homosexual unions? Well, not in my way of reasoning. These people used to be called queers before that term became politically incorrect. Webster's dictionary's first-order definition of this word includes worthless/counterfeit with a subsequent disparaging inclusion for homosexual. This moniker would seem to be an apt designation in simpler times, as no homosexual union was ever going to result in any offspring. Why does it if it had no results for society? Life was hard enough, so why allow such behavior that was never going to benefit society but would expend resources? In the animal world, barren females are often banished or killed and eaten when it becomes obvious that they are consuming scant resources without contributing to the advancement, propagation, of the species. The very real danger that practicing queers would spread their ideas to subsequent generations, causing a possible collapse of the society, provided more than enough reason to persecute them. In most of the Old Testament times and in the approximately 2,000 years since the death of Christ, human societies have often lived on the edge. War, disease, famine, plagues, and other dealers of death stalked the very existence of mankind. Short lifespans dictated having many children as soon and often as possible, despite the knowledge that a high percentage would die before their first birthday, and food and other resources may not even be available to sustain the survivors beyond that. Accordingly, to allow or even condone a union that did not produce offspring was totally unacceptable. Historical accounts of homosexuality that did occur seem to be limited to those rather rare scenarios where life was relatively easy for a select person or segment of society. Emperors, kings, and other civil and even religious leaders would have had the opportunity to delve into this perversion because their lives seemed secure. Affluent cities and other prosperous societal segments may have also had this ability, as evidenced by the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. In all these cases, where the homosexual activity took place, the need for reproduction by such individuals was either not required or desired, such as with religious officials, or was made possible because the individual had already secured offspring through prior heterosexual unions and had the opportunity to explore. There would have always been a separate category, of course, for forced homosexual activity due to the lack of members of the opposite sex over long periods of time. Armies, navies, and prisons are examples of societal units that have had and probably always will have these issues because of such forced isolation by a grouping of one sex. When released from such confines, I wonder what percentage of participants revert back to heterosexual existences. In these examples, either by specific intent or through a stark realization that they could not have a heterosexual existence because of circumstances beyond their control, the bottom line was that these individuals absolutely knew that they would not be contributing to the continuation of their species. Except for the forced participants, the other practitioners would have consciously waived their societal duties to reproduce simply because their efforts were not needed. Their societies would continue on without the need for any contribution from them. If there is any more proof to this truth, one has only to look at modern manifestations of it. With a burgeoning world population, not in any current or foreseeable danger of failure due to reproduction efforts, the choice of homosexuality as a lifestyle becomes a viable consideration. Once this premise is established, then it only remains that this segment of the population pursues the necessary civil transactions to fully integrate itself into mainstream society. Here in the United States, have we not been witnessing just such efforts in the last 40 years or so? From the military to religious and political officials, one is hard-pressed to come up with one segment of the American society that is not under attack or already integrated by such individuals and groups. The current fight, of course, is centered around the institution of marriage. Once this God/Bible established institution between a man and a woman is struck down, there will be virtually nothing left to fight over, and the societal integration by the queers, oops, gays, homosexuals, rainbow gazers, or whatever encompassing term they finally come up with, will be complete. Already, it seems, the rest of us have thrown in the towel in the typical apathetic response of "so what?" Is it so hard to imagine that at some point in their history, the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah experienced a similar transition? And, transition then led to the almost full transformation such that when the angels came to deliver judgment, only one man and his family were judged righteous and thus allowed to survive. Is this what is in store for the future of our nation that was founded under the slogan of "One Nation Under God"? Maybe "In God We Trust" means we can trust that He will eventually lose patience as He has in the past with such societal blasphemies and wipe our slate clean. This would not be the end of the world, just the end of us. What must be inserted into this overall argument is what role simple biology plays. There are numerous accounts of biological changes or responses in the animal world to population influences. When the need or opportunity exists to expand the species population because of favorable habitat conditions, more females than males are produced and fertility rates increase. Conversely, reductions in habitat size and/or quality may lead to increased male offspring numbers and reduced fertility rates. Thus population densities are controlled. Is it possible therefore that the rise in homosexual participants that we see in the world today is but a natural biological response by the human species to a world that is reaching its limits and abilities to support further expansion? Can it be as simple and basic as that? And, if so, should we not recognize the causes underway and plan for the peaceful integration of a larger percentage of homosexuals into our societies? A peaceful coexistence where each segment respects the other but does not try to influence or destroy the other? Are we not, after all God's children? Well, maybe and maybe not. Biblical history tends to show that homosexuals should not be tolerated. The act or lifestyle is considered blasphemy. Has God's feelings about this changed, or were the biblical accounts simply a reflection upon homosexuality by that society? Red people wrote these accounts, which, at that time, could not be tolerated because of environmental, resource limitations, and species survival considerations. An interesting afterthought is what would be the status of homosexuality should, God forbid, a catastrophic event occurs that decimated the human species. Our planet's history shows that this could occur through a wide range of biological and environmental events. Thrown back to a species on the edge, so to speak, would homosexuals be tolerated? Hell no. In another vein, isn't it interesting that while homosexuals are produced from a heterosexual union, they do not pass on this condition because they have no offspring? But, more of them are still produced by more future heterosexual unions. What I'm trying to say is that if there was a mutant homosexual gene, it isn't being passed on by homosexuals. Horses and donkeys keep producing mules, but the mules cannot reproduce themselves. This reinforces my thinking that the condition of homosexuality is latent within a certain percentage of the entire human population, to be suppressed or exposed by environmental factors. If society can afford it, let them blossom. If not, better keep quiet or you will be persecuted to the point of death. Did we all miss something here? I strongly suggest that we did indeed allow for a golden opportunity to pass us by. From hiding in the closet to coming out, then brave public proclamations of their sexual identification, professed homosexuals had a very rare opportunity to gradually integrate themselves, both individually and collectively, into our mainstream society. It should have been stressed that apart from the different sexual practices and identification as homosexuals, they were really no different from any other citizen. They go to work, pay their taxes, serve in the military, and participate in all levels of community responsibilities. Likewise, they share in the needs for medical services, financial security, safety, and other aspects of society. So, did they conduct a campaign of pointing out these overriding similarities? No, they did not. Instead, their first order of business was to demand equal use of the word marriage to define and legalize their partnerships. This started a massive and mostly ugly discussion within our society that quickly transitioned into legal battles involving Congress and decisions by the courts. Religious denominations could barely control the often fractious arguments that tore apart doctrine and teaching norms. The overall effects of this demand by homosexuals have had and will have long-reaching negative consequences for our society. If only they had picked a different name. A name and concept that could easily be legalized by the government to extend the same coverages and protections as a conventional marriage. I don't believe it is too late for homosexuals to reverse the current war being fought to gain equal status and acceptance within American society. As I said, pick a different word. A word that can become an accepted denominator and one that will ensure an equal granting of rights and safety. But there is one other thing they must do as a separate group. Remove your letters from the alphabet people, LGBTQ+, designation, and distance yourselves from the actions and turmoil being created by them. Do you really want to be embroiled in gender identification arguments, transgender athletes, and so forth? While individually a homosexual may wish to participate in discussions about those issues, as a group supporting them it would be very counterproductive to do so. And we continue on. So, in a mostly intolerant vein, are we to trust that our continued insane insistence on the separation of church and state, to the point of breaking the very ideas and ideals of our founding fathers, will not result in the eventual complete destruction of the greatest Christian nation ever conceived? Maybe you're thinking that you will persevere in your faith, and when the nation is destroyed you will survive somehow like Lot and Noah. Good luck. I am depressed with the thought that history repeatedly provides examples of great nations and empires being destroyed through internal decay to the point that outside forces can conquer them. The Bible and the history of European empires provide many examples of this. Does my and my neighbors' thus far near total acquiescence to homosexual integration represent a catastrophe for this nation's future? I believe it does, but I personally am not inclined to damn homosexuals. So, what can we do about this? The main problem is that the Founding Fathers, upon declaring that this shall be one nation under God, forgot to directly insert it into the Constitution and institute the necessary governmental controls to ensure that this goal was reached and maintained. There is no beating around the bush that the United States was meant to be a Christian nation. The Founding Fathers were Christians, many with Bible college educations and some with seminary training. You can tolerate other religions and provide for the pursuit of happiness by the populace, but these and other rights provided for in the Constitution must be subservient to the stated national religious standard. What should have been established in the beginning was a Supreme Court of God, to provide overreaching laws taken from the Bible, that would guide the actions of the three other civil law-making/administration/interpretation branches. Quite possibly because of the history of religious persecution in the countries from which they came, this idea may have been political poison. Heaven knows they had a hard enough time agreeing to what was passed. Nevertheless, with the present threat of destruction to our one nation under God, it seems certain that the time has come to amend the Constitution to correct this omission. Isn't that what amendments are for? Okay, they are, but just what we do with those of us that don't quite fit into the norm will pose a tremendous problem. The existing 600-pound gorilla on our backs is the corrupt idea and what I believe to be an incorrect legal determination of a constitutionally mandated separation of church and state. The Constitution does not state this to be law, but it doesn't specifically say it isn't either. As a result, our wonderful courts have come up with this aberration of the religious freedom concepts of our Founding Fathers, that the workings of the Christian faith must be separate from the workings of the civil government. Nothing could be further from the truth. Christians founded this country. They overcame all obstacles, conquered the native peoples, beat back immense environmental limitations, defeated foreign interventions, and formed the greatest country in the history of the world. Allah Akbar was not their battle cry. But, unfortunately, their descendants seem hell-bent on giving it all away. Another interesting point to consider here is the real reason for the breakup of the total human society as expressed in the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. The account states that the reason for God's destruction of the tower and the breakup of the populace into separate groups was their arrogance and sins. Was this not a story to help explain to the believers that these sins were the reasons why there are different races, languages, nations, etc., and that once separated by God, should remain so separated? The story is obviously fiction, but the author was very shrewd in his use of an analogy story to explain why the world is populated by many different peoples. But let me express my opinion about this in blunt terms. If there is one God, then there should be one document clearly explaining the history of creation and the tenets and goals of his relationship with a man. A clear guidance document for all, such that there would not be Jews, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Lutherans, Methodists, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Evangelicals, Baptists, etc. There would simply be God and man. Does anyone else see the absurdity of the current religious fragmentation? Why would God want this? Screams as I pull my hair out. Recovering, let us examine the societal makeup and goals of the famous American dream. Welcome to this nation everyone, no matter their race, custom, language, religion and customs. They will eventually be blended into one wonderful society where everyone gets along with everyone else. Blacks will live together side by side and in harmony with whites. The American Indian will forget all past transgressions and shall become fully integrated into American society. And so on to the eternal bliss of us all. Maybe, and maybe not. Many people and institutions have worked extremely hard, and many of our citizen soldiers have given their lives to create and maintain this great society that we live in. But, in reality, it has been a white, Christian-controlled society that tolerated others because it has never envisioned that the others may someday outpopulate them and, through the power of the vote, supersede them and their ideals. Well, that day is on the immediate horizon, and the probable violent breakup of the great American dream/society seems certain given the barely suppressed needs and wants of the various minorities. Can the re-establishment of a central religion, embraced by all races, be a way to prevent such a breakup? It has worked in the past and may be the only thing that can save this nation. Of course, on a personal level, the recognition of the importance of a central religion to the well-being and survival of a nation, balanced against the possibility that religion is a total myth, presents quite a quandary. On one hand, the belief that a strong religion is essential to the structure, safety, and progression of our society is without a doubt. On the other is the fear that the actual religion, its beliefs, and promises, are but a collection of hollow desires. So, how do I reconcile this? Well, I go with what I do know to be fact. We need one centralized religion, even if it is a Christian/Jewish coalition, directly integrated into all governmental units. This must occur and be strictly maintained if this country is to survive current and future threats. For religious doubters like me, and even atheists, it only really matters that we recognize and support this national governing structure. After all, true believers may be right. Either way, the survivability of the nation is what is at stake. Fortunately, not only is there still time to correct the governing laws and governmental structure to save this nation, but the time seems right to establish a new political party that has the long-term interests of preserving this nation at heart. The existing two main political parties are both corrupt and morally bankrupt. The entire system stinks and is leading us, this nation, to destruction along many avenues. The biggest displeasure for both Christian and other sensible-minded voters today is that these are the only two choices for casting votes, and to do so for either party has long since been a waste of this right. It would be virtually impossible to restructure even one of these parties back to a path of sensible government, one that would work to ensure both maintenance and future continuation of the nation's founding principles. The answer, therefore, is to start a new party, one dedicated to these goals. It must start with the basics and thereafter destroy, overturn and rewrite those many asinine laws that have been passed and resulted in the mess we are in. I would be remiss within this discussion of religion/government interface to omit one of the biggest examples of government diversion of founding principles. This is abortion. The warning to all Christians from Jesus in the New Testament is that all but one sin may be forgiven. That one sin is blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. So it stands to reason that comes Judgment Day a woman who has had an abortion and who has confessed this sin and asked for forgiveness in Jesus' name shall be forgiven. But I would not even for 1 second, wish to be in the unrepentant shoes of a woman who thought that the murder of her unborn child was simply a choice she was entitled to make just because she was a woman. In the context of this nation's granting of a woman's legal right to have an abortion as a means of simple birth control, this is wrong. A nation under God does not grant legal status to murder. The moral and religious focus of such a ruling is 180 degrees in the opposite direction of what should be. Instead of teaching and directing the responsibilities for the possible outcome of the union between man and woman, and the conditions upon which such unions should occur, read the institution of marriage, we have the exact opposite. We will not infringe upon anyone's constitutional right to the pursuit of happiness, and if some unwanted results occur, it's all right to commit murder to make the problem go away. Isn't it interesting that our churches preach the proper ways, and our schools teach abstinence and birth control, but our government, that administrator of the one nation under God, undercuts these efforts continuously? Maybe a Supreme Court of God or God's commandments is not such a bad idea. In any event, just think of the youth of our country being told how to act on this subject, in 3 different ways. Duh! The issue of abortion has been presented in many different ways, legally and morally, leading to mass confusion. To me, the starting point should be the fact that the act of aborting an unborn child is murder, and every effort must be made to ensure that the enacted legal need or right for such a procedure is absolutely necessary. We all know these reasons: incest, rape, disease, and other medical conditions, why abortion may be necessary. But these reasons must never include simple birth control. Prior to its inception, birth control is a related but somewhat less stressful problem issue. It is not my purpose to rehash all of the prior and ongoing discussions on the many aspects of abortion. It remains only that my point is that the current disjointed efforts to address the issue must be reevaluated and start by removing the legality of abortion as a method of birth control. And now that I have stepped down from my high horse, reality presents a different and extremely personal question. For most of my life, I considered myself to be a good person, faithful to God, country, and family. But I ask this question: how would I have conducted myself as a German soldier assigned to one of the Nazi death camps? It is one thing to condemn such actions when standing on the outside, but another to be an actual participant and know just how you would handle, or not, the situation. Would normal convictions and morals give way to social practicality and survival? In the Bible's New Testament, we are instructed that all our actions and conduct are corrupt and sinful. The only chance at redemption is to profess our sins in the name of Jesus Christ. Although I can't fathom either understanding or forgiving the conduct of individuals in this example, I also realize that I could have been one of them. So, maybe it's time for me to reflect on the words of the Lord's Prayer and believe in the strength of the request to forgive us our sins and those who sin against us. It is not for me to judge these individuals, for in so doing I judge myself. But here is the real kicker. It is God's purview to spiritually judge these individuals, but mine to judge as a member of the civil society. Those crimes were against civil laws with penalties required. Now, how do I resolve this issue? Wisdom. What is a person's life but a woven fabric of experiences? It is certainly true that wisdom is but the sum total of each of our personal experiences and the guidance that it provides. A long-held worldly observation is that a person's wisdom increases with age. We respect and in fact desire leaders that are well-seasoned. This desire transcends all races, religions, and cultures, and for good reason. Youth equates to rash acts of conflict, strife, and resultant disruption to society. The bedrock of normally stable societies can withstand tremendous upheavals but is not immune to fracture. To ensure that this does not happen, collective reasoning dictates that we choose leaders that have been subjected to many successes and failures and have thus developed the necessary wisdom to guide the less experienced through times of uncertainty. Interestingly, in times of relative certainty and/or prosperity, the need and desire for leadership wisdom are often displaced by greed. Greed in the form of substitution of intelligence for wisdom by our leaders in order to rapidly advance lucrative socio-economic agendas. World history is also replete with examples of the selection of intelligent leaders to advance the expansion of society through intimidation, proxy conflict, and outright war. In such cases, wisdom is either ignored outright or simply viewed as an impediment to short-time goals. It can always be reinstated at some later time when these goals have been obtained and the need arises to retain and maintain the spoils. Unfortunately, intelligence is all too often mistaken for wisdom. Intelligent people are afforded that distinction by the application of technical criteria. The ability to reason and function within the various scientific fields provides both the qualitative and quantitative determination of such levels. People with extraordinary skills of memory are likewise considered intelligent. Exceptional recall of facts, figures, and relative information often propels an individual to high levels of accomplishment in their respective fields of endeavor. Within a techno/industrial society, such individuals are highly prized and most often highly rewarded. But, can it be assumed that an intelligent person, by that standard alone, also has the wisdom needed to effectively lead? Or to provide a level of guidance that provides effective peace and stability in society, economy, or, say, a religion? Would Albert Einstein have been a good president? Maybe, at some point in his life and given the proper set of circumstances, he would have made a great world leader. But he would never have been considered wise unless his direct influence provided guidance that resulted in major societal accomplishments. As an emphasis on this point, would anyone consider Jesus as intellect or a person of infinite wisdom? It is always convenient to consider any idea at its highest form or manifestation. But the simple truth is that all people have some wisdom. It is usually only upon death that others provide a summary of a person's level of wisdom. Through the accounts provided in the Bible, we recognize Jesus as the wisest man to have ever traveled upon this earth. Next to him, prophets from many different religions are typically afforded a like but lesser distinction. Philosophers are typically afforded a high level of distinction. But what about the wisdom acquired by all the rest of the world's societies and individuals? For the vast majority of people, the level of wisdom achieved at any point in their life and at the end of that life will not be documented in any form. Only by the memory of family and friends, which by itself will be all too fleeting, will a person's wisdom be remembered. No books or other written accounts will be made. How many headstones in the world's vast assembly of graveyards read, "Here lies a wise man/woman." Without any supporting accounts of how that distinction was achieved relegates the statement to a mere personal assessment by the deceased's family and friends. This is but a sad illustration of our pride and prejudices that we cannot accept such pronouncements at face value. Again, in fact, all of us do have wisdom. It is only because we are human that a distinction in levels of wisdom is all that matters. What the United States of America needs above all else, is leaders that live by and effectively express the wisdom of heart, soul, and practicality. Truthful leaders have experienced successes and failures and have mentally prospered accordingly. The premise that any leader must absolutely have been educated at Harvard, Yale, or similar institutions, and worse must be a lawyer, is elitism, not a practical demonstration of a person's leadership and wisdom qualities. The intelligentsia that has developed in this country is in love with itself and feels that it alone has the necessary intelligence to select worthy political candidates. Strident attacks on anyone with less academic credentials, helped along by an adoring and equally enamored liberal media, have seemingly placed a glass ceiling in reverse for prospective candidates with less prestigious academic credentials. It must have been difficult for them to recently assail the intelligence of one of their own, Yaley, but he did, after all, succumb to the dark side of conservatism. Shall we use that president and the former governor of Alaska as examples of each? Don't know how the former governor would perform in office, but I dare say at least equal to but probably substantially better than the subsequent two duds there. Just where are the next George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, and Ronald Reagan hiding? I don't know where, but I know why, and this must change if we are ever going to reverse the current giveaway of this nation. Let us pray. End of Chapter 6 of Volume 2. Chapter 7. Inverse Thoughts. Sometimes thinking outside the box brings startling and amazing results. In this modern world with its sometimes seemingly impossible problems, we are often challenged to abandon accepted rational thought processes and delve into irrational or alternative processes. In certain cases, this may bring positive results. It's interesting to note that many of our politicians often coin this challenging phrase to get someone to solve problems for which they haven't the foggiest idea on how to confront, much less solve. In another vein, singing out of tune, even for one note, brings instant recognition of what the right tune should be. But what would be the result of an entire song that is sung this way? Would it be a complete rendition in its own right? Let's us use this question to speculate on what may be an alternative to our current religious background beliefs. In a great vastness of indefinable size, time, and composition, puffballs of expanding and shrinking matter randomly engage in a dance of indescribable definition. A bright spark signals the start of a new puffball, but it is not the first to occur and shall not be the last. Such a perspective is so vast as to hide the unimaginable complexity that exists within these puffballs and that which will occur within the one whose start is just witnessed. But, while the mother's vastness shall not experience a lifespan, her offspring puffballs shall know its cruel embrace. Matter and energy, energy and matter swirl in a duet of violence and peace. The violence must come first but bears the components that will establish the later peace. One shall rule over the other in many of the ever-developing phases, but one shall never have complete dominance over the other within the puffball. The process is a coalescence of physical matter and guiding properties that result in the formation of firmaments of immense proportions. Galaxies, stars, planets, and other forms of matter coalesce. And within these firmaments are the seeds of life sown. Life, initially, is purely physical. Although not limitless, the immense span of a puffball's existence allows for the creation of life to occur relatively soon after its creation. It's just simply a matter of enough time to transpire so that the right physical properties may coalesce into the right physical settings. And this amount of time may be but a small amount of the overall time that the puffball will exist from inception to eventual collapse back into the vastness. But there must always be a first, and the first instance of life will find its calling at some location and at some time. Within one of the first organized subcomponents of this new puffball, the right conditions come into existence for life to occur and thereafter begin its process of evolution. It's quite conceivable that many such starts occur, but the mortality rate may be extremely high. The sustaining conditions simply do not exist long enough to allow for higher orders life forms to develop. What could have been simply snuffed out by the relatively new and mostly violent puffball conditions. But the process of creation continues thousandfold and greater across the many newly forming firmaments until enough time has passed to allow for very advanced life forms to have evolved. And it is at this point where a remarkable story begins. On the third moon, called Zar, of the giant mother planet Phia, in the Ra solar system, in the R'lan galaxy, the collective thoughts of the remaining inhabitants turn to an elaborate discussion of their future. A future that must include the abandonment of their moon home world and the security it has always provided. Without any scientific doubt whatsoever, the ongoing collision of the R'lan galaxy with the intruding Pham galaxy will eventually result in the violent destruction of their sun and orbiting planets and moons. The Zarians had been observing the collision's effects on impacted areas of their galaxy for quite some time. But, this discussion comes on the cusp of monumental evolutionary development. In this, the 2009th millennium since spiritual existence began, the continuing evolution of such existence was debated among them, and the abilities of their current and future state of being found to be virtually limitless. Their spiritual existence, absent the limitations of a physical body, had allowed for the instantaneous transfer of conscience presence to any place within their galaxy. But, although this ability had enabled the detailed observation of the ongoing assault of the Pham galaxy, allowing for an accurate determination of their home world's demise, it was equally obvious that for the foreseeable future, no place in either galaxy would be fit for physical habitation. Not that it really mattered for the well-being of the Zarians, they were aware that they could exist on and within any physical set of conditions in their evolved status. In fact, they could exist in the vast vacuum of space just as easily as any place else. They did not have to eat, sleep, or were otherwise burdened by any of the needs of purely physical beings. But to be without the shared presence of these physical beings would be a set of conditions that they were totally at a loss to comprehend. Ever since their spiritual enlightenment and escape from their physical body confinements, they had engaged in a series of seemingly never-ending coexistences with other, but physical inhabitants of their galaxy. They had seen and been deeply saddened by the loss of such interactions with many of their galactic co-inhabitants that had already experienced destruction. They realized that relatively soon, none of these interactions would be possible. And worse, none of the destroyed civilizations gave a spiritual follow-up existence that would be capable of interacting with them on their current plane of existence. The Zarians had long ago lost the need to preserve their past physical bodies. But keep them they did, in a state of preservation, for a variety of reasons. Something about a civilization's past is almost always sacred, causing actions that are not always rational or understood. Also preserved were examples of all the lesser beasts, animals, insects, and smaller life forms. For you see, all physical life on Zar had long ago ceased to exist. At one point in their existence, the entire moon's surface had been stripped of natural features and paved over with the housing and industrial infrastructure needed to support a burgeoning population. Food and other resources were secured from other near and sometimes far moons and planets. Space travel was established and became advanced proportionate to the needs of the home world. In time, large portions of the Zar population were transplanted to other worlds that could support and nourish them. But, the firm rule was that once transplanted, these new colonies would be restricted to further development and evolution on their own, absent interference or support from the home world. As the homeworld population decreased, so did the corresponding rate of reproduction. The transition to spiritual existence was already underway. As this progressed, reproduction stopped completely and the death of portions of the population that could not make it to a spiritual transition further reduced the overall population. Eventually, all buildings and other structures were removed, exposing the bare Zar surface. No effort was made to repopulate the moon's once lush fauna. An atmosphere was to be maintained artificially until such time as those that could not make the now mandatory switch to a completely spiritual existence died out of natural causes. In the end, the homeworld was to look very much like a barren rock absent of any atmosphere or other artificial surface features. What artifact preservation facilities existed were placed completely underground. One of the things that preservation of the ancient Zar physical bodies did allow for was the comparison of them to the many other physical life forms that their now spiritual life form interacted with in other inhabited areas of their galaxy. It was long ago discovered that although there were many different colors, sizes, shapes and outside features of these different inhabitants, a seemingly universal evolutionary process was repeated time and time again in every developing world. Given enough time, a higher order of being emerged to rule the other inhabitants. While the status of the so-called lesser inhabitants would remain virtually static, the higher order beings would begin an increasingly rapid subsequent development after their emergence. The Zarians smiled and noted the resemblances to their own evolution. But while this observation continued, a dark cloud began to descend over the entire Zar existence. Observation and benign interaction were sometimes replaced with a holier-than-thou mentality by certain members of the Zar. And, it seemed to be catching as more and more of their number succumbed to the self-designated status of deity. It was found to be very gratifying to be worshipped. The only exception to this pertained to the colonies of former Zarians which were considered off-limits. Those colonies would be allowed to progress and evolve at their own uninterrupted pace. But such progress was secretly monitored nonetheless. The future destruction of the Rillian galaxy was foretold by the Zarian scientists a million years before the transition to spiritual existence began. At that time the best scientific minds could not determine the exact final consequences of the oncoming collision. Calculations suggested that one galactic quadrant might spin free of the destruction and become its own smaller but stable galaxy. It was to habitable worlds and moons within this quadrant that Zarian citizens were transported. Despite its very advanced scientific progression, Zarian space travel to another stable galaxy was never found to be feasible. This was primarily due to the fact that the physical Zarian societies were continuously disrupted by the very common cycle of rising and falling of civilization. From advanced spacefaring status to near Stone Age hard-scrapple existence, the basic up and down cycles kept repeating themselves. Nevertheless, through discovery and rediscovery, the home world would be destroyed without question. But the total consequences to the Zarian society, should the transplanted colonies not survive, could not be completely predicted. Eventually, though, the evolution to spiritual existence made all such considerations moot, at least for those that successfully made the transition to the Zar home world. To these spirits, the transition was the answer to the problem. They would not perish and could escape whenever, and to wherever they chose. As the galactic collision began and inhabited worlds were blown apart or made barren due to the disruption of their solar systems, there were fewer and fewer worlds to interact with by the spiritual Zarians. For a short time relative to the seemingly limitless lifespan of the spiritual Zarians, interaction with inhabited worlds of the approaching Fam galaxy provided a warm interlude to thoughts and concerns about the pending disaster. Interacting with these worlds could take on a wide variety of possibilities from simple monitoring to full disclosure of the Zarian presence in daily interactions. The most prevalent return of all such actions was the discerning of when each world discovered its pending doom and how it reacted to such information. Across thousands of worlds, the reactions to this discovery, or lack thereof, were closely observed. In highly evolved technical worlds, plans to escape the destruction reached a feverish pace, but with all such hopes were eventually dashed as it became obvious that escape was not technically possible. After all, if it were possible, the Zarians would have discovered it and, in addition to saving its own pre-spiritual beings, it could have shared this information with other Rillian galaxy worlds. For many worlds, however, the level of technical development meant that no discovery was ever to be made before destruction blotted out their existence. The die was cast and it remained only to observe the reactions of these worlds to their pending doom, whether or not it was recognized. Prior to this point in Zarian time, the small number of spiritual Zarians meant that interactions with many worlds were possible by one Zarian without overlapping a world or worlds where other Zarians were engaged. Over time, the worlds available to some Zarians were reduced in number and eventually totally eliminated. It became a question of shrinking numbers of worlds versus a static number of Zarians. How does a Zarian, the one-time deity of many worlds, ask to assume that same position on worlds that already recognize another Zarian for that title? What resulted was the once thought to be an impossible return to an ancient form of resolution, civil war. Zarian imposed upon Zarian, and the resultant conflict was by means never envisioned. It was found that in their spiritual state, a Zarian could not be destroyed by another Zarian. But some Zarians were found to be more powerful than others and could impose their will over others. A more powerful Zarian could countermand any edict, power, or action of another Zarian. One Zarian could rule another. And so a hierarchy was established within the Zarian society, but the foundation of that ultra-advanced society was crumbling. And so the Council of the Zarians met for one last time, each seated on their individual thrones and surrounded by their host of servants. With the pending demise of their physical homeworld, the need to be together no longer had a purpose. Each was capable of existing on its own. It was also decided not to transport any physical mummified remains of their world to another galaxy, including their own physical body remains. This break was to be complete with no return or re-establishment of a future Zarian society. The flight of the Zarians from their home world was to a backdrop of indescribable beauty as the Rillian and Fam galaxies continued to destroy each other. As his hosts spiraled about him, but with some trailing behind, finishing the terms of his interaction with the previously visited world, he felt the presence of a newly inhabited world in the distance. At complete satisfaction within the galaxy that he had created from the remnants of two colliding galaxies, his powers were now without any apparent limits. He was the master of all physical and spiritual life within his galaxy. He was also master of all physical forces acting within and could change anyone or all should it please him to do so. Homing in on the life force emanating from this virgin world, a vision of a young solar system with scores of planets and moons came into his focus. There, on the third planet from the sun, the source of the life force was found. God enveloped the globe, at once feeling all that existed there and the complete interaction of all inhabiting life forms. Yes, there was a candidate for higher level interaction. A crude and early development being, but one that was sure to develop much further. This was a wonderful discovery since the intellectual development of the species was just beginning, thus presenting virtually a clean slate upon which to write. And so the interaction began. Would it be one of simple observation, or would this be an example where the population would be exposed to a deity, one that was now capable of extending a portion of his spirit to physical beings? We shall see what my desire shall become. With our puffball universe estimated to be approximately 13 billion years old and still expanding, its existence holds countless stories of birth and destruction. Creation, destruction, and reformation of all physical matter countless times over. And, more countless stories are now occurring and will be occurring for whatever future lifespan that this universe has. We are part of that process with a poorly documented past but hopefully a well-documented future. The Old Testament of the Christian Bible must be recognized as a combined tale of mythology and early science fiction. Very few of the events portrayed can be proven true or accurate. But one of the main claims, that God created the universe, is one of the most, shall we say, preposterous claims of all. After all, where was he before this creation and why would he do it? Doesn't it seem more likely, as portrayed in the preceding story, that he, and other so-called gods, somehow evolved from the creation process of life within the developing universe? Makes as much sense in my mind. As an aside, I have always found it difficult to portray and denote God as a he. Do spirits really have a gender? I doubt it, but like previous authors, I hate to refer to such a being as an it. Science, science fiction, and religion. For first, facts dictate acceptance and allow for educated theories to be postulated. From this the second becomes possible, launching from what is known to what may be, past, present, and future. Although it cannot be proven one way or the other, the possibility that it may be true is enticing. And, the stories developed seem both endlessly possible and astounding at the same time. But then there is religion. This is the most passionate but least substantiated pull on the human mind. No real proof exists to substantiate the written religious texts. On faith do we pin all our hopes for an afterlife coexistence with divine beings, the secrets of whom are talked about and supposedly granted to a select few, but never revealed to the rest of us in those religious texts? After Jesus' death and resurrection, his disciples, full of the Holy Spirit and with the knowledge of heaven, bestow both on a multitude of Jewish converts. All who receive are able to heal physical afflictions and do other miracles. Where the hell is that today? When and how did this bequeathal disappear as the word was spread across the land to the Gentiles? Why did we have to struggle through the ages with the development of medicine when the ability of our religious leaders should have been sufficient to cure all the afflictions of the human body? Talk about a religious tease. One of the most intriguing admissions by God in the Bible's Old Testament is that the Israelites shall not worship or have any other gods before him. What other gods? This statement has been a sticking point for me ever since I first recognized its implications through reading the text. When Moses is arguing for the release of the Israelites in front of the Pharaoh, his staff transforms into a snake that devours the snakes of the Egyptian gods. Whoa! The Egyptians had gods that could do this. Nah, just another mythical tale to demonstrate, or at least assert, that our God was stronger than their gods. In those times the strength of a nation's or tribe's religion went hand in hand with its economic and physical strength. If the people believed that their God was stronger than all other gods, then the psychological impetus was provided to be likewise stronger than other nations in all forms, economically, militarily, and culturally. What better impetus to persuade your young people to go to war and become the strongest nation than having the supporting slogan "God is on our side," with the understanding, through religious teaching, that our God is stronger than all others. But, there is something there in this and other biblical passages that are deeply disturbing. Namely, just who and what are these other gods? Are they part of the original heavenly host that went bad somehow in the time it took from the creation of the universe until God and his remaining loyal host got around to visiting Earth? How and why did they go bad? Or, was it simply that other gods do exist, are as old and powerful as our God, and in certain instances, at certain locations within the expanding universe, they come into contact with each other? Is there a competition going on between them to win the hearts and minds of as many worldly inhabitants as possible? After one wins out on a certain world, is there a desire to move on as quickly as possible to other inhabited worlds before it is won over by a competitor? Maybe that's why in Genesis, God states that he will only dwell with a man for 120 years because he was in a rush to move on to the next world before another God got there first. Makes you wonder if one God could travel through space faster than the others such that he could give them a head start but still beat them to the next stop. Just thinking idle thoughts. Doesn't it seem odd to anyone else that we have countless artifacts of ancient civilizations such as the Egyptian, Mayan, Aztec, and Inca empires but nothing, nada, zip, or zero artifacts of God's interaction with the Israelites? Worse, in the over 2,000 years since the death of Jesus Christ, where have the prophets, those individuals in pre-Christ time that conveyed God's words to the faithful, disappeared? Can anything contained in the Old Testament be confirmed as factual? If not, what does this portend to the believability of the all-important New Testament? Just where do we differentiate between fact and fiction? Well, I for one do not know. I'm as confused as anyone can possibly be on the subject that is the most important one for all of us. In this confused state, I often amaze myself as my mind spins seemingly uncontrolled into new and weird thought patterns. If I believe in the Bible's teachings, after professing my sins in the name of Jesus Christ, a heaven full of wonderful mansions awaits for my eternal enjoyment and pleasure. But, the question of why me keeps resurfacing. Why should I be offered this beautiful ending/beginning? Who am I, what am I, to deserve this? Through religious teachings, the Bible's messages, and non-unique human arrogance, my psyche has somehow evolved into believing that I deserve this ending/beginning. Just maybe, the human arrogance and self-delusion components of our species are the most telling answers as to this why. Spurred on by a lifetime of religious teaching and exhortations, I have come to accept that I am special. My ending shall become my beginning to a wonderful afterlife, regardless that no one living today even remotely understands what that life may be. Unfortunately, when I factor in the possibility of billions, past, present and future similarly duped humans, my special status slips to a level about the same as whale shit. It seems entirely possible that if there is an all-powerful God overlooking the human species in this world, certain passages in the Bible can have a different meaning than what I have been taught and do understand. What I am referring to are those passages that indicate that when we are born we receive a spirit from God and it is to Him that spirit will return to when we die. Maybe we are extremely naive to believe that we have an individual spirit, ours to have and keep throughout eternity. What if this piece of an overall Holy Spirit is simply loaned to our physical body for its duration of existence on this planet, to serve as a sponge recording all physical and emotional experiences, which then reports these events back to the Master Spirit upon the demise of our worldly body? In our physical lifetime, what if that spirit that we all jealously think to be just ours is merely a data-collecting parasite? Simply a recording device and the overall method that God uses to affect and monitor His interaction with our species. Sort of a spiritual zip file that God can open and view at His leisure. After all, He probably has this same system in effect for thousands and maybe millions of other species across the galaxy and universe, and it just makes sense to have an efficient system of monitoring and interaction in place. Seems similar to the electronic monitoring that our government uses, but denies, to keep us in place. But, talk about the ultimate big brother. And, for both systems, when enough corruption, discontent, blasphemy, insurrection, and other negative content is reported, the powers to be are moved to react. Maybe, just maybe, this is how God will know when it is time to pull the plug on the human species in this world. Enough spirits will report back that the corruption of the human race is beyond saving, few if any are requesting forgiveness of sins, and it is time for the prophecies of doom and destruction to be carried out. One last thought here. If the spirit returns to God, where does that leave me? Am I that spirit or something separate? If I am the Spirit, then I was part of God and the Holy Spirit all along and simply assigned to this physical body for a short sojourn. The reasons for this assignment are infinite in possibilities. But if I am something else, then what? Is there anything lower than whale shit? As I write these words, the thought occurs to me that I am thinking totally in the me context. I, the human who is only thinking about how I fit into all this. Expanding, how do we humans, as a species, fit into the overall God/religion discussion? But what about God the entity? Why does He or it exist, and to what purpose? Think about it. Is His sole purpose to create and then judge various worldly species, using the earth humans as but one example, the only one we really have at this point, of this interaction? He sits on His throne, in heaven, surrounded by the heavenly host who constantly sings praises and worships Him. Is this all there is for Him? There just has to be something more. What could possibly be God's driving force in existence? After whatever point in time He came to exist, was He lonely? Could loneliness be the overriding reason for the creation of this universe and the spread of terrestrial development throughout under His guidance, or as multiple experimentations from common incubation conditions? In the Bible's very first chapter, God recognizes that Adam by himself would be lonely and would need a helper. Is this knowledge based on personal experience? I have never accepted the first part of the Christian tenet that God always was and always will be. There had to be a starting point, but with a timeline that escapes my rational thinking. Nevertheless, by the time God reaches Earth, He's got a whole host of followers, worshippers, angels, etc. Something had to happen along the way to create all these beings. And, to what purpose? It seems extremely shallow that God would only exist to be worshipped. If it is better to give than receive, would not this simple Christian ideal also be that of the Maker? Was my spirit placed here in an earthly body as some sort of reward, or maybe a penalty? We constantly think of some sort of future meeting with and interaction with God simply as a place of peace and tranquility for us. Me, and us. Our earthly sins are forgiven, and we live out the rest of eternity in waiting mansions without any cares. There is just something terribly wrong with this. Not the peace and tranquility part, but what will the actual interaction part be between us and God? I guess we get back to that question of why God wants us in the first place. Try as I might, I cannot finalize a rational explanation or develop a coherent expectation as to what my future spiritual life will be under God's heavenly roof. Living an eternal life of carefree and blissful existence just doesn't cut it. There has to be something, and hopefully significantly more than just that. Why would God want me, or anyone else for that matter, just for that? To all bow down and constantly worship Him? What would He get out of that? After a few billion years, that would have to get extremely boring, and what purpose would it serve? No. The answer is just not there for me, and I doubt anyone else who gives a little thought to things other than just their own personal well-being. Sadly, the secrets of heaven mentioned in the New Testament will remain secret to me until I die. That I would somehow think that I should be made privy to these secrets beforehand is just me being human. If the secrets were given to a small band of Jews, why not also to me and some other Gentiles who could then guide the rest of the faithful? And yet I ponder that within this vast universe, with its billions upon billions of life forms, what I think and do is not important. But maybe, just maybe, it is everything. For I have been given a peace of God and the Holy Spirit for as yet an unknown purpose. And, it is but one of an infinite number of pieces each with its own multifaceted purpose, yet totally intertwined. To love and hate, to war and make peace, envy, and satisfaction. All the qualities pull us apart and bring us together in a dance that goes on forever. As our spirits return to God, to be reunited, think of the emotional glory that the countless combinations must bring to our Lord. Is this His glory? Is this His life? Does He live to embrace our spirit's experiences? And what part of that returning spirit is me? If I am that spirit, what must the moment of return and reunion be like? If the spirit was only on loan, what is the remaining me like if there is an actual me remaining? So, where does the engagement of all these inverse thoughts get me? Well, it gets me to where most Christians are afraid to go, a world of mental uncertainty as to my religious beliefs. The true believers will say it, better to pick a path of straightforward faith and ignore all other questions/temptations than to go there. Poor him, he lacks the convictions of his faith. Straight and narrow is the path to salvation. Unfortunately, I have vertigo and stagger from time to time. End of Chapter 7 of Volume 2. Chapter 8. Sex. Use the word sex in any sentence and you receive instant attention from those listening or reading. From being a suckling at your mother's breast until the shroud descends over your eyes, this feeling, passion, drive, and whatever else describes sex governs our lives. Deny it if you want, but the facts clearly indicate otherwise. After all, sex is the oldest activity in the universe. The Christian religion, Bible, tells us that God always was. This concept is virtually impossible to grasp. There just had to be a start to everything, including God. But, as stated in Genesis, He was there to create the universe, so He was there before that event. Okay, one could go nuts trying to put an explanation as to when God was created. But what about the question as to when He started to create members of the heavenly host? And, more important to this discussion, what manner of sex did He employ to create them? Of all the angels, elders, and others noted by the Apostle John in the book of the Revelation of Jesus Christ, one has to instantly wonder where and how they came to be. In what manner did God create them, and was that process the first example of sex? It seems certain, though, that this first occurrence of sex did not have a male and female component. Never was any reference to a Mrs. God. But our Son of God did have a human mother. Absent in this discussion is the presence of and influence of the Holy Spirit or ghost. Grasping this concept, that of an eternal spirit, is even more difficult than a forever God. Furthermore, what is the interaction between the two? Does one govern the other, and did one create the other? Jesus' admonishment that His sacrifice would not extend to forgiveness against the blaspheme of the Holy Spirit really stops one in their tracks. You can blaspheme against God and be forgiven, but a blaspheme against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. Something tells me here that the hierarchy of things is that the Holy Spirit reigns supreme. To say that the Holy Spirit created God would seem a stretch, but only because I have no words to even begin to explain any of this. By whatever process did occur at the beginning, it appears that the universe was created with both in attendance. So, simple logic then dictates that God started to create, through the earliest form of sex, His heavenly host. Who knows what came first? Did He decide, as the first worlds that could support life came into being after the creation of the universe, that helpers would be a good thing to oversee the creation and development of life thereon? Were these what we know as angels? Or is it possible that angels existed before the beginning of our universe? We will never know for certain, of course. By the much later universe time when Adam and Eve were created, there were apparently many angels in heaven, and heaven is the universe. Evidently, there were even some bad angels at this point. How did that happen? Genesis notes that man was created in our, God and the heavenly host, image, so we get, through observing our own physical bodies, a view of what God and the host must look like. But herein lies a problem with much confusion. God makes it perfectly clear that He is not flesh, so we really never, throughout the Bible, actually get a clear picture of His appearance. John, Revelation 4:3, says this about He that sat on the throne, and He that sat on the throne was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. Hardly an understandable picture as far as I'm concerned. John also notes the presence of 24 elders dressed in white raiment round about the throne. Although he does not describe them, elders dressed in white garments strongly suggest humanoid figures. Further along in Genesis, that the angels came down and mated with beautiful earth women suggests that they were of humanoid features also. The question remains then as to what process of sex was employed by God to populate His kingdom, at least by the time of the creation of Adam and Eve, whenever that may have been. And, of course, was that process similar to what He employed to impregnate Mary? Are the angels the similar product of God's interaction on many other planets where life flourished many millions or even billions of years before it reached that level of development here? One of the real bell ringers in Genesis is God's statement, "My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years." The words "my spirit" suggest that God is also something else. What? I have no idea except that it is not flesh. He also is claiming here that he is the owner of a spirit. Is this the Holy Spirit, or does he possess a part, his, of the Holy Spirit? Is the whole story and theory of a God just our human attempt to define our life spirit? We know it's there. We just have a very hard time explaining it. The 120 years that God states he will strive with man is one of those wonderful mysteries of the Bible that defies explanation. By simple math based on Genesis' account of Adam's direct lineage, those 120 years were long expired by the time Noah was instructed to build the ark. So God's timekeeping is something other than ours. God continues to talk directly with selected humans throughout the Old Testament accounts up until the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Thereafter, there seems to be some direct contact with some of the apostles, but past that there are no more credible written accounts of God talking directly with humans. When Jesus arose to heaven, we are instructed to carry on through faith in the resurrection made possible by the death of Jesus Christ for our sins. But, is this also the end of God's striving with the man? Did he move on to the next stop in his universe sojourn? In the 2,000 years plus since the death of Christ, there are no credible accounts of God talking directly with humans and written accounts being produced to document the same. Evidently, our time expired and it only remains for us to try and explain and understand all that did or did not happen to get us to our current state of religious beliefs. The craziness of the accounts contained in the book of Genesis gives rise to alternative explanations and thoughts. What if the sons of God that came down and mated with these beautiful earth women were species from another world or world somewhere else in the universe? That they were at least somewhat humanoid and could successfully mate with humans is interesting. Unfortunately, the byproducts of such unions turned out to be monsters. Maybe that's what inspired the Egyptians' hieroglyphics and gods. What if the real story is of the pure evolutionary humans being invaded by an alien race that interbred with earthlings? The resulting society then devolved into chaos, sparking a rebellion that nearly wiped out the pure human race, but not before the aliens and their half-breed offspring were defeated in a flood of rebellious uprisings. What survived of the aliens, if any, then departed the planet for good. Makes about as much sense as Genesis' account. But what a sex story nevertheless. The human side. From purity and ecstasy to the foulest depravity, sex covers virtually the entire spectrum of human existence. On a short-sighted basis, while recognizing that sex exists throughout the animal world, thoughts and acts of sex by humans consume our daily lives. Sex sells virtually anything and everything. Sex spreads joy and happiness and satisfies our basic need to propagate. Sex also spreads diseases, both physical and psychological. But did anyone ever think that sex, the act of union between two bodies, do not assume just physical bodies, is the oldest act practiced by sentient beings in the universe? By God also? The book of Genesis details God's creation of our universe, light and dark, heaven, the stars, moon, and good old planet Earth, complete with the birds and bees and Adam and Eve. The dimensions and timelines involved with our universe are only recently being explained by our scientists. Nevertheless, most of us will never truly come to understand or comprehend these quantities in our lifetimes. They are staggering, to say the least. But it seems certain that at some point after the Big Bang point of creation of the universe, whether it be 6 days or 6 billion years, God caused the basic elements of future life to be sown throughout the universe. As conditions developed further, flesh began to swim, fly, crawl, slither and walk upon many celestial bodies. Only one's imagination limits the types and configurations of what these bodies of flesh would look like. As briefly detailed in chapter 6 of the book of Genesis, after a man began to multiply upon the face of the earth, the sons of God descended upon the earth and mated with the daughters of men. The question begs, where did these sons of God come from? Likewise, did they present themselves in the flesh, or was their mating with women of the flesh similar to the future conception of Jesus? Thoughts in this area bring a multitude of questions. In Genesis, it is quite clear that God is not alone. The heavenly presence is plural. In addition to God and the sons of God, there must have been an untold number of angels. Just what is an angel? How were they created, and apart from the occasional visit to earth to convey God's messages, what other function do they serve within the heavenly host community? It seems they also can have a mind of their own to the point of disobeying God and receiving punishment accordingly. Can it be as simple a correlation that strife exists in God's family similar to what exists in human families? Inasmuch as we were created in God's image and God is credited in the Bible with having many of the attributes that humans likewise demonstrate daily, life in heaven may not be as peaceful as generally touted by the religious community. Most people shy away from answering or even presenting such questions. Sex in heaven just should not be discussed. But why not? Even if it is not precisely understood as to methods and acts because we were created in His image and exhibit so many other similar traits as are credited to God, why would heavenly sex be considered anything other than glorious? And the results are not just our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, but an untold number of other sons of God and angels. We can only hope that sometime in our future, comprehension of these unknowns is granted. It seems completely logical that, say during the first billion years of our universe's existence, planets, moons, suns, and galaxies would have developed and provided the necessary environment for the flesh to have somewhere developed equal to and probably advanced past what currently exists on this planet. Does the question then become what would have been God's interaction with these beings? Did He have a relationship with these entities similar to and mimicking that described in our Bible with a man? It seems reasonable to assume that He would at some point want to interact with His creations. Within this interaction, the period was a Son of God produced. Continuing, was this process repeated in many other places during the ensuing billions of years that our universe has existed, thus resulting in the sons of God referenced in Genesis? Our scientists can now predict, with unproven accuracy of course, that at some future date our sun will decay and either implode, explode or do something else entirely unforeseen that will result in the destruction of our solar system. Other predictions have the life possible zone of warmth moving further outward from the sun way before that time, effectively freezing out life on this planet. Assuming that similar periods of life possible did exist in the earliest life form locations and that many have since expired, was God's visit to this planet simply one of many as He follows the ever-occurring new points of fruition of His life-sowing process? The idea of sex as the oldest concept of interaction of life forms within the universe has almost magical connotations. Like a barbed fish hook lodged in my finger, the Bible's accounts of God's repeated admonishments to the Israelites to have no other gods before me causes me to continually question, what other gods? Is the God that we have been taught to recognize the only God? Allowing one's thought to wonder, is it possible that our God is but one of several or many gods? Has our God been given the right to form and administer this universe while similar bequests to other gods were given for other universes or dimensions, the presence of which is being touted by many current scientists? Are there raiders, or possibly lesser gods, that invade or even jointly inhabit this universe that our Almighty God is aware of but wants to keep out of the picture when He decides to adopt a certain planet's people such as the Israelites? It's possible that the many gods are in competition to visit and interact with flesh as it develops in the many locations throughout the universe. If there are many gods, is there a process by which they can increase their numbers, and can they be destroyed through some kind of interspecies warfare or just one-on-one conflict? If they can increase their numbers, then it must be through some form of sex, obviously something beyond our comprehension. After all, no one can adequately explain Jesus' immaculate conception. But the point to be made is that a concept of sex would have to exist and would logically serve as a model for God's guided development of flesh within the developing universe. By the time the development of humans had reached the point of heavenly interest on earth, all different types of reproduction, sex, would have been thoroughly explored throughout the universe. We all recognize that in the most basic form, one-celled organisms simply split to reproduce. One splits to become two, then in the blink of an eye 4, then 8, 16, etc. This concept has not been abandoned either and is alive and well in our world both within and outside our flesh bodies. Many Christians believe literally, Genesis account of Adam's instantaneous creation, and Eve's subsequent creation from one of Adam's ribs. I do not. I believe that God provided the arena, earth, within which evolution produced a life form capable of receiving the Holy Ghost or Spirit. I like to think of it as a period of experimentation by God within which time He examined each step in the guided evolutionary process until a being in our image was finally produced. A being that would be capable of receiving the Holy Ghost and interacting directly with God. Along the way, apes, Neanderthals, etc., were found to be lacking in these qualities and allowed to gradually die out or be regulated to lesser roles. In my way of thinking, Adam was a new creation in the sense that God breathed life, the Holy Ghost, into the nostrils of an existing human body, instantly giving him a soul. Male and female humans would have existed prior to this, of course, but Adam was apparently given the choice of picking any of the animals God had presented to him for a helpmeet. One can only guess, but looking over the candidates, Adam must have decided that the human females would be the best fit. Therefore, God in a similar fashion created, breathed life into, a woman, and she became Eve. The declaration in chapter 2, verse 7 of the book of Genesis that the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground should not restrict this creation process to an instantaneous event. All animals, from the first to the present, were created from the dust of the earth and will return to the same upon their death. Genesis notes that when God presents all the living creatures for Adam's inspection and for naming, none were found to be a helpmeet for him. Thereafter, God causes Adam to sleep, removes a rib, and boom, here's Eve. It seems the important thing to note here is that Eve was not created only for sex, but rather as a helper to Adam first. However, she was, of course, provided with all the necessary components to have sex and to serve as the vessel for the reproduction process. One can only imagine history if Adam had decided on some other species for his helper. We do have evidence that organisms can contain both male and female components, earthworms for example. Plants and animals that have both male and female reproductive organs are called hermaphrodites. Although human hermaphrodites are apparently rare, their occurrence suggests that within the human gene pool is the evolutionary potential for a singular reproduction existence. Therefore, it is not crazy to imagine that on some distant planets, now or in the past, highly advanced flesh survives and multiplies from single, combined sex bodies. Do we really know enough about ancient life on this planet to rule out the possibility that some ancient life forms on this planet, including humans and/or their predecessors, prospered in this fashion? Whatever the possibilities, it seems that Moses and other inspired authors of the books of the Bible were instructed that humans graced with the Holy Spirit would be male and female. Maybe God just decided that this is how it was going to be with this planet. But of course, humans are not perfect, and right from the very start we began to screw up spiritually and within the rules of punishment, driven from the Garden of Eden, we're also cursed to have physical afflictions. Bodies and minds no longer pure and innocent will be thus subject to all forms of corruption. When I dig deeper into these thoughts of sex and the corruption of the human body and soul, I can't help but wonder if the causes of one of the human race's greatest mysteries don't tie directly back to man's removal from Eden. What I am referring to is homosexuality. When I grew up, these people were referred to as queers. Dictionaries provide a variety of words and phrases to define this word as it applies to humans, but the central thought is that the person or persons so identified are different from the majority of people as it applies to having sex. A second great mystery that concerns homosexuality is whether the trait is genetic, that is something you are born with, or a conscious mental decision. In my mind, the strength of conviction exhibited by professed homosexuals is beyond the mental strength normally attributed to humans. To face all the social norms against such behavior by a large number of people must have an underlying engine driving it. Then again, it's possible that behavior is even the wrong word to use, since it signifies conscientious thought and decision, whereas genetics may be the root factor. From the information I have gleaned over many years, overpopulation by any species seems to result in a greater number of mutations of the species' physical and genetic standards. I think anyone would agree that the current world population is excessive to the extent of ensuring continued self-preservation. Without that stress, diseases and other causes of high mortality that would otherwise be considered excessive, are tolerated. Aberrant physical conditions and mental traits seem to flourish. Examples can be as basic as the story of overpopulated lemmings exhausting their food supply and then rushing to their death en masse over a cliff and into the sea. Relieved of the stress that they must participate in the preservation and continuation of the species, homosexuals become at ease with their status. In highly publicized examples, a few same-sex couples adopt children in some type of latent parental need fixation or as a demonstration that they can function in society the same as heterosexual couples. My impression is that these examples are the exception rather than the rule for homosexual couples. After all, the so-called sexual preference of a homosexual is accepted with the express knowledge that offspring will not be produced. So, for me, the evidence points to homosexuality as a genetic blueprint event, something quite beyond the recipients and their parents' ability to predict or change. With this conclusion comes the challenge for me to accept this on an unconditional basis. I will have to overcome a lifetime of prejudice, jokes, and outright loathing for these individuals. But, are these people truly a part of God's people and must be accepted as such? The Bible contains numerous admonishments about such blasphemes, so the practice is definitely a sin and cannot be condoned. It is certainly also a sin, maybe even a much greater sin, to champion this lifestyle, thereby negatively impacting the God-sanctioned union of man and women. But Jesus died so such sins may be forgiven. I guess I will resolve this personally by the knowledge that to have such sins forgiven, the sinners must ask for forgiveness in Jesus' name. Still, this also makes it possible for me to openly resist the efforts of homosexuals to become an accepted members of our civil society. They must first publicly acknowledge the sin of their existence to gain acceptance. Yes, like that, is going to happen, and why should they do something that no one else does? In my thoughts on homosexuality, I remembered the story of Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. When the angels came to warn Lot of the impending destruction of these cities, they evidently were so beautiful to look upon that the inhabitants of the city nearly broke down the door to Lot's house in an effort to have sex with the angels. Since Lot offers his daughters as a substitute but these are rejected, it is assumed that the suitors were male and therefore had homosexual desires upon the angels. This brings up a sinister and sinful side of homosexuality. What I am referring to are those individuals that use homosexuality to prey on others. They simply want to have as much sex as possible and know that with the social stigmas in existence, their prey is highly vulnerable. Vulnerability brings increased opportunities and chances for depravity. These predators may be true sinners. They are not genetically inclined to homosexuality, just self-gratifying predators who could care less about sexual orientation but care totally about making the score. After all, similar forms of predation have always existed in the so-called heterosexual community. Rape is rape regardless of the sex of the recipient or the resultant screams or quiet acquiescence of the victims. So, in closing, it seems like the oldest profession was and is simply practicing the oldest act of life. End of Chapter 8 of Volume 2. Chapter 9. The end without an ending but with hope. There are no answers. It would be truly wonderful, an answer to my prayers, if answers were actually provided to my many questions and doubts expressed in these writings. I would love, after all these heart-wrenching soul-searchings, if the spiritual being would resolve itself to a firm direction and standing. It would be so nice to settle into a life of no doubt, steadfastly certain that there either is or isn't a God. I see, hear and read about members of each of these categories and must admit to a certain degree of envy at their carefree existence. They know where they are going after the lights go out. To heaven or a nothingness, and that is just all right with each of them. But not for me. There are no rational explanations or proofs that I am aware of that would provide an answer to any of my questions, those expressed herein and those that float about at the edge of my conscious mind. Striving to grasp those fleeting thoughts only brings more unanswered questions, as I have discovered. Simply an effort of diminishing returns. But how do I get to a resolution? Will I ever get to a resolution? The soldiers say there are no atheists in a foxhole when under an enemy artillery attack. But what about after the war, when the survivors examine the death, maiming, destruction, and human suffering they have witnessed, have participated in and question how an all-loving God could allow such things to occur? To become an atheist seems a rather straightforward result with respect to reasons. But, the weird part is that this type of experience often leads to the creation of a no-questions-asked firm believer. Just how in the world does the Jewish survivor of Dachau, Treblinka or other Nazi death camps reaffirm or finally affirm their belief in God? No one can question their need to latch on to anything to ease their mental suffering after such an ordeal. And, the need to believe that there is an afterlife without any more suffering is the strongest of motivators. Maybe I have something here. Maybe, just maybe, the tipping point is that all humans, especially those exposed to very traumatic experiences, must eventually give in. We decide, without knowing the absolute truth, what we shall believe in. I have always felt that this giving in is the result of, and the end of a process known as self-delusion. A built-in process and the ability for self-preservation. So, why fight it? One's degree of stubbornness is a personal thing. Hitler and Stalin may have been the two most stubborn people of all time, maintaining the will to kill as many people as possible right down to the final hour of their lives. I believe that many other people are just as stubborn but are much less conspicuous and with little or no impact on their fellow man. Abject stubbornness can and usually does put the steel in a person's resolve. This can have both positive and negative impacts on their social standing within their family and the community at large. I believe it works wonders for firm believers and atheists alike. Once the self-delusion has worked its magic, a good dose of stubbornness can easily protect that decision. Unfortunately, I am very stubborn with respect to fighting the need to give in to what may be self-delusion. So, where does all this leave me? When Moses and the Israelites came out of Egypt, it must have been realized that in order to form this new nation, laws were an absolute necessity. Without them, old nomadic ways would have generated strife and split up the multitude into small roaming bands to be absorbed into whichever existing society they settled into. The whole story of Moses meeting God on the Mount serves two essential components for organizing a new society and nation. That God comes down to earth to guide and protect them, and lives with and speaks directly to them is a very powerful beginning to a structured religion. But, in addition to laying down the terms of his spiritual coexistence with his people, this interaction also credits him with providing everyday civil laws to keep order in this fledgling society. For the 10 Commandments, after the initial admonishments, 1. To have no other gods before him, 2. Make no graven images of worldly thing to be worshipped, 3. Not take his name in vain, and 4. To keep the Sabbath day holy. The remaining 6 commandments are purely civil matters. These 6 constitute the basic code for keeping society functioning as a whole. But, what a brilliant concept, tying both the religious edict and civil law into one structure, that has come from the perfect supreme being, God. Surprise! We suddenly have the Bible, Quran, and other religious guidance documents that preach both religious and civil doctrine to operate in our societies. If I have not experienced an epiphany on spiritual being within these mental durations, what realization I have come to is the fact that religion, any religion, is an integral part of a successful society. Like a fabric woven with two distinctly colored yarns that produce a third more brilliantly colored and desired cloth, religion and societal government must be blended to produce an overall workable society. And, how these two components are blended tells the story of how successful society was or is. History is resplendent with examples of many such different blendings. It has always been interesting to read how kings, emperors, dictators, popes, and other leaders ascended to their positions. But I never realized the importance that religion played, or did not play, in the selection process. Moreover, how these leaders then used religion, or the lack of it, to stay in power, establish succession lines, and then blended the accepted religion into the government structure comes into clearer focus. In stark likeness to this country's current makeup, the Roman Empire embraced multi-religion acceptance and enjoyed a long and very fruitful existence. But eventually, without a strong central core religion, competition between the various tolerated religions weakened the will of both the government structure and the overall populace. It became the target of and was overcome by forces each with a single core religion. What had worked to prevent religion and religious leaders from competing with the Roman civil government for centuries eventually led to its downfall. Do multiple strong religious beliefs within an otherwise insular society lead to civil and governmental unrest? Can a people who initially share a strong national pride and focus be weakened or overcome by internal strife caused by competing for religious beliefs? Can you say Britain, Ireland, Yugoslavia, Iraq, and the USSR to name some of the more recent examples? And what do these models foretell for an America where Protestants continue to fracture apart, Catholics expand rapidly but with different ideals inserted from their Latin American editions, and a silently expanding Muslim population who are wisely keeping their heads down for the time being? Must be a lot of Jews wondering how all this will turn out for them. If nothing else, my mental ramblings have made it clear to me that a functioning society cannot exist, much less prosper without a single combined religious/civil law structure. And what does that have to say about the direction this country is going in? Is the so-called sacred concept of separation of church and state the doomsday bomb that will spell the end of this great country? Should it be religious freedom or religious tolerance? What is the difference, you ask? Religious freedom means any citizen can worship any religion they so choose and thus creates a them and us axiom. Since different religions have different internal civil law tenets, how can unity exist for the society as a whole? If one or more of these minority-free religions chafe under civil laws wielded by the majority religion, should not the resultant eventual protest and unrest by them be expected? If it was not expected, it is upon us now, both here in the US and across Europe, and the guiding example resides in the Middle East. The unrest in the Middle East, the Jewish/Muslim problem, is also an example of religious tolerance, and in that conflict, intolerance. For both sides, once a secure geographic homeland is finally established, there will be no doubt what religion will dominate right down to everyday civil law and what is taught in the schools. If that dust ever settles, it is certain that the minority religions will be tolerated, in theory at least, but shall have little or no voice in civil matters as dictated by the majority religion. This is the norm throughout the Middle East. Until that time, claims to the same land and separate desires to impose their brand of religious/civil law within meant violent intolerance toward one another. Similar examples exist with the religious uprisings in Ireland and Iraq. But in these cases, it is strife within what should be a unified religious structure. Catholics and Protestants are both considered Christian religions. Sunni and Shia are both branches of Islam. In both examples, a brutal game of dominance between two branches of the same religion has played out over many years. A game so severe that without outside intervention, a form of genocide may have resulted in the total or near total destruction of one of these branches. In my mind, these disturbances were more brutal and bitter than the Jewish/Islam conflict, where societal and religious differences are distinct. How do you hate someone who looks like you, acts and talks like you, and lives next door just because he or she is a member of a different branch of your overall same religion? Are the same flashpoints being developed in this country? Like it or not, this country was settled, conquered, by the Christians who subsequently imposed their brand of civil law. That these laws came from and were basically the same as Jewish civil law, Old Testament, meant that members of that religious group had a relatively little problem living under such civil laws. That the Jews were looked down upon and often persecuted was simply a reflex action of the majority group toward a potential competitor. And The Jews did kill Jesus after all, and that should count for some justification, pun intended. But Judaism never did develop into a major competitor, numbers-wise, and the two major world religions eventually developed a peaceful coexistence. Unfortunately though, in order to preserve this peaceful coexistence, the totally bonkers concept of separation of church and state evolved. Under this concept, from a jointly based background of the spiritual dictate of civil laws that were mutually agreeable, each religion would be guaranteed its individual and separate religious beliefs and the ability to practice them unimpeded by the government. There simply would be no conflict, and both religions could function independently under the same civil laws. That the Jews believed in one God just like the Christians sealed the deal, one nation under God. The concept of separation of church and state was understood but not seriously administered in daily American life until the atheists put their 2 cents in. Right up to the Supreme Court, their lawsuits brought the issue to the forefront of American life. Scared to death that the courts would somehow overturn or weaken this concept, the two coexisting major religions breathed a sigh of relief as the courts reaffirmed the concept/law. However, the resultant rulings set down precedents and regulations that did impact the daily functions of the churches. No nativity scenes in the town square at Christmas, no 10 commandments overhead the doors to the town hall, and other such rulings incited the Christians, and maybe the Jews, but these things were and continue to be relative pinpricks. Overall, the two religions were safe in their continuation to practice their religions without government interference. And into this relatively peaceful coexistence come the Muslims. Muslim-controlled countries have no problem dictating what their civil laws will be as directed by their religion and religious leaders. Strife only exists when and where a percentage of the population tries to establish and run a civilian government separate from the religious leaders. Pakistan is the best example of what happens in such an environment, and it remains to be seen if it will succumb to the religious fevers of the true believers and become the next Iran. Iraq and Afghanistan are working in progress with the outcome totally in doubt. The real problem is that Muslims have a severe inferiority complex, both individually and nationally. They are not stupid though, and a large educated class that has developed in certain Muslim countries realizes that their religion is holding them back. With the greatest delicacy, countries like Pakistan have slowly generated civilian governments basically independent of religious leaders. Oil has allowed some other countries to elevate themselves from third world to second world status. But, at a strictly independent civilian government level, none have reached the level of European nations, much less the giant three of China, Russia, and the good old US of A. It might be a simple case of penis envy. Caught between a desire to be as independent and productive as the first world countries and the restraints of their religion, is it any wonder that Muslim extremists exist? They and their country can't get what they want, so someone has to be the blame. Where do these people get all the American flags to burn as shown on the nightly news channels? The impending doomsday bomb threat I earlier referred to is just now raising its ugly head in Europe. Muslim immigrants by the thousands have entered most European countries in search of a better life away from the staggering restraints of their native Muslim-controlled homelands. I don't know why they would have thought otherwise, but they soon found out that they were considered even less than second-hand citizens of their new host countries. With frustration built upon frustration, they have nothing to fall back upon but their Muslim religion and its dark sides of it. They are the chosen people, so why are they treated such? In this country, Muslims have received much better treatment. Prior to 9/11, I doubt if many Americans knew we even had a Muslim population apart from the black Muslim sports stars such as Muhammad Ali. And even if they did know, they also knew that this segment of the population was politically, economically, and religiously a non-factor. Just someone to tolerate in this society of religious freedom. After 9/11, great efforts were made by our politicians to protect the Muslim community and claim that they were also dyed-in-the-wool American patriots. Baloney. The only thing the politicians succeeded in doing, tripping over one another to certify the bona fide of Muslims, was to embolden them. One short news clip of the arrogant imam who is pushing to build a mosque near the fallen World Trade Center building should be all that is required to see the truth. I don't know how this will play out after the publishing of this book, but there is no doubt that once the okay is secured to build at this location, Muslim money from around the world will pour in to build it. Every Muslim and Muslim country will want to have a part in rubbing it in the face of the stupid Americans who allowed themselves to be destroyed and humiliated, both at the same location in their most important city. By initially small steps, but with increasing frequency and intensity, I believe we will see the American Muslim community push for a greater stake in the overall political and economic makeup of this country. If they don't get it, for whatever reasons, will they become strident complainers and resort to violence to have their wishes heard? They do have a history in this regard as witnessed by recent in-country and world events. We may not have to worry about the import of terrorists. They will be recruited from within as we are now seeing. We could win all the Mideast wars, neutralize Iran and see a stabilized Pakistan but witness a total breakdown of the American lifestyle. Will you allow your children to go to the mall or movie theater after they become the prime target of internal extremists? The solution to this problem is what I previously stated. We need to end this ill-conceived concept of separation of church and state. This country was founded, conquered if you like, by we Christians. Just when did we give it up to other religions? Did our founding fathers really mean to give it all away, share if you like, and with other Johnny-come-lately religions? I don't think so. It was meant to be open to the practice of other religions. Tolerance for them but not a combination. For over 100 years, weekly church services were held in our Capitol buildings and attended, religiously, by elected officials. President Garfield was even a minister and reportedly taught at some of these services. But how did we give it away? We gave it away with a combination of liberalism, apathy, and guilt. The guilt, you say? How? After we became so powerful and large, there was no longer a comprehension that it could ever be changed. We became so rich that we felt guilty for the others. Why do you think America is the greatest charitable country ever, both internally and externally? Well, open up your eyes. The Christian American dream is under assault from all directions. And what does the American Christian church system do? Why it continues to fracture itself into ever-shrinking segments with ever-decreasing political and economic status. It's like they are ashamed of their past accomplishments and status. Do they not continue to believe that God blessed them with this beautiful and bountiful country? It is here where the evil trio of liberalism, apathy, and guilt presides. The point I'm trying to make here is that even if I do or do not believe in an afterlife, while I am on this earth and for all future generations of Americans, we must continuously reaffirm the founding principles of this Christian/Jewish nation. The mutual adoption and belief in the Ten Commandments are the bonds that provided for the unprecedented development and growth of this country. And that bond has withstood immense trials. It allowed for the reconciliation between the North and South after our bitter civil war and served to guide us through all ensuing military engagements since then. It has also served to diffuse or beat down what could have become dismantling civil unrest. Beat down were the KKK and other extremist causes, thereby continuously reaffirming the civil rights of all citizens. But what the world has continuously shown is that competing religions, with conflicting societal norms, will cause chaos and strife. Recognizing that religion is the glue that allows a society to flourish, you must pick one or risk the alternative of the destruction of the nation. And so, the one clear realization that I have been able to make through all of this is that religion is both absolutely necessary for any civilization to flourish and is likewise the proverbial double-edged sword upon which we throw ourselves. To be without is to be a tribe of vagabonds without a future. Carefree maybe, but without any chances for societal advancement. On the other hand, history has shown that a religion-strengthened society risks both great achievements and equally great downfalls. Does not the great American society discuss this very real dichotomy every day? Crowing about our achievements every while worrying about how and when the end will come. Will the seeds of our accomplishments bear the fruit of our destruction? Can or will God save us? But what of me? Sad to report that my writings have not provided me with the foundation upon which to build a solid set of religious beliefs. In many ways, I am more confused about God and religion than ever before in my life. But, I am proud that I took the opportunity to explore these many questions. I knew when I started that there would probably be few if any definite answers to my most important questions. Is there a God and a Holy Spirit? I don't know, but I sure hope so and will continue to pray to them, especially when I am in physical and emotional pain. And this brings me to a very appropriate, for me, passage in the New Testament. For we are saved by hope, but hope that is seen is not hope, for what a man seeth, why doth he yet hope for? But if we hope for that we see not, then do we with patience wait for it. Romans 8:24-25. Wait. Strange thoughts again intrude upon my mind. Am I to believe that after the New Testament's 4 separate accounts of Jesus' life, his words of teaching, his death, and then the all-important promise of resurrection, we are ultimately left with a lame statement from the Apostle Paul that we have to hope that all of this is for real? Not quite the ringing endorsement I wanted to hear. It would seem that Paul was an accurate predictor of what was to happen in the future. When the miracles, the healings, and visibly obvious receipt of the Holy Spirit stopped, as recorded in the New Testament, human nature would begin to create doubts about the whole idea of salvation and everlasting life. And, without that promise being constantly reaffirmed with visible proofs, such doubts could lead to the dissolving of the core religion. He was predicting what would become the biggest threat to his church. It has come to fruition. Today, we have no proofs to reaffirm the truth of the New Testament accounts and promises. Accordingly, We are left with the religious crazies, the socially conscious churchgoers, the I grew up going to church but no longer feel the need to do so group, and the outright atheists. Basically, in various strengths, we have become a religion of hope that is constantly fragmenting into smaller and smaller discussion groups. Is there any wonder why I and many others are confused? With these statements, I have an overpowering realization that nothing I have discussed or rationalized has in any way strengthened my Christian religion. No bright lights were turned on and I was not brought to my knees with new understandings. I feel like a very great failure. But what did I expect? Just like I understood from the very beginning, ultimately it will be one and one alone that will find out the truth at a time that will be uniquely my own. But, does this help anyone else? Will I live after I die? Again, no definite answers, only the strongest hope and desire that it be so. I have become resolved that when the time comes that I do meet my Maker, I will get down on my knees and ask forgiveness for my lack of faith and understanding. I will ask for forgiveness for not doing the things that I should have done and forgiveness for everything else that I did do and were sins. My desire to do these things is my faith. I hope these keys will open the door to my mansion. To be the least of the heavenly host is my goal. Finally, what I had to do is face the challenge all of us face. He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. John 3:18. So, the answer became clear and was actually in plain sight from the very beginning. A long time ago, in the most sincere way possible for a human being, I professed my acceptance of Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior and the promise of everlasting life through belief in Him. Despite all the questions and problems I have had with the Christian Bible's composition and messaging, my faith in Jesus' New Testament promise has not wavered. I can rest now. End of chapter 9 of volume 2. Postscript. Typically, after work is completed, there is a period of time during which reflections are made as to what has been accomplished. What was learned? What did I discover about myself? This escaped me for quite some time, even as the book was basically finished and I fine-tuned my writing, grammar, composition, and so forth. I just did not realize any earth-shattering visions or insights as to those very personal questions about life and an afterlife. Just a confirmation of what I already knew and believed in. But then one evening something else came to me. Throughout my life, as the people I loved and respected passed from this earth, what was my core thought? It was hope. Hope that these special people would be relieved of all their worldly troubles and live on in some form of a carefree and wonderful infinite existence. This was my deeply sincere wish because I loved them and knew that they had loved me without question. Each one had been so very important to me throughout my life. The first person where such thoughts first developed was my mother, who, because of a physically damaging accident and a debilitating disease, had a subsequently very painful and shortened life, finally terminated at the age of 48. Yet she retained an unwavering love for me and life in general despite extreme physical and mental trials and tribulations. I now know that few people have ever had to endure so much pain and suffering. But for me, over the years the vision developed of a beautiful woman clothed in flowing white garments with long brown hair. This became my visual memory of her. With a smile on her face, she represented what I hoped would be her reward in heaven for all the hardships she had to endure during her lifetime. As time passed, I developed similar visions for my father, my loving aunts and uncles, my brother Richard, my sisters Bonnie and Kathleen, and other relatives and friends who passed away all too soon from my life. The loss of each was also the removal of a part of me. But, in each case, my thoughts were for their comfort and existence in a wonderful afterlife. I realized that how I envisioned these people within a heavenly afterlife existence was strongly influenced by my religious teachings and experiences. And I am sure that additional visions of loved ones will occur in the future. But whether or not these visions are proven correct or not when I finally pass is not important. What I have learned is this. It is not important as to what my actual physical and spiritual condition will be when I die. The important discovery was that I loved and was loved in the here and now. No questions remain about that. That I wished for my loved ones' eternal comfort is my confession. And I know that if there is a God, they will be there in heaven with Him and will confess their love for me when I stand in front of Him as He reads the list of sins committed during my sorry earthly existence. It will be their love that saves me. Mom, Dad, Richard, Bonnie, Kathleen, Anne, Gertrude, Fran, Mary, Raymond, Dennis, Marge, Steve, Gary, Jim, and all the others, hope to see you all sometime in the future.